Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas. I am joined by LS for day one of week 2. Week 1 was super cool, especially if you've got OCD and you're looking at the standings. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Absolutely felt amazing. But it didn't feel amazing if you were a Gen G fan or if you're a T1 fan. I think expectations were a lot higher for those two teams. But if you like DYN Gaming, damn, was week 1 a week for you. Yeah,
that was a pretty good week for DYN to have a resurgence coming into summer. They looked really dominating in all of their games.
Yeah.
Really bringing back the DYN of old sort of vibes. And all throughout LCK, some stuff has been pretty wonky. For the most part, there has been some ups and downs, some confusion, and maybe week 2 will help shore up some of the questions people are having.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like some of the struggles, the trials and tribulations, as all of our OCD fans, very excited about observing the 4-3-2-1-0s and the 0-1-2-3-4s. Outside of that, though, I mean, the teething issues that we had was based on the teams not really understanding how to utilize aggression. But I think it's really good that we've had some more bloodthirsty games. I think that the LCK is realizing that we do need a change. And the teams that are already good at it are obviously like reveling in what has been a change in the meta. And DYN, Afrika, and Dragon X, there is absolutely no surprise that they're in top 3 because these were our Sinner teams anyway, right? Like, Afrika was always the team that was able to win game 1 in like every single match. This was with a completely different roster. And they're still holding on to that form that we're going to pick for the early game and go aggressive, and then Mystic's going to carry us at every opportunity after that. And that's why he's sitting at the top of the POG ratings. 100% of his team's victories was Mystic picking up a POG.
Yeah, I mean, he ends up getting 400 points, and Beryl is up there as well with 300, and Atlas, you know what I'm thinking? We gotta chill out a little bit. Chovy is he's struggling down there, so
yeah, that's true.
We're gonna make sure to fix that.
This is because Carrier is too good, so I think we need to bench Carrier and make sure that Chovy can get all of the POG votes. As we're gonna check out some of the pick ban stats, Varus, goodbye, my friend. And I think that is still going to remain. This was on patch 10.11. We are moving to patch 10.12. Guess what? Varus lost 0.1 in AD ratio.
That Trundle, Set, Ezreal, Karma, and Varus are guaranteed to receive nerfs in 10.14.
I find
per Riot's 95% rule.
And I think that that's actually fine, apart from Set's case, who I don't think necessarily needs a nerf, because he hasn't been necessarily showing that he's overpowered, at least in the LCK.
Just take a look at Ezreal there. 3 wins and 12 losses. I mean, someone stop him, you know what I mean? Like,
let's not talk about Korean Ezreal, shall we?
Yeah.
That used to be such a beautiful thing. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Karma as well, sitting at 5 and 6. As here we go. 10.12, Volibear has been unleashed on us. Thankfully, Yorick Burnison did receive himself a few changes, and we'll see whether we, like the LEC, like the LCS, are going to have him grace us with his illustrious Rolling Thunder presence. As Senna also received a couple of buffs, especially if she's going to be farming. I think went up about 7% if she kills the minion, as far as a chance to receive a soul. That is definitely good news. And Xayah Rakan, we already saw them be strong last patch, and this might be a direct buff to T1 if we see more of that. Brand in the mid lane got some buffs based on mana regen, but we don't really mind about that. And Akali being buffed makes everyone who's going against Showmaker and Chovy very, very, very scared.
Yeah, so I think the really big change here, it is the Volibear. So Volibear, he's been getting picked up in LCS, he's been getting picked up in LEC. We're probably going to end up seeing him in Korea. And if the other regions have been any indication of what that's going to mean, it's going to mean that he's not ever going to get counterpicked, and he's going to be fine. So, in that regard, you know, I mean,
oh god,
it's going to be totally fine.
Yep, and here we are. Q got nerfed, guys. Varus is still 100% pick ban. It's not going to change. We've seen other regions go to 10-12. And yeah, nothing changed over there either. Yasuo nerfs, no one cares. Trundle got a little bit nerfed, but otherwise I think he's probably still going to see a fair bit of play. I don't think it was about his W.
Yeah, I mean, Fiddlesticks, well, Yasuo is I mean, I think he'll still be picked when you want to pick Yasuo in the team composition. Varus doesn't really do a whole bunch. The Trundle change, I don't think it actually impacts competitive as much as it impacts solo queue.
Yeah.
Just because of the way that coordination is had. Cassiopeia, I believe, is actually a buff.
Because it's a buff to mid lane, right?
Yeah, it buffs her mid lane, and she's only going to come in when she wants to anyway. So Fiddlesticks also, we haven't really seen him. There's also the Guardian that was actually just undone last night, less than 12 hours ago. The 10-13 patch notes dropped. This was undone because apparently the win rate or something, it went up dramatically. Predator got buffed. You can use it more often, which is what you really want. And the approach velocity change means that there's more setups with your teammates. Unflinching is very obnoxious depending on what champion you're playing. And then the ghost change is also very big. This can potentially mean that we stop seeing some teleport in mid, and certain champions will take the ghost. This is also very big for Darius, although I don't think we'll see Darius.
I mean, Darius was already taking ghost and flash anyway.
Big for Nasus, too.
Ooh,
we're not going to see
old
Nasus.
Susan. Is there a way Volibear could utilize Ghost? Maybe we see Ixu come in with like Ghost Ignite Volibear. The dream.
Get off the desk. And, you know,
hey, it's Ixu. He does crazy stuff. That's the only thing that I was iterating. Is we are going to go into our first matchup, and it is Team Dynamics versus Solo One Prince. These two teams very familiar with one another from Challenger. This was it goes back to when Dynamics were the ES Sharks,
yes.
And of course Solo One Prince were APK Prince, as you guys well know from the previous season of the LCK. But they sort of promoted one after the other, and we'll see which one is going to reign supreme.
Yep.
As we'll see also whether Mickey is going to roll higher on his dice, because we got some Snake Eyes in the last matchup, and Mickey looked absent.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that we're probably going to expect a lot of ups and downs from SP. And Dynamics, though, I mean, Dynamics are pretty interesting because they've been looking pretty stable. They clearly have a lot of cohesion as a team, and that's what also makes it pretty interesting for them to fight for middle of the pack. So I do imagine that, as always, the draft's going to be important between these two teams. We'll see what Hybrid can end up doing, and I want to see some 200 years.
Well, we'll see whether the 200 years is going to be effective, because we did observe that it can be countered. Things can be done against this champion.
No.
It was a beautiful, cathartic time on Sunday.
Nope.
But yeah, that's a Sunday move, isn't it? We're back to Wednesday. This is where it doesn't necessarily work out. So that 20% Ezreal win rate is most likely going to continue as we see Aphelios just crush him. There weren't really too many changes that affected Aphelios either, so he's still just going to be as obnoxious as we expect. As we go into some of the team stats here, not exactly the greatest for either of these teams. Both of them sitting at 1-1. A +1 for Team Dynamics, who managed to get a 2-0 and then took a game in their second match, which was against Afrika. They won the first game and then sort of fell off a cliff in the last couple. And Solo One Prince had, you know, a decent opening. You know, they came out swinging and then got obliterated by Damwon.
Yep. And I mean, SP, I think that they're still going to really have to find their identity. This matchup is really good for a lot of fans that are wondering exactly where do these two teams really place in relation to each other and in the top standing. And another thing is that both of these teams do look better than Hanwha Life, than Sandbox at this current point in time. So this is going to be pretty good indicator. And if Dynamics really comes out and stomps here today, there's actually almost legitimately an argument for them to maybe make it to like 5th.
Yeah.
And stay there, potentially.
I actually think 5th place is wide open at the moment. Because I think we've established, assuming that T1 and Gen.G are going to bounce back after their rough first week, I think we've established that it's T1, Gen.G, DRX, and Damwon as our top 4 teams.
Yes.
Not in that order, but they should be our Elite 4, right?
Yeah.
And then 5th place is so up in the air.
Yeah.
It used to be KT, but KT's changed a lot. We didn't necessarily see that much from them. It could be one of these two teams. As we see, will be Ixu Flawless, Mickey, Hybrid, and Secret, and we'll see where Mickey's going to be rolling here today. As far as this match is concerned, against Kuzan, it's probably going to be a better matchup than it was against Showmaker.
Honestly, the thing that I'm just so excited about is I'm looking forward to seeing some new diversity in the bot lane. I'm talking Ezreal versus Aphelios.
Oh my
I am
god.
looking forward to it. You don't get to see it that often.
No, you really
honestly.
don't. You really
Definitely a unique matchup. And
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of games from 2018.
Yeah.
I didn't see any Aphelios. There
I
wasn't
didn't-
one game.
yeah, I was watching VODs from like 2015, 2016, and for
Yeah.
a guy that's been around since 200 years, I mean, I'm
I know, right?
Not
It's
really sure.
Crazy.
outrageous. Key player Rich versus Ixu. And this is interesting because Rich's champion pool is actually very weak to Ixu's.
Oh yeah, and it's just
And-
weak in general. Whereas Ixu
Right.
plays every champion.
Yes.
Unless it's in the meta.
Okay, all right. Well, I just want an Alawi. This is all I want.
Yep, it's the dream.
It's not too much to ask for. It really isn't. And just remember, save the date, December 11th, 1819. Just remember that.
When we're going back in time.
That's when Aphelios was born.
All right, well, Mickey's certainly feeling ready for this match, having a big old yawn there on the stage. I apologize to anyone who just had to yawn because they just observed Mickey yawning. That's not your fault. Yawns are very contagious, and I can understand that. Secret got a bit of a recolor on the hair. He's way blonder than he used to be, and we'll see whether that actually has any impact, as we've got 2 blonde supports going into this particular match. I don't know what it is with LCK players and dyeing their hair. There has been a massive obsession with just constantly dyeing your hair different colors.
I know that in the StarCraft days, it was a means to generate attention for yourself as a player when you weren't getting it, or you felt like you weren't getting it.
All right, so it's attention-seeking behavior
I mean,
broadcasted.
yeah, you know, well,
Interesting.
Honestly, it is a pretty 5-head play, if I do say so myself.
I mean, that's why I got
you
it.
just noticed it, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
You talked about it.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I
For
mean,
longer than you would have. You know, like.
I mean, they are in this game, so we're probably going to talk about Guga and Secret, but whether we do it positively or not is something we're yet to find out, but something we have just found out are what the first few bans are going to be. Twisted Fate and Elise taken away by Team Dynamics, and Solo One Prince do get rid of a couple of 80 carries here in the Varus and the Senna. Absolutely no surprise that the Varus gets banned once again. We're expecting to never see Varus ever again.
Well,
it's sort of where I'm at.
Varus probably not ever really going to make it through. Now, again, I'm really hoping that we get to see a new bot lane matchup here today. So I would hope.
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah, so here we go. We're going to lock in Ezreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Write that, drop that.
Oh, Aphelios, okay! And he's being disabled, by the way.
Yeah.
But we don't care
Too much
about
power,
that.
too much
We're
power.
waiting for Hybrid to lock in the Ezreal. The hard counter to
All right,
Aphelios.
lock it in. Now, I've actually been pretty vocal about this on Twitter and elsewhere about Aphelios. We even talked about it on the POG State.
Yep.
That thematically, he does have weaknesses.
Oh, absolutely. And
Terrain morphers, long range. Now,
I
if
love
they
how we're
pick-
talking about it. It just happens, you know.
So, okay, Ezreal and Yuumi come in. These are both on theme with the stuff that Aphelios hates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, let's not round this out with a R3 melee champion, R4 melee champion.
Oh, it's
and-
going to be Nautilus.
Okay.
Nautilus into...
Oh, you mean for Dynamics?
Yeah, Dynamics.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm
okay.
just going through down the line. And the next one is going to be a jungle pick. Let's have a look. Olaf. It'll be Olaf to deny Yuumi Olaf. What do you reckon?
Perfect. Honestly, couldn't have thought of anything brighter myself.
Oh, well, I'm just a really smart guy.
A little bit of a savant, yeah.
I'm hoping that Beyond is going to do something different. And Beyond does have a very wide champion pool. He could go towards something like a Graves, but
There it is.
obviously I'd read the script.
Yeah.
I don't get the script that often, so I'm
I don't get it
I'm
anymore
abusing
either,
it. I
honestly.
apologize.
G-Sun has been lacking on
Now-
getting the script, you know?
I would be very happy if Solo One Prince just picked Zoe here, because we get to talk about Team Rocket immediately.
They need to pick melee champions. Let's get Jarvan in here
Oh,
versus
right.
Aphelios.
Alawi.
Yeah, let's get Jarvan. I'm really looking for a Jarvan.
Rek'Sai.
Right up my alley.
Rek'Sai. Let's go.
Come
It'll
on.
probably be
One
Lee.
time.
Oh, never mind.
Okay,
We got a
well,
LeBlanc.
well,
Never mind.
No, not that. All right, well.
Jesse just went a bit evil. That's
Yeah.
all right. That's all right.
That's totally fine. As Lissandra is going to be banned away, still is considered a pretty strong counter against LeBlanc. And Dynamics, I'm actually not even sure where they're going to go with their bans here because things are still wide open. We might just see a random Alawi get
Yeah,
focused.
I actually think you just focus on Ixu's champion
Because
pool.
there's so much magic damage on the side of SP right now. And Alawi obviously deals enormous amounts
of physical.
Damage. Now, this is one of those bans that it always confuses me, right? You have Aphelios right now. You're feeling pretty happy. You should want them to choose champions like Lee Sin and then just negate them in the later stages, especially because you have counterpick available to you in mid lane. You can really control the pacing of it. And with the Olaf, you're not really worried about any sort of loss of priority or anything like that. So Galio gets removed, another champion that is good against LeBlanc. We're probably not going to see Ryze or Malzahar or anything like them end up coming out, and there's the Alawi ban.
Yep, I like it. They got there in the end. And Solo One Prince, what are they going to go for? Looks like Flawless's Jarvan is being considered at the minute. And look, we're lazy today, aren't we? Just straight up reading off the script. Oh.
I can't, man. I can't. I
apologize, you guys.
It's gonna be the death of me.
We should really try and lie to you about how much we know ahead of time about what's going to be happening in the draft. It's we didn't even need to talk about the fact that Rich is going to lock in the Aatrox.
The best part for me is that I'm saying it ironically.
Yeah,
of course they're gonna go Jarvan here. You know?
Yeah.
What I like to roll the die. What makes the least sense? And I go with it.
Well, Syndra is also not surprising anyone if it's going to be locked in, but another one. The Pigeon Man in the mid lane. Very standard composition here coming out of Team Dynamics, and that's okay. You know, start the day with a very standard comp. I feel like the Olaf is pretty out of place in this comp, as the Zoe is the final switch, which does okay into LeBlanc.
This is where I really don't even... well, it's very awkward because you need a physical damage champion here, because you just have so much magic. I mean, they might Volibear. They might actually Volibear. He's hybrid damage, but...
There it is!
Oh, man. All right, so Volibear actually loses to Aatrox, but the thing is that pro players don't have a lot of games versus or with Volibear, so there's a lot of limited experience, and Aatrox has to play the matchup differently. Now, Rich, however, is sort of like an Aatrox one-trick. So I actually wonder how proficient he is on the matchup and if he knows how to play it in a way that Volibear really can't survive, at least in terms of having control over the laning phase. But with Yuumi, it is scary later. However, Dynamics, I mean, they've been rewarded, right? We ironically said that they would pick melee champions that engage into Aphelios. What did they do? They picked melee champions that would engage into Aphelios. So here comes another Reddit thread as the coach is going to walk off the stage. Aphelios did nothing wrong.
He didn't do anything wrong. For 200 years, he was a saint. It's absolutely fine. As this is your very standard composition coming out of Team Dynamics. Not necessarily the most cohesive, but if you go down the tier list in each role, things are looking okay. Meanwhile, on the side of Solo One Prince, they do have the new and improved Volibear on the top side of the map. Yorick Burnison bringing down some of that thunder. As Flawless in the jungle on his Jarvan, Mickey on his LeBlanc, and we do have James and Meowth on the bottom side.
So I imagine that Dynamics, I mean, they're heavily favored. They had everything, or SP had a very strong R1 through R3. Ezreal, Yuumi, and LeBlanc was totally fine. But then they drafted two champions that really are going to pull the others down with them. This is like watching the Titanic sink.
Yeah.
Okay? And
I actually love this skin now.
I have no idea what SP are going to do in the later stages of the game, because now the Aatrox is sort of rewarded.
Well, at least Ixu can show Team Dynamics where they can park their aeroplane.
Now,
I think that's important.
I really like the, well, I mean, Aatrox probably isn't going to open anything else, but Doran Shield versus Volibear is nice. I'm curious to see if Rich intentionally takes Chain Lightning passives in order to heal himself.
Oh, again, that ward.
That ward is, honestly, that's
MVP.
Yeah, actually, it really is.
And you'd think that maybe Dynamics had have watched a VOD of last week.
Well,
as we've stepped away. We're on the Riot Rift this time. Ooh. It's been the LCK Rift for a while.
What's the Riot? Is there any differences?
See, I mean,
yeah, I noticed that.
I mean, the differences are the banners, I think. But okay. Other than that, I think sweepers have slightly less range, and that's why.
It honestly, it looks like is it Ogrimmar, the red.
Yeah, it is a bit Ogrimmar-ish. Yeah. And so maybe we've just dipped over to the Horde.
Yeah.
And based on the drafts, it's feeling like that. Let's be honest. Oh dear. Kuzan actually trading very nicely with Mickey here in the early game. But probably not something Mickey's going to worry about. Both of them popping their corrupting potions and just threading some needles. Pretty nicely here is this Zoe.
And you can see Olaf immediately just going for an invade. Flawless is going to use his sweeper. And now he seems very indecisive. It looks like he's looking to Sin. And honestly, you can't spell Sin without EQ, so.
There it is. You can actually. Sin doesn't have either of those letters.
Oh, it's silent.
Ah,
yeah. Not a big deal.
Sinek.
Sin,
Snack.
and then
Snack. I see what you did there.
Caught me, actually.
Oh, man.
That's interesting. He's not walking up to get hit by chain lightning.
Strange.
So, yeah, I'm not totally sure what's going on there. And so Volibear, he's not actually going to go for a cheater recall either. So this is actually a very good lane state for Aatrox in the top lane. And you can see Aatrox, he has the second wind as well. And with Goron Shield, you should want to keep getting hit by Volibear's passive, because it will heal you.
Yeah.
So should constantly stay in range of that passive, but Rich, judging by just how the waves are going and what's happening, it looks like he's probably unfamiliar.
It is certainly looking like that. It is early days, though, and things are very even as the lanes do reset. Gonna have a look at this on a very interesting matchup here in the mid lane. Kuzan, when he was back on the Jin Air Green Wings, faced off against Mickey a bunch of times. It felt like feels to me like I've watched the Rocks Tigers matchup a few more times. That is what I'm familiar with when it comes to these two players. But when he was back on a Freaka, also faced off against Kuzan. Kuzan was 2 years on Jin Air. And Mickey played on Rebels Anarchy, actually, before they even turned into a freaking freak. There's the flash. Beyond is going to get taken down very low, but the follow flash is there from Mickey, but he is going to go into his bubble as Kuzan picks up exactly what he wants to there, but does gather himself a flash as well. There's the Ignite, puts that one down, as there's the flash forward, and Rich fails the flash, as now the top laners are wandering after one another, and Ixu is not going to enter that brush. So,
it is a series of unfortunate events.
100%.
Oh, can Volibear get the E?
As there is the cleanse out from Kuzan. And yeah, not going to find the E there.
So there was a lot of mechanical blunders happening here by both sides, but SP does walk away with the first blood. And Zoe, on the recall, actually going to pick up Boots and Amp Tome. And so let's take a look at this. Kuzan, he has Proto Belt available. Now, Beyond should flash the knock-up. He gets chained, comboed by everything, ends up giving over the kill to Mickey. Now, Kuzan, he wants to pick up the flash, so the Proto Belt, not getting as much value, picks up the Ignite, and then the camera, like it did in the live game, did end up cutting to the top lane. Rich ends up failing his flash. And Ixu did not actually have the damage to kill him. Did not elect to keep chasing, even with the movement speed on the Q. However, in live, I mean, he is ahead in the CS department.
Yeah, things actually just fine for Rich, as it turns out. Neither of the top laners with their teleports or their flashes. But Ixu still feeling pretty comfy here. The Sky Splitter comes down, does buff up the Volibear, as Beyond is in exactly the position that he wants.
And Rich, I mean, he did manage to get that combo off right there. When you're playing Aatrox versus Volibear in this matchup, you never want to use...
Ixu's dead, guys.
Yep, he's dead.
That's just how that one's gonna go. You don't get quite enough of a shield from that one.
So in the Aatrox Volibear matchup, you never want to really use E offensively. You always want to save it for when Volibear tries to go for his Q and the pounce onto you. You can knock him up, interrupt, he'll get it back, it's fine. You chain Infernal Chains, and then he has to make a decision to either just get pulled back in or absorb your whole combo. And even if he trades back against you with his Storm Lightning, you're still going to end up winning the trade. And so Aatrox just has to play the matchup with a more defensive stance and just relying on autos and traditional Q spacing.
Yeah.
Than using his Umbral Dash to reposition it.
I mean, if you do that, it's funny, because he's like changed and also hasn't, because he's still extremely kiteable. So I'm not going to be able to talk about it, Mickey. He's going to get exhausted here as Kuzan finds the bubble. And there is no cleanse, remember, that is so much damage.
Oh!
Not going to quite pick up the kill, though, as Flawless comes in to save the day.
And so Mickey barely managing to live right there. Going to share a lot of EXP with Flawless. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, though, not a whole lot of action happening. Ezreal does have the Tear of the Goddess already complete. Yuumi with the Dark Seal and the Fairy Charm. Flawless just going to give away a control ward. And then, meanwhile, Aatrox yet again, I guess just respecting the Volibear. He has World Ender. I mean, Volibear does have his ultimate as well. Is just going to...
What?
I don't know what's going on anymore.
I guess he's scared of him jumping on his
Let me break it down for you. Q, E, Q, W, Q from the Olaf, E by the Olaf into the Q from the Olaf. That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Damn. Yeah. You knew exactly what they all did. Whoa. I would never have known. Well.
Take it away, Atlas.
It certainly did not look like it was too difficult. And Ixu just running in there, hoping that the little Sky Splitter shield was going to be enough to allow him to win that matchup is something that I wasn't necessarily expecting to work. And as it turned out, it did. As first star plate going to go to the Aphelios in this lane. As Hybrids looking to try and trade back. They do get a Prowling. Nope, they don't get a Prowling Projectile. I just assumed Secret was going to land that one.
Well, the Aphelios and Nautilus, I mean, this is starting to enter the stage of the game where Ezreal, after the next reset, is going to be pretty comfortable for the remainder of the laning phase. Cougar going to go for a pretty big trade.
Yeah. Still has a bit of mana left as Hybrid, so he should be fine. And in fact, it's kind of deceptive because he stacked up that tier relatively effectively. That mana pool is very high. So, as the dust settles, it's about a 1,000 gold lead here for Team Dynamics, and we knew that Aphelios is going to win. Yeah. That's just what happens.
And Beyond's going to take this time now to solo the Rift Herald, and I really like what I'm seeing up here in top lane, as this is the first game of top Volibear. Historically, pre-rework Volibear had 2 wins and 7 losses in the jungle, 10 wins and 14 losses in the support role, and he was coming online as a counter to Yuumi, but in this matchup, there's 2 things I like seeing. I like seeing an Aatrox win it, and then the other thing is, well, hold on.
Well, there's the ulti out from Ixu, and Rich just presses his R button. That seems to be enough of a counter as Guga not going to quite find that, but they do get the flash out of Mickey. Beyond's over here, clearing out a control ward. Flawless still lying in wait. As I mean, if you can say anything about Volibear, he at least looks amazing.
He does look cool. Personally, I'm not a very big fan of that skin, the Police Volibear. It sounds cool, the animations, if you've ever played it, but
yeah.
I think his base skin is one of the best in the game. And then there's the defensive E positioning again. But the other thing I like seeing is that unlike the players in NA and EU, Ixu does seem to be going Gunblade. A lot of people building Trinity Force, and I'm not a Trinity Force fan.
Not a believer?
Don't like Trinity Force. I think it's really bad.
Well, it used to work, but you can understand why it doesn't now. As Hybrid just trying his best to offer some poke back. It's just not working. It just feels like the Aphelios is doing exactly what he wants to in this lane. Even though there is now a Sheen built up by Hybrid on his next back. Flawless spots exactly where Beyond is as Kuzan comes over with a hijacked Ghost of the new and improved variety. Slight level advantage for Beyond. As Ixu trapped underneath his turret, and this CS advantage is
just
really
getting
starting
bigger
to get
and
out of control, yeah.
And Rich is weaving in a lot of good trades. Ixu can't really keep up. He might cancel this recall. This recall might be fake because his TP is almost up. But no, he's going to actually channel it, maybe thinking that he needs it for bottom, but I'm not sure if it's going to be available. Beyond and Kuzan try to rotate down, but Dynamics are just in total control of this game.
And it feels a little bit like Solo One are in disarray.
Yeah.
As the Revolver, as we expected, going to be picked up here by Ixu as he wanders back towards top lane. I mean, they're not necessarily trading better than the Ezreal Yuumi, but they're farming better.
Yeah.
And so actually, it just straight up doesn't matter.
And the scary thing is that in 45 seconds, Ocean Dragon, it's probably going to go over to Dynamics almost every single scenario that you would run from this game state. And then that's going to mean that they're threatening Soul Point in 10 minutes while having a better team composition. And there's a Volibear that is behind. So it's sort of like there's a 6v4 going on right now.
Yeah. And also Ixu he takes a lot of damage because there's no defensive itemization at all. And so this is exactly what an Aatrox wants, actually.
Yes. And this is where it's really weird because I think versus Aatrox, you have to go Bramble first.
Yeah, now, or at least an execution is calling. Like
one of those.
As there's the ulti out, Rich takes a bit of damage there, but he's looking just to trade. Flash has to come in from Ixu after he was the one instigating.
Yeah. And now Rich is almost back to being full HP, and Volibear.
Yeah, picks himself up a shield.
Yeah, Rift Herald summoned in mid lane. And it's going to be fun because we're in store for a lot of Volibear picks, and I'm excited to be able to talk to. I have like 160 games on him.
Damn, you've done some work.
Since the rework. So.
I mean, you do like bears. You are an Annie player, so obviously it's like playing Tivers the whole time.
Is my mascot, okay?
Hey, that's true.
The stuffed teddy bear.
That's true.
It's, you know, just the thing. But
it all makes sense.
Itemization, I think that the champion is kind of complex in how he builds versus the field of champs in top. I think he has unique build paths for every matchup, which is interesting because we don't have a lot of champs that actually are a Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, Build-A-Bear, I get it.
Where you're constantly itemizing differently for the matchups. And I can understand what Ixu is really trying to achieve, but if you rush Revolver, you rush Vamp Scepter, unless you get an edge early, you're never winning the trades against him. You need the Bramble Vest to stifle Aatrox in the early lane phase, and then just to provide you some durability. And I like how Rich played it out. Tier 2 boots early, and then just going into his future items. Looks like he's opting for maybe Death Stance first, and he really just dominated Ixu.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything Ixu can do in this lane now, especially when it's not underneath his turret, as the lane right now is completely equalized. Doc Dumb there happily denies a cannon minion before smashing his wave down in pure LCK fashion. It's very warm here in Korea at the moment, so freezing is not something we're going to do. Nor is it something that they necessarily need to at the moment. Keeping on the pressure does make some sense, and collecting these turret plates is a good idea. Hybrid's doing what he can to avoid that. He's gone for a very defensive card, as Arcane Shift is very good. A decent dredge line there from Guga to show that he's got his eye in. Yeah, Iceborne Gauntlet already completed before the Manamune, but very close to putting that item together as well.
And here comes another roam. So, well, it's not even a roam. Laning phase is over as soon as the turret dies. But
yep, this is just the dive as Guga down to about half, but Mickey's going to come in. Try to save his teammates. Doesn't get the stun on the chains, but the damage is being done here, guys. Dynamics do take down the outer turret bottom lane and just continue to win in every possible lane without necessarily getting too many kills. It's just the pressure is on.
Yeah, I mean, every single lane is winning. They ended up getting, I believe, 10 turret plates or 9 turret plates total. Dynamics. And every single lane just won. I mean, you have a lane kingdom happening up in top lane, and again, really happy to see it. Unfortunate, I don't know if ProView exists right now. I know that ProView is supposed to be down in other regions. I don't know if LCK still has it, but
I think LCK is a little bit of a different situation because it's independent, like it's a 5G exclusive thing. So I don't really know too much about what the state of it is at the moment.
You know about Shanghai?
What? No, probably not, I guess. I didn't even know what word you just said.
It's a type of rock.
Ah, right. like graphite? I know graphite isn't a rock, but it's got a cool lattice structure. Do you know what I know about? I know about pod racing.
Okay.
That's what I know about.
All right. Tell me about it.
I've been going back to my roots. Star Wars Pod Racer was re-released on Nintendo Switch. It was my 3rd game I ever owned on the N64. Very, very exciting.
That was a good game. That really was a good game.
I like the old, the like customizing your racer aspect and stuff like that. I thought that was really cool.
Okay.
You know, and you can collect new ones and things like that. It's just good stuff.
The Star Wars games used to be really, really good. I'm not sure about any of the recent ones, but there was also the Jedi Power Battles that you could play with a friend.
Yep.
Ever play that one?
And also there was what was it? Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
game was
That
so
was good.
good. The original Hoth battle before they redid it in,
Right.
What was it? Rebel Leader? Rogue Leader.
Rogue,
Leader.
yeah.
Because Rogue Squadron was the OG. That was the best. Anyway, I digressed pretty heavily, largely because the game has certainly not looked like something that Solo and Prince have much of a chance of coming back into unless they really do change how they're going to play.
The thing is that even, I mean, the next Infernal Dragon is going to be the closest point that they ever are, because if you look at the item breakpoints with the way that Dynamics accelerated in this game, what's going to happen is that SP is going to be at their 1 core item basically across the board. And right now, Dynamics are going to be at 1.5 core items. So this is going to be the most achievable victory that they can get. But 5.5, 6 minutes into the future from now, Dynamics is going to be at 2 core versus SP is 1.5. Which is going to be an insufferable breakpoint to try to fight back against, and that'll be Soul Point. So this is really where the game's decided here. Take it away.
Is going to go golden as Ixu, about half health at the moment, but just popped by the Zoe. Meanwhile, Aphelios has been taken down, and that means that there is a chance here for Solo on a fantastic dredge line as Flawless limps away from this fight, but Hybrid's not going to be so lucky. And Dynamics are now going to put down Shirley and see whether they can continue pressing this lead forward.
And they're going to end up using this Riptile. They're going to...
Sleepy times for Mickey,
she's
but
so
it looks
tired
like
she can't
Infernal
even
Drake.
go back. All right.
Oh, it's the double charge. That is
Well, I'm not sure if that flash was worth from Kuzan. That was his normal flash, right?
yes,
I believe.
yes, indeed.
And so now they're going to get the Infernal Dragon. Now this is going to be pretty poggers. Let's take a look at this. 106 on Olaf to 110, almost half a longsword. So not really a lot of help for him. He's building Cinder Hulk and Pure Tank, but...
Yeah, I think that Rich probably looking a little bit better.
Yeah.
And Aphelios is also going to feel good about that one.
And yeah, we just take a look at how this happened. And honestly, LeBlanc showing Aphelios what 200 years can be like. As then, this was honestly a really nice attempted disengage by SP.
Yep.
But Dynamics just really quick to react. They're so far ahead. Now they have the Infernal. And the problem is that at Soul Point, they're going to be up the core item. So I can't imagine a world where they end up winning from this point. I think this game is looking very doomed. Volibear is useless. And this is the thing I unfortunately have to tell you, Atlas, is that I think that we're going to see a lot of Volibear picks. And the champion he's a hot mess.
Well, it's looking like a hot mess in this game. And maybe the rest of the teams are not going to be going to risk it in the first week of his availability. I mean, if anyone was going to play it, it was going to be Ixu, right? 100%. And I think that's fine, unfortunately. Now, I hope he doesn't play it in Game 2.
Get the Bramble Vest.
I know, right? I did see that. I thought that's what you were going to talk about. And, that's just where things get really, really unfortunate.
Well, the Oblivion Orb was picked up by Zoe, and I see a Blasting Wand, and it's making me a little bit afraid. But nonetheless, Black Cleaver is being picked up on Atrox. Warmog's already complete on Olaf. And then he's just going to try to get to the Giant's Belt, but the next team fight is going to be unwinnable by SP. They're down 4,500, but that's not the real problem. I mean, you factor in the Infernal Drake amplification to the stats, and then you factor in the core item recipe that they're going to end up being up. So the only way that SP win this is if somehow Hybrid.
Yeah, he's going to have to be a complete hero, but right now he's only got 2 items. He really wants Death Dance to really be able to stand up. With Team Dynamics, Docdam even has a Hex Drinker to keep himself alive when Mickey dives on him, and it's likely that he will be able to survive for a lot longer than he did in the previous team fight. But I think the Blasting one's actually fine, right? Like, it's if they win a fight in 2.5 minutes, then they probably win the game. And so completely Morellonomicon, deny a bit of the Zoomies healing, and Bob's your uncle, walk away with a victory for Team Dynamics, which actually means a lot for the standings, especially for a new team.
Yeah.
They're freshly promoted here in the summer season. But this is just a crushing effort thus far.
Yeah, it really
I think they've taken every objective. in comparison to 0 from Solo One Prince's side. So both of the Rift Heralds, they've taken 3 Drakes and they've taken 4 turrets. And SP just haven't been able to get out of their side of the map.
And at this point, it looks like SP are, I mean, they're just going to try to siege this mid-tier 1 turret. They have Flawless attached with Yuumi on the right-hand side. Now Duck Dom's going to actually walk up as the cannon was getting low, but a lot of chip damage by Hybrid. I just don't understand in what world does Dynamics really find a way to botch this and throw it all away.
We've been surprised before. But look, I'm not sure whether that's going to happen either. I mean, have a look at the items. Merlinomicon just completed in time for this Infernal Drake. Not necessarily the greatest news, but does help against the Yuumi. But I'm looking at that Black Cleaver that Rich has just done as well. Yeah. That is a lot of power.
Hex Drinker and Zeal for Aphelios, even though it's not an entire core item completion, the Hex Drinker is massive.
Yeah.
Against SP's team composition. So 50 seconds until that Dragon. I'm actually curious if maybe Duck Dom can get enough gold to complete to an item if they can give him some resources. Probably not. They're just going to go and clear out Vision. They're going to take that Scryer, maybe even the Blast Plant as Cougar just trying to place down some wards. Rich on the Prestige Edition Aatrox is going to be clearing out some of the wards here.
Yep. Also spots Flawless, who will take a Paddle Star for his trouble. Beyond down to half health. Not with too much recovery available from this particular composition. There's Ixu on the flank, but Kuzan's going to be here. It's a good knocker. Blast Cone can be utilized, but it's not going to work. Kuzan just pops him, and I have no idea what Ixu was trying to do there. But dying probably wasn't it.
Are you sure?
Yeah. That's a great hook from Cougar as well. Flawless going to go down very, very low. Has to get himself out of there. The Ignite still just flashes on over. Secret now jumps onto Hybrid. This guy is the one that needs to win them the game as the final chapter comes in. Fair bit of damage onto Rich, but he is safe for the moment. And Kuzan picks up a flash, decides to not invest it. As Mickey gets spotted, we'll have to go the heck out of there.
And I really like what Dynamics are doing right now. You can see the spam pings onto the Infernal Soul. I feel like if the letters following the D were RX, we would actually see a Baron attempt rather than getting the Infernal Soul. So, always nice to see this. Volibear, I've never seen a bear so happy to run towards his death as he was trying to make something happen.
It's just because, you know, they're forged in battle, these armored bears. And they do, it's like sort of the Viking thing. Can't get to Valhalla. No, I'm not entirely sure. Ixu certainly making a mistake with that particular rotation. It looks to me like Solo One Prince understand that there is not too much hope.
I like that Rich knew the exact range of everything and where Jarvan would end up being. That was nice. As SP, I mean, they were in full-on retreat. There's no way to win this. And I want to take this point, or I want to take this moment to really stress that this is going to be yet another chalked up Ezreal v Aphelios.
Yeah,
It had nothing to do with Ezreal Aphelios. And honestly, it almost had nothing to do with the team composition either. Aphelios really didn't get to do Aphelios things, but it doesn't change the fact that a team willingly, after opening R1, R2, R3, Ezreal, Yuumi, LeBlanc, then said, you know what, Aphelios, here's some melee champions.
Interruption there onto Flawless. He is close enough to his inner turret to survive this. But remember, guys, this is Infernal Soul. And Team Dynamics are extremely strong at this point in time. 4.5 minutes until that Elder Drake spawns, but it's only 25.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah. Not totally sure what's going to end up happening. You have Aatrox looking like he's coming in here for a flame.
And Trouble Bubble comes down as Mickey takes a while to get home there as Hybrid's down to about 0 health. And in goes the Olaf. Hybrid just dies as an afterthought there to Rich as Moonlight Vigil would have tagged him if he had stayed alive, but over the wall goes the Aatrox, and this is why we talk about Rich as one of our better Aatrox players in the LCK. Yes, he has a shallow champion pool, but this is one of the champions in it.
Maybe they'll ban it one time.
Perhaps.
You know, maybe it'll end up getting banned.
Or maybe they just pick it away, you know? Or maybe they pick a champion that does well in AFK.
Oh,
Sure.
Volibear ulted!
Comes on in there, yeah, exactly
Yeah,
right. It's going to do a fair bit of work, but flashes out and is going to die. 200 years, take that one, my friend. That is going to be a dead Aphelios, so that must have felt cathartic, but a double kill in for the J4 is not going to change the result of this game, as Dynamics at 27 minutes will be likely on the dot. Unless they do just back away. Yep, they get rid of both of these Nexus turrets and then decide that one lone Ezreal is probably going to be able to kill 3 people. So they do leave that one up just for a little while longer. Can't have too much of a fast win time, LS.
All right. Yeah, we're not trying to outdo Dom 1 here.
No.
Not what they're going for. As it looks like they're just going to play it very safe. They can just reset, and honestly, they could run it up mid, and there's no way to lose the team fight. There's really no way to lose the team fight. Now, you want to be really careful, okay? And you want to have a true LCK experience. Well, first, what you're going to want to do is have the World Ender cast Undertow, tag the Ezreal, and honestly, Yuumi does not look like a balanced champion. I'm just throwing that out there. Okay?
Yeah, gonna need a buff, I think.
Yeah. As Flawless does manage to get away at the very end. Now, Volibear coming in here. Look at the amazing sustain here. Ends up ulting. Does pretty much nothing. And Aphelios ends up dying. Otherwise, the game surely would have ended. Dynamics just going to get the Baron and then end the game shortly thereafter.
Yep, Cougar and Rich just patrolling, making sure that their bodyguards, as Beyond is going to land that smite very nicely. Rich, you can happily face check this one, because actually it's more like they're face checking, not you. There's Mickey not going to be able to find any flanks just here. But Kuzan, thankfully for Mickey, is not going to be able to tag him with that trouble bubble. 8,000 gold, largely irrelevant. There are no Nexus turrets, and Dynamics just need to move towards the enemy Nexus and take that most important 50 gold.
And we can see Aatrox, I mean, he's coming in there as well. You can see Mickey looking for a flank, but not really going to find anything.
Yeah, Dredgeline doesn't find the mark, but just looking to hold on to some of these minions. Docdown has exactly the weapons that he wants to try and do battle safety. And yeah, the open Nexus situation is going to force this engage as Cataclysm comes down. You've got the ulti out of Ixu, but they're just too far behind. They had to make a last-ditch effort. It was going to not work, but they still had to do it. I'm glad they did as the Nexus falls down. Dynamics walk away with a very simple first win.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty cut and dry. Very fast game number 1, very decisive, and Rich putting on a lane kingdom ends up getting my player of the game vote. I ended up giving it over to him. I was actually very excited to see that even though something must have went wrong in waves 1 through 3, Rich seemed to know how to do the combos against Volibear and how to play the lane. So that was nice to see because everyone has limited experience against the champion. There's only so many games that you can actually play, and if you're scrimming all the time, how many people are actually picking Volibear?
Yep.
Even if you're playing solo queue, how many times are you running into Volibear? So very nice that he ended up playing Aatrox. Will he get it next game? That's always one of the weird question marks, by the way.
Well, will the Volibear want to be picked in the next game? I have a feeling that, you know, Solo and Prince are probably going to step away from it.
Okay.
Or ban away the Aatrox. You're right. There's certain other options that you can go towards. I'm looking at that Volibear and wondering whether anyone is going to have the courage to pick it now after what just happened. Because we've seen a lot of champions have quite decent times against the Aatrox. Volibear was not an example of one of those. So we're going to have a look at some of the stats. Pretty linear gold graph. It was a very fast 29-minute game. And Kuzan casually doing the most damage in the game. Not bad. But look at that. There's absolutely no objectives outside of, like, this was honestly 5 kills away from a perfect game.
Yeah.
Because everything else just went over to Dynamics like it was given to them.
And I mean,
Aphelios,
he was running it down.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, Aphelios is
so
good.
about.
He's just so good that
he does it all.
Yeah. Just incredible. So that was definitely the mistake in the draft, was letting the Aphelios through. That one was first picked. I mean, Docdom is a fantastic Aphelios player, actually, to his credit. He had, I think, close to 100% win rate on that champion in Challenger. So we'll see whether he gets it again after this short break.
내가 르블랑 막아줘. 라인 들어간다 이제. 기즈 속박. 아 맞다. 얘네 나한테 들어왔어. 한타. 나 죽었고 일단.
천천히 하면 이길 것 같아.
나 이겼지. 카우스면 끝날 것 같은데. 끝내. 나이스. 버스 감사.
나이스.
바스 좋다. 바스. 아 너무 힘들어.
심지어 카사딘이 뭐 도움을 많이 주는 것도 아닌데?
아 까볼게.
이거 아까 말씀드렸죠. 위험한데? 아 이거 6레벨 너무 빨리 됐다 얘. 죽은 듯?
너구리.
50이 요즘 쏠기 진짜 싸우는 중.
기다려서 6렙은 됐는데. 너무 늦게 됐어.
이기만 해.
W 쿨 한번 돌리면서. 반대로 내가 반대로.
와. 아 무대 높네.
데프트 방향으로 클리드가 내려갑니다.
다이브 각을 보는데 그러니까 투패가 슬쩍 한번 내려오긴 하거든요. 투패가 내려오고 있긴 해요.
이거를 숙박하면서 뒤쪽으로 빠지는데요, 데프트.
결국
하나 더. 다시 가지. 버텼어요. 데프트가 된다.
역습 다 죽어요. 아니
멸망.
저게 왜 안 죽어? 3대 0. 선택지가 많아요. 테디가 또 밀어내면. 근데
그렇죠.
하나생명은 드래곤 포기하고 그냥 여기 매겠다는 건데.
그러면 어디까지 갈 수 있을지 용은 챙겼고요.
그렇습니다. 지금 선택지가 많은 하나생명이
귀환을 막아라.
귀환이
안 되겠다.
아니,
근데
귀환을 막아라. 아니, 귀환을 어디까지 막을 수 있죠?
디언이 가긴 갔어요.
네.
이게 그래서 좀 봐야 될 것 같은데요.
자, 상승기가 날렸고요.
디언이 이겼어요. 디언이 있으면 일단.
네. 그래도 상승 타고. 내 상승 탔다. 내 파이퍼. 자, 밀어내고. 내 상승 탔다. 제재.
야 게임 끝내도 되겠는데 이거? 야 끝내볼래 이거? 내가 막아볼게 얘들아.
네, 밀어냈고요, 쌤을. 와, 얘들은요, 다인고. 다시 돌고. 이걸 잘 막았네. 돌고. 아지르가 이제 잡는다. 아지르가. 바다 영혼. 오션 드링크.
바다 영혼.
야, 진짜.
아 이제 잡았어. 이제 잡았어. 쉣.
Welcome back to 2020 LCK Summer Split. Week number 2, the first match to start off the second week of LCK. We'll be joined by Victory and Lyra for today's analyst desk. That was a really cool segment, the LCK Mad movie. And, well, we are back after Dynamics versus Horewan Prince Game 1. How was their draft? We can see that Dynamics, they do have their preferring picks, and also at the same time they were able to get a very strong early game pick, Zoe. So they both have a carry potential and also a very sustained full tank front line. But Soraya and Prince, their comp was really hard to kind of pull off. They were looking for LeBlanc and J4 combo. So with Volibear, with a very strong ability in the top side, they tried to make a lot of play around the top side, but well, we want to say that the proficiency of champions on the top laners was the main factor that decided the result of this game. I mean, everyone knows that Rich is the Aatrox god, but Volibear looked a little bit off. It requires a lot of experiments and trains, but Ixu wasn't able to show the biggest strengths of Volibear with his ability. And here Ixu got ganked and he kind of bite the dust here. Well, there was nothing really special about this play itself, but the fact that Volibear was the key part to complete the Soraya and Prince comp, that actually was so crucial or critical for them because Soraya and Prince, their master plan got denied. So with that pushing wave, Wallace and Ixu maybe could have dodged one gank attempt, and with this loss for the top side, Soraya and Prince, they weren't able to start off their snowball. In addition to that, Soraya also just let their mid lane tier 1 turrets so easily because Watch here, Volibear was looking for an engage, so he was going forward using all of his skills. So J4 and LeBlanc, they also rotated to the top side, but Iksu already used his ult, so there was no other option for them to kind of engage onto Aatrox. Maybe it was the communication issue, so the players, Mickey and also Iksu, they were looking to be on the same page. So Dynamics, they were so easy to just pop off their Herald and push the tier 1 on the mid lane. Well, we can also phrase this that Dynamics, the player was doing a great job to avoid that gank, so the rest of the group could push the tier 1 turret on the mid side. It is also important to kind of shut down their main champions from a rookie player, because we know that he has such a great confidence on this pick, but at the same time, if you ban it out, well, you are putting him a lot more pressure to kind of try a lot new champions as a new player on a new environment. So maybe a lot of teams should still consider banning out Aatrox from Reach. Then let's check out who the POG of this game number 1 will be. Rich, once again, on his favorite champion. And everyone knows that he's such a great Aatrox player, but still, we could hear a lot of players sort of trash talk saying that, I mean, everyone can play Aatrox, every top laner in LCK, they're great Aatrox players, but, you know, that kind of mental advantage that Rich gets with picking his favorite champion is also substantial. So even though a lot of LCK teams know how to play into this champion, maybe it's time for them to consider the amount of other factors that affect the results of this game. It is definitely the time for the teams to bend it away from Rich. His Aatrox is really on point. So by winning 7 votes out of 12, Dynamics got their first win of the day.
Thank you very much, Jisun, for your analyst desk translation as per usual. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 2, and let's see whether there are any more bears on the Rift. I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, that last game was looking unbearable.
It was.
It really,
it was.
definitely
It was a roughie. It was a warm-up. We had a warm-up. Normally, warm-ups are supposed to be easier. It was not easier.
They were
but it was fast.
able to get anything done. And I think that a lot of that was just due to the lane kingdoms happening everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and also, you know, Solo One Prince just didn't have an opportunity to take any objective on the map. It was just your most quintessential lane kingdom snowball into we get everything and you don't get anything.
Yeah.
And losing their early turret mid lane was actually a huge deal. I'm glad that the analyst desk brought that one up because that was just a rotational whoopsie from the members of Solo One Prince, and hopefully they can get themselves onto the same page as Jisun iterated so eloquently for us in her translation.
Well,
this is where it's going to have to start.
I really hope that we get some new creativity down in the bot lane. Last game we had Aphelios versus Ezreal, and that was great to see. I'm hoping that this time around we have Ezreal versus Aphelios.
Yeah, I'm thinking that that's probably going to be the best possible option.
Definitely do.
Currently, by the way, before we were in this game, Rich was 100% win rate on the Aatrox with a 14 KDA, and he just didn't die in the last game, so that win rate's now even higher. So I think that SP, like, there is a pretty good argument to just banning it as their final ban here. Same can be said for Docdom on his Aphelios. He's currently 100% win rate. Aphelios, 0% win rate. Ezreal, he is the quintessential AD carry of the LCK at the moment.
Well, let's take a look here. We definitely need to ban something else like Karma or Wukong.
Yeah, I was thinking Karma or Wukong was definitely what should be banned instead of the big pick. So Solo and Prince are going to first pick Aphelios, and Dynamics are going to run it back with the Ezreal. Oh no! Okay, Dynamics going to ban that one away. And so instead, Solo and Prince can just first pick the Ezreal, and then Dynamics lock in Yuumi Olaf and win from there. As yeah, got to the point
Well-
where LS actually didn't need to say anything because we just knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, I was channeling
Yeah.
the psychic ability to know that Ezreal was indeed coming.
Yep.
I'm actually curious to see what AD carry they're going to try to end up playing against him, or maybe a mage.
Yeah.
That would be nice to see
Or
down in
Yasuo.
bot. Okay, it's going to be Kai'Sa hover. Now, I think this is very early for Kai'Sa to come in. You can wait a little bit longer to see if she gets more value, or opt out of it if the opponents would draft around it, but
It seems very like why not lock in Yuumi Olaf? Why lock in the AD carry that's definitely not going to be banned?
you just don't... Alice, what is your Lange Lat? What is it right now? Because I don't believe it places you on the stage.
It
right
does
behind
not.
us.
I am
So,
very close to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not quite going to be there yet.
not quite your Lange Lat.
That's true. Okay, so I apologize.
Yeah,
I have
not a
the
big-
wrong longitude and latitude, obviously, to ask a question such as that. We are going to get the Yuumi locked in, as we were expecting. And the
And there's
Graves is going to
Graves.
follow up.
Well,
Give me the Nautilus. Give me the Nautilus. Give it to me right now.
no doubt.
Definitely don't know. Oh, okay. This is all right, too. May as well just lock in the champion that you cannot lose on, Rich.
Yeah.
Seems fine. That is what's going to go down here.
So Atrox is locked in. They're probably just going to ban away Alawi. That's what I would assume. Maybe Alawi and Zillion will actually end up getting banned away. Those could be two possible bans, as Ixu is willing to play Zillion versus Atrox. By the way, I actually did not get to mention this in the last cast. So I talked to someone whose father is a linguistic professor.
Okay.
Believe, is that the title? I don't, anyways, both Aatrox and Atrox are acceptable
I mean, I've accepted both of them.
based on English. Yeah, so
I mean, when you come to...
I was having a little bit of a struggle, you know, and I
Yeah,
wanted to
I mean,
wanted to get to the bottom of
There
that.
was someone that was very upset about Atrox. Very upset about it. And there was something that I saw in a Twitter thing that I think they thought I was Valdez or something like that. I don't know. I wasn't casting that day, and there was someone yelling at me about pronouncing Aatrox incorrectly and linked me to a demonstration of how it's supposed to be pronounced. And I personally just don't care. I think Aatrox is probably...
Honestly, I'm personally a very big fan of as his proper pronunciation.
Yeah, I mean, it is. That is there.
That's when both the A's, the TROX, are all silent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a lot of getting used to, and I'm sorry if you couldn't understand because of my accent, but...
I actually think that Zillion would be a great pick for Kuzan. Because Zillion Olaf is a great combo. It's not going to happen. As that could be another support Pantheon.
And it's looking like that actually could be the case, so Pantheon's going to actually be able to follow Kai'Sa on all of her engages.
And set up her engages
Yeah,
as well.
and
with
set
a
up the
targeted
engages.
stun. That's absolutely fantastic. And remember, Kai'Sa's set was a very standard combo on
Yeah.
the bottom side. And I think that Pantheon support is just a better version of set support, without, I guess, the AoE stun of the Facebreaker. Ixu going to go towards a monkey on the top side of the map. And that is Mickey locking away Twisted Fate. So, these are very strong champions.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that at this point Azir would just come in for dynamics. I think that would make a whole lot of sense. This is also a spot for Kassadin. He could even come in. I think both of those are viable options, but no, it's going to be Lissandra.
We've got a lot of AoE happening here.
So, in theory, Twisted Fate should actually annihilate her. So I don't know what is happening there. Also, I'm unsure. I think the matchup also gets a lot worse if Mickey's able to play hybrid TF.
No,
As TF, when Twisted Fate, or when Lissandra was actually in her heyday, a lot of people were trying to use Twisted Fate as an answer, but then they couldn't make it work in the team compositions, even though the Twisted Fate was fine in the lane phase. And that's when Lissandra was very, very strong. and
Yeah.
sort of everywhere. So this is going to be pretty interesting. I'm very excited for the Lissandra sound effects in the game.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's always what we look for.
Nails on a chalkboard.
Yep. Well, I mean, Solo One Prince do have a lot better champions. Whether they're going to work coherently together is going to be the question. Twisted Fate getting around to all of these lanes, though. The lane setup is certainly going to be there. And we'll see whether it's going to be Flawless that's able to own the jungle this time around, because Beyond really was able to dictate the pace in game number 1. And they do have a lot of team fight, a lot of AoE, a lot of lockdown on the side of Team Dynamics. But whether it's actually going to work as the game progresses is going to be the question, because Twisted Fate compositions can snowball very, very quickly.
And, well, this is going to be match number 11, game 2. And honestly, even though I personally like SP's team composition, and I think it does have a lot of modes, I think that Dynamics are still probably going to win, because their teamwork and also just the level of play just seems better.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of tools that Dynamics have going for them. Once Lissandra gets the first reset, Kuzan should be able to just match priority on the lists. And then that can obviously cause problems. I am curious to see Ixu try to win against Rich in Wukong versus Atrox.
Yeah, I'm curious, but not in a good way. You know, it's not the right kind of curious.
That's the worst kind.
Yeah. As Guga and Docdom sitting here in mid lane, seeing whether or not they can pounce on Mickey. As Guga could ward and then immediately stun. As, yep, over the wall, stun does come in. Good night. That is a very comfortable
Pantheon getting it is so big.
Yeah.
Because as soon as he can get to that serrated dirt, his all-in and lethal potential is just so absurd. So him getting the first blood, super massive. Also, Mickey being forced to blow his teleport super early. Now, at 6 minutes, obviously, they'll have access to Spellbook, so not end of the world there. But this is definitely very scary, and I am so excited that we continue to keep seeing support Pantheon.
I think it'll be his 3rd win, and if Guga continues this level of play, 4th win, and also, he's got a player of the game every single time. His hybrid's down to about 100, yes.
And, I mean, this actually means that just at level 2, if Duckdom and Guga do it right, hybrid's just dead.
Yeah,
now,
there's still a flash. Guga still has flash.
이거 빵택 아래쪽으로 가야 얘가 나올 것 같은데? 나온다.
Oh, he's coming back.
나이스! 나이스!
I think Kuzan like that. I think Kuzan like that.
라인 건드렸네.
헤이건.
나이스! 나이스!
이게 너무나.
And, well, I guess that's it for that one. As we come back into live, it doesn't look like Guga and Duckdom are trying to go for lethal. Now, the curious thing here is that they're not going to be able to achieve too much. I'm interested to see if they would just hard shove wave 4 and then recall? No, they're going to ward.
Okay.
Scuttle Crab's coming up, though. They could go and get Scuttle Crab. That would be a thing.
That is definitely a thing. We've got a lot of losses for Graves that we're going to bring up onto your screen right here. Everyone having a go at it. Only 3 junglers so far that have not played the Graves to a loss. It's sort of a rite of passage here in the LCK to lose on Graves. So far, Flawless has not, and so it's now his turn to find a loss on the Graves.
And there it is. There's the Scuttle Crab. Going to end up getting picked up. They're going to give it over to Duckdom. It's going to give him a bit of mana restore.
And this is not a lane that Kai'Sa Pantheon should be winning, right? Like, in my mind, it feels like it definitely should never be Kai'Sa and Pantheon favored in the early game. As Guga just going 1 versus 2, and there's a Void Seeker from Doctor.
Oh!
Well, that was a bad thing.
If it wasn't for that turret shot, that would have been a pretty nice one trade, especially because Guga has the Ignite coming back up soon. Yep. And while Yuumi does have Heal and Exhaust, it would just get very scary. Now, Beyond wins the smite.
Yeah, just wanders in there. Takes away the big Krug, Flawless. Even health with the Olaf right now as the Undertow will slow down the Graves. And Guga's going to rotate over as Mickey's down to a, I don't know, very small amount of health for some reason here in the mid lane.
I'm going to go with 36.723% HP
Yeah, I think it's something
was
like
remaining there. Yeah. And I get it, you know.
That's another smite.
That's
that
another
Beyond
smite.
wins.
Yeah, Beyond is... he's beyond tilted.
That's beyond tilting.
Yeah.
Flawless, anyway. As Guga's standing on a ward with Beyond.
And they're just playing this really slow. And these are the lane states where you can see that you're not achieving anything with the minions. Now, we identify this as Wave A. Wave B is about to arrive. You hard shove it, you crash, you just reset, everything's fine. But let's see what they end up doing. Gugar can just throw a spear through all the minions and help Kaisa.
It looks to me like they wanted to stay in lane to give Beyond a chance to take down this Drake without getting countered or anything like that. Guga's going to rotate over, collect that one. I don't mind it. Just making sure that you can get the early objectives. Second dragon will be the Ocean. Same first two Drakes this time around. We'll see whether it's going to be Mountain Soul or Infernal Soul as we get further into this game. Last time, of course, it was the Infernal Soul, and Dynamics were able to pick that one up. But yeah, Beyond is just completely out-jungling Flawless this whole series.
I mean, it helps a lot that Twisted Fate started the game a little bit late. That affects a lot of dynamics because Mickey comes back to the lane, doesn't have the teleport available. Kuzan maintaining perma-prio, winning the trades, giving Olaf the ability to invade, and then with the trade that happened bot lane at level 1, it's easy for Olaf to play around the map, whereas Flawless, he doesn't have many options. He can't get in top lane. I mean, we have Rich dominating Ixu yet again.
Is this what I think it is?
What do you think it is?
Just holding onto that mini wave
I think
just outside his turret.
Yeah, honestly, you know, pretty nice.
Yeah.
And Flawless, I mean, he's gonna finally ding level 5, but Olaf is just so comfortable right now in this game. Remember, Rich has teleport.
And also has a perfect lane state. I don't think that a Wukong and a Graves are going to be diving this Aatrox at any point. And Olaf is in the perfect position to help out if anything does go wrong. So far, Dynamics continuing their fantastic macro play.
Yeah.
This is something that we saw deteriorate in their series against Afrika, but before that, they did look much better. They were up against KT in their first match, and it was a pretty comfy 2-0 for Dynamics.
And they just seem to be having a lot of good cohesive play. I mean, Lissandra just continuing to do Lissandra things.
Yeah, yelling at the minion wave.
Yep.
Guga finds himself yet another stunt. Conqueror prop very, very early, as is the way of a Pantheon. And avoiding that Mystic Shot means that things are just getting worse and worse here for Hybrid and Secret. And it just... Watching this lane is so strange, LS, because I watch it and I see Kaisa and I see it's the early game, and shouldn't she be getting crushed by Ezreal Yuumi?
The Pantheon's W, the point and click, is sort of like the 2-for-1 because you're landing on the Yuumi host, and then because of Pantheon's E, Yuumi and Ezreal can't reciprocate damage, they have to just disengage. So anytime Pantheon has both W and E up, the trade's always going to go in their favor, and Ezreal's just not strong enough yet to really offer anything. Big trade.
Yeah, there's the ulti. Flash comes out. There's a teleport back. Mickey does have a gold card ready, but that's a flash forward. Ulti comes down. Rich is going to get all of the sweet spots as now Ixu trying to get the damage back. One auto on a Mickey would have done it, but they do not find it. Dynamics remain in control, but they get denied that kill.
Yeah, and a little bit unfortunate for Rich and Kuzan. Rich went a little bit too far backwards as the TP did come in. Ducked on, and Gugar just completely destroying Hybrid and Secret down here in bottom right now.
Yeah, this bottom lane is not going very well at all.
Olaf, yeah, just continuing to power farm, minute and a half until Ocean.
Yep, I do want to go back to what I was talking about, and I guess the fact that everything else happened around the map, it does have flow-on effects to the bottom lane, so Hybrid and Secret can't play as aggressively because you can see Beyond. He's been here for a very long time so far this game. Yep, but still going to be some farm denied. The plate goes down.
Oh. That's interesting, as they didn't commit to it.
Still deny cannon.
Yeah.
The experience, but the gold.
Hybrid and Secret did indeed mess up with their spacing, but Seems like they just didn't want to capitalize on it, and now it's so bizarre. Now they seemingly want to capitalize after Ezreal Yuumi hits 6. So another turret plate goes down. Now remember, Pantheon does have E. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Please, cameraman. How's top lane?
Yeah, I don't know. We can have a look.
All right,
we can have a look.
Mid. Perfect, perfect. Yes.
Wild cards. Not going to be landing onto Kuzan at this moment in time. Guga's at 300 health. And so he's going to have to use that E pretty effectively.
Yeah, they need to get out of this lane immediately. Yeah, Duck Dom's just going to CS this last minion, probably shoot it with W, yep. And I don't know why you would ever recall in that brush. I don't understand why Hybrid wouldn't just Q or... Okay, well, like, whatever, must be nice.
Can we go check out another lane again?
We're in mid lane, Ocean coming up in 18.
I mean, there's been a lot of curious things that have happened in this this game. It started in the draft. Like, the fact that Rich is able to play the Aatrox is curious.
It is indeed. He ended up getting a hold of it on R3. Kuzan ahead in EXP, not sure by how much. You can also see Twisted Fate's passive is a pretty cool ability.
Yeah.
Able to be almost even with Lissandra at this point in time.
But as far as the amount of pressure that is being held onto in this game, certainly not even, as we're going to have exactly the same Drakes. And it looks like they're going to exactly the same team at this point. So far, 6 out of 6 Drakes going over to Dynamics. As Ixu Nimbus strikes forward and is now just going to beat down these minions waiting just outside of turret range.
Well, another wave clear just done, and this is a very ABC bread and butter game that's going on here. We haven't had a lot of kills in the early and mid game between these two teams.
No.
Not a whole lot of action.
It feels like a macro off that SP didn't even know that they were playing. Because it hasn't really been working. Smoke screen comes down. Flawless going to return the favor from earlier. Beyond doesn't want this camp to be denied.
Gugar looking for any sort of a roam, does have the Pantheon ultimate available. And this is one of the cool things about Pantheon's support as well, is he's able to roam into mid lane while having the Grand Skyfall still available to him and able to be with Kai'Sa and bot. So in the event that Ezreal Yuumi would be trying to get a little bit cheeky, he would just be able to make his way back down into bottom. And it really helps with Pantheon's overall pressure on the map. And then because he goes Umbral Glaive as the first item, he has so much vision control, so much threat. Such a good champion. And honestly, Mickey is, I think he's about to get set back to Disney World.
Yeah, that's happening as in goes Doctor. Mickey's very, very dead. Guga takes away the kill, but that's okay, as he's going to give him the thumbs up. And Flawless walks on in and just clears out the minion wave. We've got a red buff coming up in a couple of seconds' time on the side of SP. That could be gathered by Beyond, but Guga's going to be the one lying in wait. As we're having a look at possibly a Ghostblade start or a Duskblade here for Doctor. I'm not sure what the go-to Kai'Sa build is at the moment. She can make use of a lot of things, but this is not exactly what I was expecting.
Yeah, this is an interesting Kai'Sa build. I have not seen this before.
Well, let's see whether it works out as Ixu pops his second Cyclone. So Rich is very happy in this matchup so far. Flawless comes in, but way too late. And we've got to dive, so we're going to go for it. There's the gold card. Ixu gets in and will be able to take down the Aatrox, but not without losing a large portion of his health bar and control everywhere else on the map.
This actually costs them minion wave in mid. It's going to cost them several turret plates. They're losing pressure on the other side. Now, they're going to get a lot of turret plates up in top lane, which I suppose is a benefit. Rich has been doing really good, obviously, though, in the CS department. He's still ahead of Wukong through all of this. And
this turret's dead.
Yeah, this turret. All right, that's another turret plate. And also another minion wave. So, just in terms of minions that TF lost, it was a kill.
Yeah,
Two turret plates, another kill. Yes, they got turret plates, they got CS up in top lane, but honestly, the damage is just done elsewhere.
It's a 2-for-1 special. Yes, they did manage to get the kill, so I guess that evens that out, but the CS is going to make up for that one, and the turret plates are just icing on top. It's 100% a one trade for Dynamics. So we're going to have a look at this dive onto Mickey once again.
And Mickey, I mean, it was one of the most simple kills that we've seen here in the LCK. Thumbs up just for good measure. Replay comes in here. And World Ender cast by Rich. Second activation of Wukong's ultimate ability. And then Twisted Fate comes in here, Destiny Gate. Flawless ends up tanking up the turret, and a pretty easy kill onto Rich, but at what cost, one might ask, as, okay, he's honestly, at this point, he's getting bullied.
Yep, Cougar is going to deny a lot of that turret damage, though, as well. Ender should keep Rich alive. Mickey taking so much damage there in the mid lane. You have to keep your mind on those frozen trolls. If one of these kills does go down in favor of Dynamics, it's going to work, but here goes Ixu. He is going to pop the decoy, and this is a lot of work being done by SP. True Shot Barrage is going to be denied by Kuzan at the very end, but Solo One Prince do bite back.
Yeah. And Hybrid getting a kill, very big. Oh!
Flawless going to survive for the moment. Now, Dr. you are very, very dead, my friend. Wild cards even land, and Hybrid's going to get yet another one. 2-0-0 now on the Ezreal.
So,
is this the game that Hybrid carries?
Well, this might be the game. I mean, things are getting set up for him to do so, and honestly, Dynamics, they just really threw away a lot of edges, and also, it was right before the Infernal Dragon was coming up, so a very surprising series of events. They try to dive Mickey, and long did they wait, but they got debated in the very end by the stopwatch. Really cool.
In the meantime, Hybrid is just getting jumped on by Guga. And Mickey is dead, guys. I'm not sure what he was doing there. It looked heroic. It was a mistake.
He thought it was a new ride at Disneyland. You leave him alone. I
mean, is Disneyland even open? I don't think it is. I think it's closed. But maybe that he was looking for a ride at Disneyland as well. He's going to look to steal away the Drake and does so. It takes 2 kills, but they still at least deny Soul Point for another 5 minutes, and that might be important.
Well, that is super big, actually. That would have been a super early Soul Point.
Yeah.
One of the earliest ones that we've ever had. As, okay, well, honestly, I mean, if that, yeah. All right, well, the Bahamas, yeah. As now Dynamics might just look to start the Rift Herald again, huh? This is abuse at this point.
Yeah,
I honestly, I can't believe they're doing this to Mickey Mouse over here.
Yeah.
They're really just trying to send a message here, and honestly, I'm not liking it.
Neither am I.
As, yeah, the Zoomies pretty good.
Yep, Hybrid turning up at exactly the right time is certainly good news as well, as Killer Instinct was then used to the detriment of the Kai'Sa.
I mean, I have no idea what he's doing there. And honestly, I mean, if Disneyland wasn't closed, it is now with that kind of gameplay. Infernal did end up getting stolen away by Hybrid. He was able to make the steal.
Yep. Flawless got in there with the Smiter, you know, as he will also take away Grumpelstiltskin.
Yeah.
Are we okay with Grumptilda as being the other one, the replacement for Bertha?
Oh no, they're both Lord Grompulus.
Oh really?
Ribbiton of Croaksworth, yes.
Ribbiton of Croaksworth.
Yeah. Lord Grompulus.
I like Grumptilda though. It's the Banjo-Kazooie shout out.
He's actually in both places at once.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is actually.
Is he just vibrating between both places?
Yeah.
So what happens when one of them's alive and one of them's dead? Does that mean that he's vibrating between the Death Realm and his current position?
Not actually dead.
Oh.
One of those.
Oh yeah, because he pops out of the little hole.
Yeah. Well, he pays off some journalists and some reporters and stuff. You know, he does one of those things. Not a big deal.
All right. Well, that's some control wards in that, bro.
Yep.
Hybrid will take the red buff. 2.5 minutes until this confirmed break, but it doesn't really matter. We're still going to fight around this area as Beyond. Spotted out. Final chapter is pretty good. Stops Rich from getting in there, but in goes the Pantheon. Ixu trying to make this fight work, but he's going to have to get out of there with the decoy very, very early. Dynamics will regain control. Rich down relatively low here towards the bottom side of the map, but should be able to use his Death Dance to get that health bar back up again. And there it is. No, it doesn't actually have it. So he's gone for the Black Cleaver as his first item this time around, wanting to maximize the CDR.
So the thing I like about Aatrox's Black Cleaver in this game, or well, I can also say that I dislike Duckdom's lethality that he has with the Dirk, but the Black Cleaver is actually very good for helping, I guess, the Kai'Sa and the Pantheon.
Yeah.
So There is some value there. And these fights are absolutely going to be bloody because Lissandra is going to want to get her passives off in these team fights. 1.5 minutes until the next Infernal Dragon, and really this could have been the second Infernal Soul of the night for Dynamics in a back-to-back. Which, I mean, I don't even know the odds of that. As Mickey, he's going to come over here, he's going to take unnecessary damage. I mean, it's not the end of the world. He's going to be fine. You leave him alone, Atlas. I know what you're thinking.
I didn't say anything.
All right, well.
I was looking at the gold values and looking at the fact that Guga is close to 2,000 gold ahead of Secret. Which is,
yeah, Ionian Boots and Executioners.
And an Umbral Glaive. It's doing very, very well.
Yeah.
I still don't understand the serrated Dirk, though. I was thinking about it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it helps with the early game, right? But Hybrid's going to be building armor.
Yeah, that's the other weird thing. And then also Graves with his grit.
Yeah.
I don't... Not a good look. Not a good look here.
It's a strange one. But that's fine.
Is it fine?
Well, he's also going AP cut.
Now he's going AP. What is going on?
Well, AP, I guess, is going on. Maybe he just thought he was a different champion for a second. He was like, well, I got a Dirk here. That's fine. Okay. And he does have one.
He does, actually. That is a fact.
Yeah, and he's ahead in farm. You leave him alone, LS.
All right, I'm sorry.
Wallace pops on over, gets control ward, gets some bad news about the amount of friends he has over there.
Graveskin looks like it's on a Halo.
It does, actually.
Right?
Or what's that other game? The Xbox one. Gears of War.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, Gears of War.
Yes, very astute analysis of the situation here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And actually, in the original Graves, before he got the visual update, it looked very Gears of War there as well. As all like Doom guys, Rich is going to be taken down to about half health. Doesn't care too much about it because he is, of course, the Aatrox.
Oh.
Having a look at the item comparisons between Hybrid and Doctor. I hope that the Korean commentators are also getting confused about what's going on there. The port back is not going to be broken here, and Rich is going to go back home. Teleport at the ready and get himself in position.
Okay. Frontal teleport.
Okay. Oh, he was thinking about running straight into that.
Yeah, that was very strange. And I don't know if he's going to ping a level up. Doesn't look like it. And this is scary. This is all about Hybrid on the Ezreal with the Yuumi. He needs to soften them all up. They do get the Scuttle Crab. Smokescreen wasted, actually.
There's a lot of value. I mean, hit 4 people.
Oh, okay.
That ain't bad, as Rich is going to do a lot of damage there. Sorry, take a lot of damage there as in goes Ixu. There's the flash into the Cyclone as Kuzan keeps himself alive with his stopwatch now. Self-ultimate just to buy space and flashes his way out. But that's not really going to help you get a Drake, nor will it help you stay alive, but Kuzan does. For the meantime, Mickey also going golden as in goes Doctarm right into the middle of the fight. And there are such low health bars, but no one's died just yet. Finally, Beyond will fall down, but the Dragon is going to eat up Guga in the end, and it is a victory for Sole One Prince.
And that is a super big victory for them. That's going to net them the second Infernal Dragon, I believe, as well. And all of a sudden, the game has really turned on its head off of that Graves Dragon steal. They've now managed to restabilize.
And I mean, this should have been only the first Drake going over to Sole One Prince, but thankfully for Flawless, he was able to steal that one away. Are we going to see our first Graves win for 2020 Summer?
Well, this could definitely be it. Rich did not have Death's Dance available. Let's take a look at this one more time. Rich comboing on Hybrid, but he just arcane shifts over the wall, and then Rich loses all of his HP. Duckdom even getting tagged by that true shot barrage, and Ixu getting so much value. Guga gets out of the team fight. Kuzan flashing away, gets tagged by a gold card. They go back in on Kuzan, and honestly, they got super unlucky there. I'm just going to be...
Yeah.
So, in this team fight, so close. Ixu almost ended up going down. Everyone on Sole One Prince losing so many summoners, but the Dragon came back to bite Pantheon, honestly.
Really did. And in fact, Pantheon was looking to try and deny damage from the team of Sole One Prince. Didn't know that the Dragon was very angry at him as well, so a little bit unfortunate for him. Doctarm has built up his Nashor's Tooth. He's looking for his Ginsu's Rage Blade. And I guess the you can sort of make some sense out of the Serrated Dirk by getting the evolution on your Q, utilizing that one.
Yeah.
Probably didn't have enough AD from just the Essence Reaver, so didn't want to rely on getting towards a pickaxe to put towards a Rage Blade earlier. Although, he could have just done that instead. We'll see.
Well, 3.5 minutes until the next Infernal Dragon comes up. This is still a game, but I would say that SP are now probably favored. All things considered, Lissandra is stuck right now. This is the thing that happens to mages a lot, especially when they have to build utility items.
Well, Rich could be in trouble here as the Destiny does come down. In goes Mickey. And that is going to be good night, Aatrox. After a little while, as of course he's able to keep himself up for quite some time, Dynamics are deciding that let's just take a Baron, as there is a TF without teleport or Destiny on the bottom side of the map. Kuzan, though, getting chased down by Hybrid, landing all of the Qs.
Oh, it's a mess. It's
now Guga.
It's a mess. Go next.
Where are we going? Kuzan, he's going to find the support here, and he should fall down. Mickey's going to come in. Will have a gold card available, but he won't need it as Ixu just solo kills the Pantheon. Don't know why he decided to go there.
Now, there is a Blast Cone. So SP is going to want to make sure that at the very least they kill it, so they don't lose like Fnatic did. All right, already taking more protective measures once upon a time.
I like it. Beyondis doesn't have his flash, so of course can't actually get into that bit as True Shot Barrage going to find no one. Kuzan is over the wall. He does have the claw as it is going to be taken there by Mickey, and Beyond is going to die as well. Just as a buy one, get one free. And I don't know what happened to Dynamics. Do they still have their headsets on? They do? I can't confirm, but something is certainly off.
And honestly, it was that one team fight in mid where they tried to dive Mickey, and then botching that, and then getting the Infernal Dragon stolen right in front of their face. Very tilting. And you can see Rich down here. He's trying to shove in the minion waves, just trying to crash it. And that is pretty much all that she wrote.
Yeah.
As Guger, he was trying to join the fray, not quite able to.
It's a great bounce back from Ixu, though, you have to say. After a pretty forgettable performance on the volley bay, he's been able to find the flanks that he needs. Now with Death Dance and his Trinity Force 4-0 and 3. He's the one that this team are getting behind. He's going to take this tower on the bottom side. Baron buff working out for them so far. Dynamics, of course, not out of it yet. It's only 3,000 gold, and there is still a dragon or two to be had, but these Infernal Drakes are starting to stack, and there is a lot of damage on Solo One Prince's side. Like, they utilize this dragon very, very effectively.
Yeah. And in 40 seconds, there's going to be another Infernal Dragon.
Yeah. Rich, not sure whether I would have made that decision. But he's going to be told that that is a bad idea very quickly. Guga going to dive on forward, but going to have to mitigate a lot more damage than that as Ixu. Cyclone, second application, I think still available. No, not going to be able to use it just yet as Mickey's splashed on in. Whoa! Goodbye, Team Dynamics. As Kuzan does ult himself, but he's in amongst all of the enemies. And that is going to be very close to an ace as Guga, the only one left standing. And this may just be the end of the game at 27 minutes. As that is a clapback from Sole One up against Dynamics. Assuming they're actually going to be able to take this one down.
Yeah,
he has teleport, so it looks like he's just trying to use it to keep minions alive.
Wow, it's going to be another fast game number 2.
Anything you can do, I can do better, as it is going to be a 28-minute win on Solo One Prince's side. And you have to say, that's a throw.
That was a very big throw from Dynamics, as, well, the Wukong ultimate at that team fight was super valuable, and it really did just turn the game around completely. I think I have to give Ixu the MVP just off of that alone.
Yeah, I think
but
so too.
Hybrid, I mean, Hybrid I think is another easy contender. I don't think Flawless can get it just because he stole the Infernal. I don't think that really meets the criteria.
No, I think Ixu deserves it beyond anyone else. I think it's pretty obvious. This time around, I think Ixu and Flawless probably to share a few, because Flawless deserves it just for being able to win on Graves. It seemed like a very difficult thing here in the LCK. So finally, that curse has been broken And it also means that we get the pleasure of a third game as well to try and break this tie. And I want to see whether Dynamics can actually find themselves again after a loss, because we saw against Afrika that they just straight up weren't able to. Couldn't get themselves back together, wasn't working. And so now these gentlemen on your screen are really going to have to figure it out. And it's surprising because Rich had his Aatrox, things were looking good, but Aatrox is still Aatrox as it turns out. And it felt like the Wukong just had so much more value, as you can see, even on damage with an Ezreal, and that is a big deal for a Wukong.
And I mean, he ended up doing almost top damage in the game. Aatrox not able to do a whole lot for Rich this time around.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, it was that one very wonky team fight where they really started to just lose control of the game, and then they never were able to regain control of it.
Yep. It was to do with that dragon being stolen away, and I actually think that from that point onwards, the ball was entirely in the court of Solo and Prince.
Yep.
And there was that odd attempt at the Baron when they saw the Aatrox fall down on the bottom side. Didn't work out. I think Hybrid actually played that one very well. I'm glad that you illustrated that Hybrid was very valuable, but it wasn't until the mid to late game, until after the main big plays actually happened. And Ixu set up a lot of those with his Flash, Nimbus Strike, Cyclones, and of course Flawless with that Smite. So we'll see whether they're going to be able to ride that one. Of course, Solo and Prince, they're a tenacious team. Let's see whether they can be tenacious in game number 3.
리산 왔어.
아 보자 이거.
봐봐. 나이스.
야 나 이거 한턴 더 이니시 내가 이거
대박. 아
이겼어.
연준아.
나 벌어.
가봐.
자 오케이 가볼게. 나 갈게.
그렇지.
나 이거 잡을게. 게임 끝낼 생각해봐.
나이스.
괜찮아. 홀리 씨.
이거야 얘들아. 이거야. 진짜 50 맞잖아.
그래 맞. 내가 진짜 너무 긴장돼가지고.
긴장하지 마. 이제 마그마 한번 노래 불러.
마그마. 좋다.
그래 노래 불러. 편하게. 왜 이렇게 긴장했어?
긴장이 너무 돼.
자기야 긴장하지 마. 진짜 잘했다. 한 번만 더 이기자. 한방 가면 이겨준다 했잖아. 긴장하지 마. 한번 더 이길 수 없어. 가자. 화이팅.
파이팅.
진짜 한 번에 못 잡았는데 에포트 계속 때리고 에포트 자 원래 포화 어머나 실패
쫓아가자.
캐리어가 왔는데 와 진짜 캐리어가 나다 죽이고 있어 더블킬
심지어 카사딘이 뭐 도움을 많이 주는 것도 아닌데.
아 까볼게.
이거
아까 말했던
위험한데?
솔킬 내는 솔
아 6레벨 너무 빨리 됐다 얘. 죽은데?
너구리 50이 요즘 솔킬 진짜
탑 다운했죠.
되거든요 너구리가 기다려서 6렙은 됐는데
너무 늦게 됐어.
이기만 해.
W풀 한번 돌리면서 반대로 내가 반대로
와. 아
모델
아깝다.
높에.
데프트 방향으로 클리드가 내려갑니다.
다이브 각을 보는데 그러니까 스페가 슬쩍 한번 내려오긴 하거든요. 스페가 내려오고 있긴 해요.
이거를 속박하면서 뒤쪽으로 빠지는데요, 데프트. 하나 더. 다시가지. 버텼어요. 데프트가 된다. 역습 다 죽어요. 아니 저게 왜안 죽어? 3대0.
사실 선택지가 많아요. 테디가 또 밀어내면. 근데
그렇죠.
하나생명은 드래곤 포기하고 그냥 여기 밀겠다는 건데.
그러면 어디까지 갈 수 있을지 용은
가야 될것
챙겼고요.
그렇습니다. 지금 선택지가 많은 하나생명이
귀환을 막아라.
게임
아니
끝내겠다.
귀환을 막아라.
아니
귀환을 어디까지 막을 수
시리얼이
있죠?
가긴 갔어요.
네.
아 이게 그래서 좀 가야 될 것 같은데요.
자, 상상기가 날렸고요.
시리얼이 이겼어요. 시리얼이 있으면 일단.
그래도 상대 타고 내 상대 잡다. 내 파이버. 자 밀어내고 내 상대 잡다. 제재.
야 게임 끝내도 되겠는데 이거? 야 끝내볼래 이거? 내가 막아볼게 얘들아.
밀어냈고요 쌤을. 와 얘는 다인고. 다시 돌고. 이걸 잘 막았네. 아지르가 이제 아지르가. 바다 영혼. 오션 드링크.
바다 영혼.
야 진짜.
아 이제 잡았어. 이제 잡았어.
we're back after Dynamics versus Soreon Prince, game number 2. Yeah, Ixu said in the mic check that he was so nervous. So what's your take on the game number 2 draft? Soreon Prince, they had better balance with their comp, even though Ezreal and Graves, they were very low in terms of win rate, but well, they had a really good synergy and well-balanced comp, and Wukong itself is a very good, maybe an OP champion. But Dynamics, they were the team that always had the well-balanced comp, but this time around, they kind of put in Pantheon, which kind of requires a lot of win conditions. They had to keep feeding those Kai'Sa, Pantheon, the bot comp, a lot of kills for them to kind of roll throughout the game, but they weren't able to pull it off during this game. And we can hear from the mic check that Mickey said, I told you Wukong was the answer to Ixu and his teammates, and well, yeah, that was well and truly the answer for Soreon Prince in game number 2. Dynamics, they did have a control in early game, but we had a very kind of a little bit of a mistake in this skirmish. So Dynamics players, they were focusing on Twisted Fate, but if they instead focus on the mid-tier 1 turret, maybe they could just raise the turret and Wukong would have failed his TP. But because they had been wasting a lot of time on Twisted Fate with this stopwatch, well, Wukong could get his teleport off, and with this cover from all the other champions, they were able to turn the fight around. So Dynamics was the one that demanded a lot of skirmish wins and fight wins to kind of snowball throughout the game, but it was Soreon Prince that fighted better than them. And when Graves was taking the Herald, Dynamics was looking for a bot dive attempts, but they couldn't really pull it off. So all throughout the game, they were very indecisive and wasting quite a lot of time. And also in the last fight, they were feeling the pressure of Dragon Soul. So it was a good news for Soreon Prince that they were able to steal it away to kind of let the burdens away from their shoulder. And let's move on to the Dragon team fight. So they were just keep saying 5v5 over this Dragon pit, but Soreon Prince was the one that capitalized on their synergy better than the opponent. Ixu going in, blending a lot of knockoff with his ults, and their synergy for teamfight was way better than that of Dynamics. Dynamics, they did take a very early game focus comp, so they should have maybe made a lot of points in the earlier phase of the game, but in the later phase and every team fight, it was kind of a natural result to see. So Soreon to have had a lot of better edge for fights. So maybe Dynamics, they actually should just pull the Soreon Prince players to around the Dragon, giving them the pressure of the soul points. But this game, we were able to see Ezreal and Yuumi having a lot of power level. Soreon evened out the series with this game win, and let's check out who the player of the game for game number 2. It's Ixu who overcame the pressure. Yeah, he keep saying that he was so nervous all throughout the game at the end of this game, the mic check. And also Mickey replied that Wukong is the answer. Wukong was right, so I mean, Ixu did pull it off really well. The way he piloted this champion was on point. Well, Victoria called him the shy of LCK because Ixu always pulls off some of the off-meta champions, but this time around he went to a very go-to champion, a very well-known OP champion in the current meta, and he really showed up why Wukong is the OP character right now. This contribution during the team fights is on another level compared to other top lane pits. And and we could feel that Iksu was feeling a lot of pressure and a little bit feeling small, but I just want him to kind of come back and kind of pull off the play that he used to do in the earlier splits. Iksu almost an unanimous POG for game number 2, so let's check out who will be the winner for this series, Dynamics versus Sorewan.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the Analyst Desk translation. Once again, I don't know who that lone Mickey voter was, but that was silly. That was silly. That should have been a unanimous vote. For Iksu, he played very, very well, and bouncing back after a difficult one is tough, as is bouncing back after the ability to speak has been severely damaged. Are you doing okay?
I'm doing okay right now. We're gonna make it through this one.
Yeah, we are. So LS is having a few issues. He had laser hair removal recently, and we think that maybe there's a bit of a side effect. His face is going a little bit numb, and that is causing his tongue to not necessarily work. So we're going to do what we can for this last game, but it's okay. Brendan, the Valdanalist Valdez, is coming in to save the day for the last series, and we're going to hope that LS can make his face work, because you're going to need to use that, my dude.
We're gonna, We'll see what this pick ban has in store for us as Dynamics. We'll see if they elect to just allow Ezreal and Aphelios through again.
Well, Twisted Fate is once again going to be the first ban, as it was in game number 1, followed up by the Varus. And the Yuumi this time is going to be taken away. So we're not going to have to worry about the Yuumi ping pong. There were some question marks on why the heck Olaf Yuumi wasn't the pick when the Kai'Sa was locked in game 2. But that is not going to happen this time around, because Yuumi is not going to be available to be picked. Senna and Varus both gone, and that's exactly what happened in game number 1. Now, Dynamics, do they want to keep the Trundle ban, or do they want to keep the Elise ban? Is the question, and they're going to keep the Trundle.
Yeah. And we'll see if Ezreal or Aphelios gets let through.
Could be just the Aphelios ban.
Yeah.
As FaZe, now Doctarm, is very good at the champion. And you just may as well not run the do-si-do. But they're going to anyway, because Karma seems to be a little bit too high priority, as Aphelios is going to easily be first picked once again. And the only ban is the fact that Elise is now up. That's the only difference.
Now this could probably mean that Ezreal comes in here. For SP.
And it might also mean that Iksu is not this time going to be picking something like a Wukong, as there's the Kalista, which also snuck through the entire draft in the first game. It was banned in the second one, but is now going to be locked in. See whether this is just going to be bottom lane taken away. They could also take the Nautilus away from the Aphelios, so 200 years under the sea isn't going to be a thing. Works quite well with the Kalista, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see if they just pair it with one of Kalista's common supports. This could also be Kalista top or mid, although that is way less common. The Rek'Sai getting picked up is very confusing.
Yeah.
Because it's running right into the Aphelios, it's what he enjoys.
It might be the, attempting to go for that Zoe Rek'Sai combo. But they may as well have just locked in Zoe Rek'Sai if that's what they were thinking. Maybe not wanting to play that one face up as set. Seen a lot of bans, not so much in this series, and will now be locked away. Very flexible, so it could be beyond playing that one in the jungle. That's where we've seen it mostly here in the LCK. And now Kuzan, biting on his finger. He's trying to figure out exactly what he wants to pick up for one of his players here, and it looks like it's not going to be set in the jungle. It's going to be Olaf again.
This is very surprising because Graves is so good against Kalista and against Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Just such a good jungle dynamic. And very surprised not to just see that picked up for him, but he elects for the Olaf. And now it looks like SP, they want to just pair Kalista with the Taric. Nope, it's going to be the Thresh.
All right, Kalista Taric very strong, but Thresh is going to offer a little bit more, I guess, safety to the Kalista, being able to utilize the Lantern to get her out of a sticky situation. don't mind it. But actually, come to think of it, if Flawless had locked in the Olaf, Tarek would have been amazing. And that comp would have looked really good. But now we've got a bit of wonkiness, mostly because Rek'Sai was picked, and on the other side, Olaf being picked without any sort of synergies, especially with the Yuumi and the Karma both being banned. But speaking of bans, Zoe going to be taken away from Kuzan, and there is the Alawi ban up against Ixu as per usual. I'd imagine that Alawi and Wukong to be banned away here, as there's the Aatrox ban, finally. Do get to see that one.
Well, we'll see what comes in now on R4.
Yeah, Hybrid waiting for his chance to pick, but this final ban still needs to come in. 5 seconds. Just find that Wukong button. Nope, it's going to be LeBlanc. So Wukong can just be picked away by Ixu now if he would like to. But he's not going to do that because Ornn seems to be the decision. With Trundle ban, does make some sense.
Well, Ornn coming in is interesting because even if they try to hard engage onto Dynamics, Aphelios is there.
Yeah.
Set is also going to have fun with this, and they're all short range, they're all hard engage. This is literally the exact thing I tweeted about yesterday, where
And
you don't draft like this into Aphelios, and now Volibear has a very good matchup against Ornn.
Well, we'll see whether Rich is put in the practice as well. This is actually really interesting because we know Rich is not necessarily being a pivot top laner, likes his champions, and Kuzan is going to take the Birdman into the mid lane. So will be set support confirmed, unless it's Olaf support, which I highly doubt. And now Mickey's hovering Zed just to troll everyone.
or maybe,
And instead it's going to be Corki Azir.
well, when we can't get Ezreal Aphelios, we can get Corki Azir.
Yep.
Know how excited you are.
We need one of them. We need one of them, absolutely. As looking pretty standard here on Solo and Prince's side. Scaling options in the Corki and the Ornn. Some mid-game power with the Rek'Sai and the Kalista. And some teamfight strength here as well. We'll see how it's going to work out. Dynamics, though, they are getting excited. This is more of a fun comp with the Volibear up there towards the top side, trying to run that lane kingdom into the Ornn. And Beyond did have a very good early game, despite what happened. We'll see whether he's going to be able to do that again up against Flawless here on his Rek'Sai. Flawless, of course, a very notable Rek'Sai player, but I think every jungler in every league is a notable Rek'Sai player. Seems to be the thing, but Flawless does play a heck of a lot of it.
And I think that Dynamics' team composition, I think it's just a lot more well-rounded. And their champions are all answering what the opponents are trying to do, which was sort of unintentional, as the enemy team just drafted right into what they were drafting without almost any care in the world. So this game is mostly going to be evaluated on, can SP manage to get very far ahead in the first 15 minutes? And if they can't, I don't see how they ever realistically beat 200 years.
Yeah, could certainly be rough. But Hybrid and Secret do have a powerful bottom lane duo. The Kalista versus the Aphelios is a different story than the Ezreal versus Aphelios situation. So let's see how it goes as we hop on the Rift for game number 3. And see whether LS's voice is going to hold out. Just to reiterate, guys, LS struggling a little bit with his face turning off. It's slowly shutting down as we go on, and it might be a side effect from surgery earlier in the week.
Yeah, I had it about 55 hours ago.
Right.
And honestly, I streamed since then twice, and I didn't have this problem, and I don't know what... They told me it could be 5 to 6 days. I could experience side effects with numbness.
Okay.
But this is definitely awkward, so bear with me. Everything else is fine.
Yep. It's just going to sound a little bit like his tongue's double the size than it normally is. And that's okay.
Maybe my tongue's freezing.
Someone has to here in the LCK.
Still got my humor.
Yep, there we
Take a
go.
look at it. Take a look at that butt.
Yeah. It's all right. Corgi will always manage to make it okay. As it's the animal matchup, and theoretically, a dog versus a bird should probably be in the dog's favor. As we're going to see the bottom laners meet up. As Guga takes a fair bit of damage there. Bone plating helping him out. Just momentarily.
Alright, well, that ward not going to end up being spotted. Beyond and Rich going for an invade onto the red. And you can see Flawless, he's going to start on the Wolves. And wow, okay.
Early exhaust comes in. The Ren slows Guga down. He's down to 100 health. Might have been able to get an extra Ren stack in there, but Hybrid just wanted to make sure he can confirm the trade. As Guga walks into lane, but it looks like we're going to have the Aphelios missing out on all of the experience from these melee minions. And in fact, Guga zoned away from the last one there as well, I believe. It would have been very close.
Well, they do get the exhaust, so it will help with some of the kill pressure that they can maybe have. Flawless just going to go for a full blue side clear, and I really like what Beyond's doing. He steals away Rek'Sai's red side, moves immediately into his own jungle, and even though Secret and Hybrid get some pressure early, you can see Corki shoved under immediately. This is a nightmare situation for the Rek'Sai, because he can't really do anything other than pray and hope that something just goes completely awry. Now, this is in solo queue where you start question mark pinging your jungler, as you have to wonder what is really going on. I mean, if Flawless moves over here, Gugar's here too.
Yeah, he's going to flash in. That's the two-man face breaker. Nice play from Secret, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Flawless does get into his tunnel. The flash in from beyond, though. In goes Kuzan to try and lock him down, but that is going to be the flash. And now it's Dynamics that are in an awkward spot. Another play is very, very good as Hybrid doesn't quite find the Ren damage, but there it is. Corki grabs that first blood. There's a big bear in amongst this fight now as Rich does have a couple of stacks, and that is going to be the second kill going over to Dynamics this time. Make that 3 kills for the fight as the last one is taken by 200 years. See what I did there? Almost messed that one up, but that was okay as Mickey almost taken down to about half health.
A lot of this is a byproduct of the fact that Flawless's opening jungle route is really, really prone to this opening route by Beyond. And I really like what he did. The only other option for Flawless would be to accept that he's really far behind, try to go straight to his golems, and then play around that. But at that point, Dynamics are basically playing with map hacks against you because you have limited options. And so now, Dynamics are just going to be so far ahead. Flawless is going to be spotted out again. They know his CS count. Oh, and Beyond doesn't have Smite.
Yep. And Beyond is going to pick up his axe here as Ixu's going to do his best. He'll break the brittle. Not sure whether he's going to be able to burst it, and he's not. So no smite required, and now Undertow's going to land on the Ixu as in comes the bear. Sky Splitter not going to be able to get any sort of slow. But look at this lane state. And I think, you know, you were talking about freezing. Well, Rich just denies a cannon creep and still holds this
honestly,
anyway.
I might be contagious.
Oh, this is extraordinary. This is the sacrifice that you needed to make.
Oh, man.
Your whole face had to stop working to convince people in the LCK that freezing was the right idea. As Rich's passive is going to make it a little bit difficult to hold on to this minion wave exactly where it is, but it's still just going to be really, really rough for Ixu.
Well,
yeah.
Finally manages to get the wave in, but honestly, the top lane matchup is very doomed right now. Interestingly, Rich is going for Kindle Gem first. I wonder if he's just going to go Spirit Visage.
I'd like it. It might buff up his W to Kingslayer levels. Get that extra healing back in. I also don't mind having a bit of early cooldown reduction as well on the Volibear, so who knows? Maybe his revolver of choice item is going to be Proto Belt. What about Proto Bear? You ready for Proto Bear?
Oh no. Oh no.
And I mean, this is a good start by Dynamics. And they were able to follow it through.
Yeah. And just a lot of chaos unfolding in this fight. You can see Secret flashing away, going for a hook, only landed on Cougar. And Volibear coming down here with that lightning. Actually, Hybrid managing to hop over the wall, but couldn't really do anything against Duck Dom, eventually getting the kill. And really, the jungle start is really unfortunate for Flawless. It's very hard to play as laners too when this is happening. because you're really just left on your own.
The other really unfortunate thing is that Hybrid and Secret are lane kingdoming like crazy at the moment. They are smashing the Aphelios, but it just doesn't matter. Like, look at the jungle. It's a disaster. Flawless starting up the Dragon now, trying to utilize this bot side pressure that they do have. But otherwise, I mean, their top lane is on fire. It's literally double the CS right now, and Rich is just solo zoning Ixu out of all of the farm that he'd want to. So Cloud Drake goes over to Solo One Prince, but who cares? It's Cloud Drake.
Yeah. And now Mountain's going to come up second. 7 minutes into the game, so very early Dragon capture.
Yep.
And Beyond, meanwhile, stealing away. And like you said, it's only Cloud Dragon. So not the end of the world for anything. And take a look at the top lane CS deficit here.
Oh my god, and mid lane as well. Kukan is smashing Mickey.
Lane kingdoms going on everywhere. Now meanwhile, down in bot, Hybrid.
Oh, that's a great hook. But Secret not going to follow up. They're reading the map here.
Oh!
He's going to pop himself out. Oh my god, the Sky Splitter coming on down. Gets himself the shield, and Rich just wanders away. This is what we wanted to see out of the Volley Bear. Wanted to see some rage, you know, some lightning. And Rich is going to demonstrate it for us.
Top lane is just so over. And Ixu really losing to Shopkeeper here too. Has the bombies first, so we spend 900 gold for 50 extra HP. A little bit of burn damage that he can't really utilize.
Yeah.
And it's not going to do a whole bunch. I'm very interested to see what Rich is going to be purchasing.
It was a tear for a second.
Yeah, I don't know where this build is going. It looks like he's going into Trinity Force now.
Yeah, could be. You've already told us, not exactly a huge fan of that one. As the Stormbringer stopped any issues with the turret.
Honestly, when that Volibear skin looks like the monster from the village.
Yeah, I know.
You ever see that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And actually, when you see the monsters...
If it had a yellow chroma.
Yeah, it would actually be exactly that. I actually liked the village before you saw whether there were any bad guys at all. It was a great movie.
Yep. Yep. One of the last really good ones that he made.
So too. Okay, Rich is going to hold on to the minion wave once again. And Ixu will once again be behind half the CS of the Volley Bear. I think that Ixu just forgot to have his armor on. And now we're seeing what an Armored Bear can do. I keep making a lot of his Dark Materials references. It's my favorite series of all time. And it does have Armored Bears in it. If you guys want to, there was a series recently remade after The Golden Compass was so terrible as a movie. But the new series is actually quite good. James McAvoy, very talented.
And it seems here that bot lane is the one hope that SP can maybe have in this game. 2 minutes until Mountain comes up, and the Volley Bear is just going to be completely out of control. It seems like Ixu knows the jungler's up here. Rift Herald is going to take all the plates. I think the Ixu's dead.
Yeah. He's either dead or he's like just going to keep losing horrendously large amounts of farm.
I thought they were going to go on him.
Maybe it's like a gentleman's agreement. It's like, stop it, he's already dead type situation. Because it's what it's sort of feeling like here. As I don't think you're even allowed to say something like, don't worry guys, we've got the late game. Because this is starting to really accelerate. Cougar, nice cue to get out of the way of the hook. As Solo One Prince, at least they have bottom lane, right?
Well, at least they do have that. That is going to be the only hope they can rely on. Kalista is going to need to pop off in the team fights, but it's going to be really hard to do that with Volibear jumping on you, trying to slow you, and then also just having an Udyr stun in his kit. Pretty nice.
He does. The Udyr stun definitely better than the Swain Q, as someone spoke about on Reddit. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. But you know, Sky Splitter looks terrible when your Volibear is extraordinarily far behind. Maybe it's going to look better now because Swing Q doesn't give you a shield. Sky Splitter does. So there you go. That's my defense.
True.
For Rich's E.
Oh,
and now
gonna be a
he's
big trade.
Yeah, running at him yet again. Tries to get his way out with the Searing Charge. The exhaust going to be utilized. And Ixu now realizing that he has absolutely no right to walk out into his minion wave.
And he uses the exhaust there not because he's expecting value out of it, but because the teleport, he wants to have that available.
All right. Oh, that was actually very cute from Beyond. He walks away and then realizes, well, maybe I can just kill Flawless, even if Secret is here. And possibly could have if that was his initial thought, but decided to play it safe beforehand. Troll Ward coming in here as the hook is going to land onto Guga. Wanting to charge up that grid just a little bit as now the teleports come in. Showstopper in towards the backside. Haymaker does a lot of work for Flawless. Is going to survive for the moment. Call of the Forge God comes in and Ixu can't get back to his ram. It just runs away from him. And yet again, it's going to be Ixu falling down. Conquering Sands comes in. Mickey has to Valkyrie to get himself to safety as Rich is a big, scary bear. And Secret and Hybrid, I don't think they're going to have enough here as the hook is going to come through. A lot of sticks into the bear, but it's just going to be a Mountain Drake taken an Ocean Soul this game with both teams. An opportunity to pick up 3.
The Mountain Dragon getting taken is a little bit annoying for SP because none of their champions really build any pen whatsoever. So even though it's small amplification, it's still meaningful.
Yeah.
In the slightest. 5 minutes now until that Ocean. And this is really the stage of the game where you start to try to look for freezes because there's not a whole lot that you can actively do. As they are going to be moving towards Nasher's Tooth now. Volibear making his way back up the top lane. Very, very big wave.
Yeah, if he actually froze that wave, Ixu could do nothing at all for another 5 minutes. We're going to have a look at this fight one more time. Like the Showstopper, Guga's actually been playing quite effectively on this set. As Rich was unable to find too much value, but did get some flashes. And in the meantime, Ixu died. Which you could understand. I mean, Hybrid is smashing this lane. 36 CS is no mean feat.
Yeah. He's doing a really good job. Also has a couple of plates for himself.
It's his third to come in. 1 in the mid lane and all of them on top side. See, Dynamics certainly controlling the upper side of the map as Rich is looking to make his way in. And Mickey, not sure what he can do here. That was a cute little Valkyrie over and flashes to get himself the rest of the distance. Now Ixu not going to be able to find that knock-up. The bear is on the wrong side this time around, but it's a 1-for-1. Corki is also going to fall as in goes Beyond. Now Secret and Hybrid turn up. The box goes down and Sword. Sorry. Sword? Sword's not in this game. Beyond is very dead.
You saw Ornn.
I saw Ornn.
That's what you were thinking.
The thing.
I totally get it.
Yeah. There's some mean things to be said there. That was actually just me saying sword for some reason. I don't know why
I said that my numbness is...
It's certainly, it's contagious.
It really is.
I think so. Why was I saying sword? I don't know.
Well, no matter what, it is still a 3,000 gold lead almost for Dynamics. Trinity Force has been completed on Volibear. 2.5 minutes until the Dragon will end up coming up. Corki almost has his call.
Yeah, it's got a package available as well.
I wish I could do my Mickey Mouse impression, but I can't like this.
Dang it.
This won't work. In a future series we cast, coming.
All right, good. We get that Mickey Mouse bit. It's one of the, it's actually an impression that Achilleos was really good at. You guys remember back to when he was commentating in the LCK, he is a fantastic Mickey Mouser. We don't get to hear it enough though, and now I feel like really sad that I get denied another Mickey Mouse impression. You know?
Yeah. Well,
like you guys also grew up in similar areas.
Where? I was Rhode Island.
Yeah, you were Rhode Island. He was New Jersey.
Oh yeah, that's about 5 hours.
All right, still it's not too
bad. Not that bad.
Yeah, closer than Australia. As we're going to have a look at this one once again. The flash in from Rich did not work, but it did get the Valkyrie out and the flash from Mickey. And then, there's the wrong one.
Yeah, the Volibear, they're just really trying to force things for no reason. I really like this one, where Beyond He turns back around. Gruger says, no thanks.
Yeah.
And Desir lives to see another day.
On your own, buddy. As in goes Shirley, and she's going to bonk down this mid-outer turret. And it's going to be Dynamics continuing to reign supreme when it comes to these objectives. Their dragon better than the dragon of Soleil One Prince, but better than game one for them. As oh man, the value of these Rift Heralds is just absurd.
Yeah, they keep getting pretty good charges here in mid. And you can see Rek'Sai, meanwhile, trying to steal away the red side jungle, away from Beyond. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. This is going to be another very important fight.
Oh, he's going to interrupt the back. There it is. Not going to be able to follow as Beyond does have flash in a couple of seconds. I don't know where Flawless is going to be able to go. He does manage to get that next tunnel. And Beyond's not going to opt in for the flash over the wall. This hybrid is spotted. Beyond's going to get out. A little bit robbed was Beyond, but still wastes a lot of Flawless's time.
Oh, Ixu couldn't quite get the recall stop. And now Ocean.
Oh, that didn't work. That's all right. A bit sheepish is the pigeon, as our hybrid will take down Sir Grompulus McGromptons or whatever his name is. Not a fan. I miss Bertha, dude. Why did she have to leave?
Maybe she'll rejoin us after Worlds.
Hope so. Yeah. There's Bramble Vest now being completed by Rich. The Build-A-Bear workshop has never been so appropriate.
Yeah, and there's a lot of magic damage on the enemy team, so Spirit Visage wouldn't be super bad. Rich gonna get zoned off the Gromp.
Yep. Would have been Agatha if she hadn't have left.
Well, Kuzan just trying to raise the bottom tier 1 turret, and then it's just gonna be a lot of farming. And so we shouldn't really expect another team fight until the next dragon comes up. And at that point, you should still favor Dynamics, because Aphelios will have so much value in the team fight.
Yeah. And also have protection, and the Ornn is still far behind. Although, to Ixu's credit, he's somehow within 10 CS of Rich. And now they're looking to once again punish the bear. Hook is not going to land, knock up not going to come in. Rich is still going to press R because he's a little bit frightened. And he emotes with the sad bee to show that he didn't need to press that button.
And now Rich could just go for a freeze, but nope. Gonna summon down the lightning.
Yeah, we ain't freezing.
Yeah,
there's too much to do on the map.
Yeah.
It's too much. Too many options. It needs to be a lot of places.
Lot of solutions.
Yep.
Is what's going on. Black Cleaver almost completed this time for Olaf, and I find that so interesting because normally they just go for the Warmogs builds over and over, but this one is going to have a bit of off-tank to it.
I don't mind the Black Cleaver here, just when your Aphelios is struggling to do the damage that he otherwise would. Allow that to augment, as Beyond will be basically throwing himself into the enemy team. See how many applications he can actually get. He can reliably get a few pretty fast with the spamminess, assuming you can land your undertows. This hybrid bouncing around, takes away a Merkwolf, and will now look for his Runan's Hurricane as he goes back to the shop. Dr. a little bit behind when it comes to that particular item, which he will want to be completing as well. Yeah, like we were saying, hybrid does collect his first 2 items. It's exactly the power level that he wants to be at, and 2.5 minutes early before this next Drake. Dynamics wanting to threaten yet another Ocean Soul, or Dragon Soul, I should say.
Yep. And I think at this point, it's just about waiting and being patient, and it's going to be on Mickey to somehow poke the opponents down before the team fight takes place. And if they can do that, and if Dynamics for some reason run into SP, then it'll be very good. But if they try to initiate with Horn Ultimate, or a Thresh Hook, I think it's always going to be pretty disastrous for them.
Well, still, minute and a half as Rich wanders over a ward. Control of this bottom side area is going to be very important. So being able to take this Rift Scuttler will be very, very good. That's what Rich is going to start doing now. The rest of Dynamics move on in. Flawless wants to get that steal desperately, but it's Beyond that comes in, smites it away. Preyseeker connects onto Guga, and no one is too worried about it. So vision that can't be removed, now guaranteed for this Ocean Drake on Dynamics side. Now, Rich just dives at the minion wave. Ixu thought that maybe he was gunning for him. Doesn't happen in the end, but is able to deny that cannon creep. Mickey's strong, Hybrid is strong. As far as like power spikes are concerned for this next Dragon, SP do have carries in good positions. Whether it's good enough is going to be the big question, as Dr. did go back and complete a Zeal, but that is not a Hurricane, and that's what he really wants.
Nazir already has his second core. Dr. Gonna have the red buff for this team fight. And
yeah, 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're not gonna have both his ornaments, which is big.
Oh no. Yeah, just one of them does have Forge Fire Cave.
This is truly a Build-A-Bear, by the way.
I know. And he's a bear. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Still has over a 2,000 gold lead, as the hook's going to land onto the Olaf, but he does have Ragnarok. Rich is in the area as package is delivered to the river by Mickey. Not ideal. Rich has teleport though, so he's looking to try and get a flank teleport back into this fight. Secret misses the hook. Beyond is still on about half. And now we've got the river ram. Started off.
Comes Volibear.
Yep, in he goes. Looking to try and dive that backline. Immediately gets interrupted as Hybrid bounces over the wall. That's a great Fate's call out from Secret as Rich flashes, gets on top of Ixu, has been exhausted, but still will make his way out. Somehow, Secret threads the needle as in goes Kuzan, the flash forward, the immediate obliteration of the Corki. And Secret can't stay up either. This will be Soul Point going over to Dynamics.
And so Dynamics, they bring the game to potentially being able to be won in about 5 minutes. And that will be the final team fight over that Dragon. Well, maybe not the final one if SP win it, but now Dynamics, they're going to get the Baron. They're going to kill the Blast Cone because they're not Fnatic.
Kuzan's actually over this wall. They do spot Flawless out. Conquering Sands might just kill him. As Ixu's going to get the knock-up. Guga's in position, though. They will have the ulti. Facebreaker first. The Rek'Sai does fall down, and Guga's just happy to tank. Right now, they are buying time more than anything else. And Hybrid, although he had a great laning phase, just feels like he can't do anything. And Mickey teleports extremely late for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
Trying to catch backs, I guess. Like it's for a reason, but it's not a reason that we was able to actually capitalize on.
Sitting on so much gold at this fight. And take a look at Volibear, by the way. He comes in, he literally does nothing. He draws a lot of aggro, but ultimate no damage, just ends up having to flash away, and Flawless almost able to kill Rich, but not quite. And then Duckdom dishing out some damage, but Kuzan, he goes in with a really good Shurima shuffle.
It was so close to being able to take down the Kalista as well. I didn't notice that.
This was really good. The control ward, Kuzan acting as the gatekeeper, and then fortunately, because of that Scryer's Orb, sees that Rek'Sai's there, goes in onto him and kills him. Baron picked up, everyone piling so much gold. And what is that I see on Nazir?
Oh my goodness, what a lovely mask. This is what happens. You have to lose control of your face and then people learn. As the salesman himself is able to reign supreme. Black Cleave is done for both of our junglers. And that Runon's Hurricane that we were talking about is in as well, as Deadman's Plate's done for Guga, so he will be able to close gaps pretty quickly. Runon's Hurricane completed on to, sorry, Runon's Hurricane. That is a Randuin zone on Rich. And I was talking about, there are a couple of Runon's Hurricanes, but they're not the ones we were talking about, as Kuzan has a lot more experience than anybody else in the game. Has now taken down a top outer turret. Dynamics crashing on towards inhibitor turrets now as the Sun Disc has been erected on the top side of the map by Kuzan. Hook is going to land there, but it's onto Guga. Maybe this is what he wants. There's the Facebreaker. Haymaker does so much work as well, as Ixu just going to find the gap there. That is 6 points in my country. As now Rich, he's galloping. Is that what bears do? Not entirely sure.
No.
What do? They I should probably focus on the fire. As we've got a bit of a siege going on here. As Dr. does have Graviton. Calibrum there as well for some extra range, but will have the CC ability. And yeah, you can see Solo and Prince desperately trying to take down that siege minion, and they do so as Flawless in position for a flank, but they only knock up one target, remember. Dr. just gets a bit of poke onto Hybrid. They don't want to push too far. As Rich does spot the Rek'Sai. Thank you very much, observers, for giving us that knowledge.
And I like, they're taking it very slow. They're playing it very safe. They have a 7,000 gold lead right now. Flawless losing a lot of HP. Not a good look.
Nope.
They almost have mid-tier 1. It should die on this push. And remember, Volibear can just turn the turret off.
That hook once again lands on Gugu, but that seems like what they want as the Moonlight Vigil is going to land. First kill is onto Hybrid, and that, you know, that means that this fight is over. Dynamics will be taking this series. It's 9,000 gold in the end as well as Mickey, the last man standing. Sky Splitter for fun there from Rich as the package delivery. That is not what you want. And Dynamics will be able to take down the Nexus turrets very comfortably. Dynamics, they do turn it around. This is actually great news for them. Against Afrika, they weren't able to bounce back after a loss. This time, they shore up their issues, and they're able to take down Solo One Prince in the end. So they move up to 2-1 here in the LCK as our newest promoted team.
Yeah.
That is definitely good news for our rookies, although none of them are really rookies outside of Dr. But the team is a rookie team. Are you even allowed to say that? God, it's confusing.
It absolutely is. As honestly, they did throw in game number 2. They were super far ahead, so I feel like this was a very decisive victory.
Yeah.
And if you're Dynamics, you probably feel pretty good about this, because the question we had is, where do they really stand in the middle of the pack?
And I don't think you know. I think it's a fight for the 5th place for a lot of teams at the moment. I think there are, I mean, I know it's weird to say 5 teams, but I think it's everyone outside of Sandbox, I guess, that's looking like they're trying to get up towards that 5th spot.
And
seems to be the only one.
Hanwha Life are looking really shaky too.
That's very true. Yeah, so either of those two maybe not are going to be vying for that position, but Han will get a chance to prove themselves in our 2nd series of the night. They'll be taking on KT, and KT were the original owners of that 5th place.
That's true. We'll see if KT can manage to bounce back when that series does end up happening. I gave the player of the game to Cruzan. I thought his Azir play was pretty good. Ended up winning them that fight, dishing out so much damage. Yet again, doing very well during laning phase too.
Yep. I think honorable mention goes to Rich, who pilots the Volibear and actually succeeds. And I think that he's probably going to get player of the game, let's be real. He won on Volibear and he's new. And it's exciting.
There it is.
And he looked like a terrifying Wicker Bear as well, which also helped out. It's always good to put fear into the hearts of your opponents, and that certainly worked out. To maybe not even just his opponents. I need to shout out to LS, who gets my player of the game, because even though his face didn't work properly, he is still here and stuck through, because there's been times where his face has been working just fine, and he still leaves the desk. Thankfully, the gameplay hasn't driven us to that point. And hopefully, you're going to be okay, my man, because it's not good news.
This is just uncomfortable, that's all it is.
Yeah. It happened to me when I had my wisdom teeth out, but
Yeah.
I think that was an anesthesia situation.
Well, this was the opening, too. Cruzan able to be there first. And remember, this was a byproduct of Flawless starting solo Wolves, having his red side stolen by Beyond, who knew he could get back to his red side, and then just threaten to 2-level lead the enemy Rek'Sai, and the game really falls apart right there. This is a very easy dive. Ixu doesn't have level 6, tries to do whatever he can, it doesn't matter. Volibear's ultimate disables the turret, and remember, Volibear came in after the Orange, right? And that is actually a matchup that is Volibear favored. Volibear should be used as a counter pick because he has a lot of very bad matchups.
Right. And Ixu just wanting to You know, try it out and see whether Rich was prepared for the matchup, which I don't mind, you know, that sort of mind game, and especially when you're a player like Ixu, who does like to capitalize on things like that. Certainly an opportunity. But it got messy a few times in the middle, but this time it was Dynamics that were able to ride the ship.
Yep. This little bit of a blunder right there. But this team fight, Kuzan eventually able to get in and deal so much damage. Ixu goes down.
Oh. Yeah.
And Sharima Shuffle.
Very close to Hybrid falling as well, but all they needed to do was guarantee the dragon, and it was all okay. All pretty elementary towards the end.
Yep.
I mean, Kuzan from over the wall allowed him to be able to get in there and defend. They completely zone everyone away from the Baron. And from that point on, it's a pretty comfortable siege, splitting between top and mid.
Honestly, in both of these, or in all three of these games, Dynamics' ability to just get a small lead and then balloon it was very, very good. Obviously, in game number 2, they threw it back over to their opponents. Kuzan dealing a bit of damage.
Yeah, being able to out-damage an Aphelios by over double ain't too bad, although it's not exactly something you want to brag about when he's on your team. But doing 3,000 damage to the second highest in the game is a fantastic performance. So I agree with you. I think Kuzan definitely deserving of that player of the game. But watch it go to Volibear. That's all I'm saying.
What?
It's going to go to Volibear. What do you think? No? You think we're gonna do what's right? Well, let's just hope so. We are going to see who is going to collect it very, very shortly. And just know that LS's vote was for Kuzan, the correct choice in this particular game. But I still have a feeling. I have a feeling. I don't know. I want to see who votes for what. Sometimes in these final games, you don't get to see who voted where.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see.
Oh! Oh my god. I don't want to spoil anything, but...
Yeah, you do.
We're going to find out soon. It's happening. I think. I don't know. They're setting up for the interview. We need to find out who actually won the pod.
Well, ultimately, I think if you're SP, probably feels a little bad.
Yeah.
To have losses like this, and Hybrid never really got to come online.
No, and I mean he had a great laning phase. That's the thing that was really, really sad. Like he played the Kalista very, very well. I actually think that Hybrid and Secret had a good game, but I think their top side of the map, like Mickey's dice didn't quite work in games 1 and 3, and that's just sad. You can't just be flipping coins on all this stuff. Plus, Rek'Sai looked absent as it is, of course. Like I said, I'm sorry, dude. It's Rich.
Can't win them all.
You can't.
Can't win them all.
Although Rich has won a lot of them.
Yeah. And well, he did Lane Kingdom him once again. Massive CS deficit. And just, even in the team fights, Volibear didn't really do a whole lot in this one.
I think what you said was, look at Volibear doing nothing.
Yeah.
That particular point in time. As let's get the actual player of the game highlight. That's good.
Yeah. There's the ult, disabling the turret. And the end of the game happened very swiftly.
Yep. And look, he did absolutely crush the lane. So that certainly is deserving of something. But definitely honorable mention goes to Kuzan for having a very good game. It means now we get a solo interview with Rich as well. So we get to hear about, you know, his experiences with the Volibear and that sort of stuff. And it means that Casterjon's going to be able to drill him for all of the sweet tips that you're waiting to hear. So I think it's time to throw it over to Jisun for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun with the interview translation, and we'll be hearing from the solo Pog, Rich from Dynamics. You won the promoted team's derby. How do you feel? Well, I made some mistakes in game 3, so I thought Kuzan will pick it up. But happy that I'm the solo POG, and I was so worried about this series, but it's a big relief that we got this win. What were you worried about? Well, both bot players, they prefer Aphelios. Also, Hybrid is really good at all the different ADC champions, so we weren't really sure about Aphelios matchup, but I was happy to see Aphelios open for our side. But I want to ask you about Volibear. They played it and you also picked it. So how do you rate this champion currently? Well, it has a lot of counters, so you cannot just blind pick it. But whenever they have a just like flat bruiser or melee champion, it's actually really good into those kind of picks. So yeah, you played against Ixus Volibear and then you played it in game 3. Like you were saying this, I'll teach you how to play Volibear. Is that kind of vibe into that pick? Well, just a little bit because, well, Ixus had a very weird build in game 1, so kind of, but it was more because it was really a good champion into Ornn. In game 2, you guys went for a very extreme comp, Kai'Sa and Pantheon. Is that based on your scrim result? Yeah, if we could just roll the snowball without any mistakes, we thought that Kai'Sa is better than Ezreal, but with that mid-dive attempt, we had a lot of mistakes, so we kind of allowed the opponents to have the momentum, and that was the main reason we failed. So, how do you feel when the teams ban Aatrox away from you? But at the same time, how do you feel when the teams kind of let it through the pick and ban phase? Well, Aatrox is just like, okay, champ. So because I lost the game on Aatrox in game 2, I believe that teams, the opponents will really pay too much attention about this champion. So do you feel like extra confidence or pressure about this champion, or do you think that's just like an okay? I mean, Aatrox is just one of the meta champions. It's not that it's really a great champion or an OP. It's just I just play it quite well. By taking down Korean Prince, you guys have 2 wins so far, and your next opponent will be Hana Life Esports, who will be playing later tonight. How are we going to prepare for that? Well, Hana, they have a very strong bot duo, but I think we can win with the top difference, so we will do our best in that series. Are you worried about your bot lane a lot? Well, it's not that, but sometimes, well, I'm a little bit worried. So this will be the end of the interview with Rich, the solo POG of today, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, and great to hear from Rich there, who had some thoughts on the Volibear and Ixu's build. You know, Gunblade's okay, but unfortunately he just didn't build the right utility items alongside it in order to make that one work. So Rich illustrating to us that it was picked as a counterpick to Ornn shows that Dynamics do have a bit of an idea of how to make him work as effectively as possible. So that is certainly good news moving forward, especially considering the fact that they have to play against the 8th place team after this. They've now moved up to 4th at 2-1, but all the other teams have a couple of games yet to play. We'll see how everything is going to settle as the week goes on.
And Dynamics have another pretty easy matchup coming up against Hanwha.
Yeah, exactly. So that shouldn't be too hard for them. We'll have a look at how Hanwha is performing after their first week woes as they go up against KT after a decent break, but not too long, guys. It'll be about 40 minutes, something like that. So you can go off, do some push-ups, something like that, you know, make yourself a sandwich. Maybe that's going to be better. Go to the shops, buy a drink or 3. You know, there's some options. I mean, you know, orange juice. But let's just go to a short break and we'll be back for KT versus Hanwha after this.
I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Cause whenever you're around, you just stick to me like glue. I don't know what to do, and I don't know what to say. Cause all I really want is for you to go away. I've told you about 1,000 times, but you can't seem to read between the lines. I know I said it, but hey, I can say it again. Let's just be friends. Let's just be friends. Let's just be friends.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to 2020 LCK Summer. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined now by the Valdanalist. LS unfortunately lost control of his voice and his face in a lot of ways. Hopefully, he is going to be okay moving further forward in the week. But thankfully, we have the Valdanalist to the rescue. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I was called out of my hibernation, out of my slumber, and I wasn't actually sleeping, but it does feel like sometimes the days in between casts are just, you know, days that don't matter because the LCK is the only thing that does matter. I was watching at home, and then I got the call.
Did you suspect that maybe
like,
you'd get the call when
in the beginning
voice started slipping?
Yeah, a little bit slipping there was LS. But I hope he is okay. I'm here to try to save the day and not let you solo cast this time, Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that before. I'm not sure how that went. Mixed success there on that one. So thankfully, you are here to save the day. And also here in a very timely fashion as well. I mean, I think we called you just before the last game.
Yeah.
And it wasn't exactly the longest of games either. So let's get into this series. Hanwha Life versus KT Rolster. Feels a little bit like a battle for who's going to deserve that 5th spot between a lot of these teams towards the bottom of the standings. Hanwha, though, do need to show us a bit more here because they basically butchered their entire roster and started again from scratch.
Yeah.
And whether all of these rookies are actually going to work out is yet to be known. But something that we can confirm is that once again we have the Rox boys back in the solo lanes on the KT side. Interestingly, Life formerly were the Rox Tigers.
Yes, that is very true. And I think that shaky top side that is there in the points of the match is probably going to be the biggest issue, obviously, for both teams. Hanwha Life has been really struggling. I mean, Viper and Lahens have been trying, and they've been playing well, but it's not enough to carry by yourself from the bottom side. You can have a great solo carry, but if you don't have a team to protect him, you're not going to be doing very well. And I think on the side of KT, even though their top side was struggling a little bit, I think coming into this match, they still should be the favored team for this one.
Yeah, and actually they had a very good game 1 up against Gen G, I believe it was, if memory serves correctly, and it was. They've now faced Gen G and Team Dynamics, and Dynamics had a very good performance just there up against Solo and Prince. And so it wasn't an easy first week for KT. So looking to try and make a bounce back here. As you can see, stats not going so well for good old Hanwha Life. In fact, yeah, they're very close to the bottom. Dragon percentage, though, is something that KT has managed to take away from them as far as the worst stat. Yeah, I think it's yeah, you can imagine the 10th in a lot of these positions outside of the Dragon percentage probably belongs to Sandbox, who definitely did have our worst week out of the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, see whether the turnaround can actually come through. As you can see, it's been pretty bloody on the side of Hanwha as well. They have been trying to up the pace, and maybe that's where some of the teething issues have come in.
Yeah, that KDA is really funny, how the difference is only 0.001 KDA, and KT's got the lead, so obviously GG already, you can call it. But no,
yeah, it's okay.
I mean, it was interesting because I was saying KT have the lead, but Hanwha Life did actually win that one game against T1. Against T1, you know, T1 did falter a little bit in that one. It wasn't their cleanest one. They went for a little bit of a strange draft, but it does show that Hummel Life, if given the opportunity, can come up to the plate and actually take a game off of a good team. So this is definitely not written up and signed, you know, to KT just yet.
Oh, absolutely not. And KT really do need to prove themselves, and this gentleman on the top side of the map needs to prove himself. Smeb debuted in 2013, and Dudu debuted in 2020.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. Shout out to Bono as well, now taking on his former team. He was a oh wait, no, BBQ. Did Bono have any time on Hummel Life? I believe he did have a little bit.
I think he did.
I think my brain is he went from BBQ to Hanwha.
I believe
and
so.
then to
Yeah.
KT. Yeah.
He was with Sohan over there, right? That's
Yes, he
with them.
was. He was.
Top side of the map, and then came over to KT.
Yep, that's exactly what KT did. They took 2 members of Hummel Life and 3 members of Afrika and called them KT. That's what happened. And speaking of one of the members of Afrika, that was Aiming, and he has been performing very well. Their game 1 against Gen.G was actually beautiful to watch. It was the game that Aiming almost managed to get to 300 armor on Ezreal. This is something that levels of armor only achieved over in the LPL, where the Ezreal also had an Ornn to augment the Mountain Soul that the Ezreal had picked up. But unfortunately, that Ezreal didn't build a GA like Aiming did, and Aiming had, you know, even armor despite not having the ornament to add an extra 60. So, just nutty. But Viper has also been performing, and I think that bottom lanes are going to be what both of these teams rely on, because Viper and Lehens and Aiming and Tucson, these are both very strong bottom lanes. It's the top side of the map where things go completely haywire.
Absolutely. Just coming into this one, I joked, you know, you handed me the POG selection sheet, and I just wrote a check mark in the 80 carry role, because it does feel like whichever one of these teams is going to win, it's probably going to come from the bottom side of the map. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the 80 carry. Maybe it'll be this guy here, Lehens, who has been trying alongside a Viper to carry his team. A little bit unsuccessfully so far, though.
Yeah, that's been one of the difficulties here. Is this guy on the top side of your screen, we saw vintage Smeb in their game 1. It was a horrible laning phase, but then he didn't care about that, and it was all about finding those sick flanks. He did manage to find them, and that was great to see. Then they proceeded to lose both of the other games horrendously quickly. But Rascal's been performing very well. This is going to be different opposition, and Smeb and Kuro didn't play in their first series, so this is their second outing, this time against arguably lesser competition, against Hanwha instead of Gen.G. And we'll see whether Kuro is going to continue to be so stable, because he played very, very well. Yes, he did play the very coveted TF in every single game, but he was still fantastic to watch on that pick regardless. So looking to see what Acorn and Hirai have in store for us. The gentlemen that moved together over from Dragon X last year, and are still here. Acorn changed his name, but then he changed it back. So thankfully we can call him.
Good idea.
Yeah, very strange.
I'm not a fan of changing your name, especially after you've been in the scene for a while. It's like, what happened to Acorn? Oh, wait, he's there, but now he's like, I don't know.
He also changed his name to Chonju, which is actually his name.
Yeah.
So, like, he changed his name to his name, and so he had 2 of his name.
And then back to his name.
It's like you,
from his
Brendan
name.
Valdez, he's like...
Yeah, I was Brendan at some point, and then, then I was Valdez, so now I'm both, I guess.
Well, we're also into the ban and pick. So Karma and TF have been banned away. It's Hanwha Life, so the Yumi's going to be taken after the Varus also bites the dust. And there's a Renekton ban for some reason up against Smeb, as Set will be the answer. Dudu looking to lock down a Trundle for CAD, the Canadian dollar. Whether it will just be a dollar or whether it'll be a loonie is something we're still about to find out. This was this hot piece of information that I caught from Thorin just yesterday.
Yeah.
He told me that another nickname for the Canadian dollar is a loonie.
Oh, boy.
Which is just brilliant.
So when he's not playing well, we can call him a loony? That sounds a little bit aggressive.
Is it aggressive? Because
I don't know.
Loonie's not like... That's not a real bad word. That's a cute little name for doing something silly.
Yeah, sure. I guess so. We'll call it silly for sure. The Jarvan pick, I like it here, mirroring the jungle. It's pretty good into the Trundle. It's a very good pick for Bono.
Yep, if it's Jarvan or Olaf, you're going to be happy if you're a Bono fan.
Sees the Trundle, he's like, well, I guess I'm picking Jarvan this game. I don't want to pick Olaf into that. And, well, Mr. Years was available, and we will see him here, although Ezreal is also available.
Yep, and that should be picked up by Viper here.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think that Viper will have a different idea. I don't know whether they'll go back to a Twitch comp, because of course that was based on being able to make a Yuumi invisible as well. Old Tom and Jerry down there is looks like Viper's going to take a leaf out of a book that didn't really lead down the right path.
Yeah.
Sorrywon Prince did not really figure that one out, but maybe Viper won't build a serrated Dirk, which would definitely be a good thing. Sorry, it was Team Dynamics that did that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that was odd. Did you have any other insight as to why a serrated Dirk would have been built on Kai'Sa?
I don't know. It just seemed weird. Like, you kind of build Viper for those, mid to late game team fights where you're hopping in and just chopping down the back line. It definitely seemed pretty weird to me.
Yeah.
As a viewer as well. As we did have the Rakan hovered, but I didn't think that was going to be picked. He does go for the Taric, which I feel like is really nice because it deals great with the heavy engage that something like Kai'Sa Nautilus will deal with. And not just in the bottom lane, you already see the Trundle there. You're expecting a bit more engage from the team. And it's great with Jarvan too. When you're hopping in there, you can tag him and have a great engage of your own.
Also good against the short range of what Hanwha Life have shown us so far.
Yeah.
And how Kai'Sa wants to operate in a team fight. So not bad at all. We've got the Wukong band away, followed by the Azir. LeBlanc going to be taken off the board here as well. Remember, Kuro has a very extensive champion pool. So they're just trying to take away his best options. Lava could be aiming for something like a Zoe as they throw a Kennen ban over towards Smeb. Shout out to Smeb being MVP of Worlds all those years ago.
Yeah. Looking to return to his former glory.
Indeed.
One step at a time. One win at a time here. As Galio Jarvan, a nice little combo already selected here. Just need one more pick to round it out. We'll see if they go with another tanky boy in the top side to cover the Aphelios, or maybe a little bit more damage. We'll see what Smeb wants to play.
Yeah, something like a Kennen or a Wukong could have worked, to be perfectly honest. But Dudu, thinking about taking the blind Aatrox, see this all the time. And is understandable. See if Smeb has some answers. We can definitely say for sure that Volibear is not the answer to Aatrox. Not a thing. Don't do that. As now we're looking for a mid laner. So Lava, see where he goes. Corki going to be locked in. It's going to be his answer to the Galio.
Yeah, and I actually do like it. You can farm up really well, and the poke is going to be great against a comp like this. And you can also use your mobility with the Valkyrie and the package later on to disrupt exactly what KT is already showing you they want to do. So I really like that follow-up.
Oh, man. If they were comfortable picking Camille into Aatrox, it would have been so good for this KT comp. It'd be like that auto-win comp that Gen G put together the other day.
Yeah.
But no, Smeb is a legacy Camille player, of course, but he's going to go back to his roots as the Jace, and something that everyone has so much experience playing against as Jace is, of course, the Aatrox. So looking like a pretty comfy comp here on KT's side as well. Not going to be those tanky boys like you were talking about, but the range wave clear going to be there, the poke damage out of the Jace also going to be there, and a split push option. If that's the way Smeb wants to go, is also going to be there. But Hanwha Life's comp looks fine as well. You know, it's pretty front to back, pretty usual. But I'm looking at this, the Galio combos, and I think that's where KT have an edge.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they could have added a little bit more to it with the Camille, but they decide not to go for that. As over here, definitely a nice amount of scaling with the two quote-unquote 80 carries if you count Corki in there with his scaling. And they're really, though, going to be relying on kind of Pillar plus Nautilus to get their engages going. But at the same time, they got to deal with the heavy engage of the enemy's side. So we'll see how they can do some disengage of their own. And if you consider this comp getting ahead, even before they engage, they have a nice amount of poke as well, just with Aphelios and Jace. If they do get ahead, and we do have Calibrum coming up with that Aphelios. We've all seen that moment where it's like, okay, attacks you once, Qs with the Calibrum, and then ults you, and it's like, oh, I guess you're just dead.
Yeah.
Even though the fight didn't even begin. So I think if KT get ahead, they should be in a pretty nice spot here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Both of these comps have similar elements almost everywhere. But at least there is Trundle for disengage options. The Nautilus doesn't have a lot of ability to disengage, though. And with what KT has, which is all of that engage that we've been talking about, the Cataclysm into Heroic Entrance, the Cataclysmic Entrance has been something we've been talking about for a very long time. And once KT get in there, then Taric gets a few rounds with some auto attacks thrown in, gets to heal up everyone. I feel like KT very happy when it comes to team fights. Where the Jace actually sits in that equation is the weird part for me. But we'll see how they go.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned he's got a pretty nice lane against the Aatrox. His split pushing is going to be pretty nice as well. And even in the team fights, he'll offer a nice amount of poke before it does get started, along with that burst damage to blow up whatever target they choose originally, because you would consider with the Heroic Cataclysm that you're going to find at least one person, so it's a little bit of burst. Can take him out right away.
Yep. Wins a war into the mid lane. Kuro was one of our legacy Galio players, most certainly. And happy to play that utility style as well that Galio can bring, so certainly fits the play style. The Kuro in mid. Dredge Line's going to land very early in this one as Tucson showing the power of being fabulous.
He's totally fine. You notice that Hail of Blades is taken here by Viper. So it's going to be pretty nice for taking those early trades, stacking up that passive, and just in general blowing up one target. Once it does get to it, Smeb is already in the face of that Aatrox, not letting him have any room.
Yeah, I like it actually. Just trying to put the young man in his place. You know, remember, this is a veterancy, and we come from, you know, Korean society, which is very much, you have to respect your elders, and that's what Dudu's going to have to do here, as he is, I believe, 5 years younger than Smeb.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, actually. Wow. Because remember, Smeb's actually quite young and actually started playing competitively before we had, you know, the 17-year-old rule. Much like Uzi, and Zatai is my favorite example. I think he was a pro player when he was like 13. And so Zatai is like, you'd expect him to be an old man as he like started playing in like 2010, 2011, but he's not. Yamato Cannon, another example of that.
True. I mean, you hear his voice, and then you're like, that guy's got to be.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got to be like 35.
His voice has been like that since
22.
2016.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Truly blessed.
Indeed. Indeed.
It's kind of cute, the duo coming over and looking at the Scuttle Crab, but actually it turns into something a little bit less cute as they're thinking about diving that turret. Not enough minions, though. Smeb didn't bunch up the wave enough.
Yep.
And actually takes a pretty awkward trade here.
As Dudu, I think, suspects that something's up.
Nice
Everyone
board.
else going for recalls as well. Yeah, exactly. Spots what he suspected anyway. That was a cute little Q after the Umbral Dash. So Smeb going to have to be a little bit careful. He's gone through most of his mana. He's got some biscuits to eat, but it's not going to provide him with too much.
Yeah, definitely seemed like a kind of off-the-cuff kind of roam up to the top side. It didn't seem planned, as Smeb didn't seem, you know, on the same page at all on that one. And now we have the Trundle coming up top side. He's going to be able to clear out the ward. Bono's still around here. So Smeb should be just fine, although, again, he's pretty low on that mana, struggling to hard push this wave. He's going to miss that cannon, too.
Yeah. That's a bit of a yikes. Dudu actually going for that trade at exactly the right time. So Smeb's probably just going to teleport back up here. We'll see what he can actually afford when he goes home. If it's a serrated Dirk on this back, you'd be feeling pretty good about it, but don't know whether he'll be able to get there. As you can see, double longsword. And that refillable going to come in. Bottom side of the map, though, I mean, 200 years for aiming. I don't know how many games he's actually had on the Aphelios so far, and the answer is 0.
Huh.
And he was one of our better Aphelios players in the spring season, so looking forward to seeing what he can do with a few extra years under his belt.
Yeah, he had a very strong bias, it felt, towards the Ezreal in the matchup, and we saw the reason why, right? I mean, his Ezreal is pretty insane. But it seems like perhaps as a team, I'm not even sure, you know, because Aiming seems like he's very comfortable on the Ezreal. Perhaps they made a decision altogether that, you know, in this case, we just have to pick the Aphelios. We feel like it's better right now, especially with teams not really punishing it here in the LCK.
Yeah.
So it's gonna get away with it once again, except this time, you know, I was saying, oh, maybe we'll just see Aphelios Ezreal, but you were saying, you know, Viper coming in here with the different ideas with the Kai'Sa.
It's funny because last time we saw the Kai'Sa picked, it was actually an answer to the Ezreal, which is very strange, as Justice Punch will get out of there after a very good trade into Lava. CS not necessarily working in his favor, though. As you can see, he held on to the teleport. Kuro waiting to play with his team. As you can see, Bono is going to make his way in to the mid lane as well. And there are pings out onto exactly where he is, so Cad knows. It must have been a really good trade. Last time we saw Smeb actually laning, you'd pan back top lane and then all of a sudden he was missing 40% of his health. Kind of like right there.
Yeah, like there's
awkward.
No big difference actually. It's very much the same for this guy.
Whoops.
At least the teleports are kind of similar, and he did pick up a refillable, which is actually all gone by now. Saving those biscuits though.
Yeah, exactly. In case he gets hungry.
Yeah.
Like it. Prioritizes hydrating, which is something that we should all do. Hydration definitely more
with
important.
The biscuits?
Yeah. No,
oh, okay. He drank first, okay.
Yeah, made sure that he got hydrated.
I see.
Yep. Saving the biscuits until last.
Mm-hmm. Although I don't know if I have those, you know, those dry biscuits. Like say I go on like a trip or whatever, and I bring a snack.
Yeah.
I don't like to bring something like biscuits because my mouth always gets really dry. I have to have like a lot of water.
Yeah, then you'll need your refillable at that point. Won't
Yeah.
You? And so now Smeb's going to eat his biscuits, and he's going to get dry mouth.
Yeah. And if you bring too much water, then you have to stop the rest stop. You're losing time. It's not efficient if you're trying to min-max the journey. So.
And I know you're all about min-maxing and maximizing.
Yes.
As okay, it's an engage here from Lehens, but they're completely by themselves, and they just straight up lose a trade extraordinarily quickly. And remember, Tucson is a very good Taric player. I know that's a weird thing to say. It doesn't exactly have the most high abundance of mechanical prowess. So that's a great knock up there from Dudu as Bono makes his way in. Hold the thought just for a moment as World End up. Oh no, that didn't quite work there from Bono, but it doesn't matter. Just put him in the ring. It's okay. As that's going to be first blood going over to KT, and Bono continuing to have good early games. Did have to invest the flash, but I'd say still worth.
Yeah, definitely a nice little play there. Smeb might be in a little bit of trouble, though.
Yeah, I think he's just dead, yeah.
Okay.
Had great timing on that blast cone. And that's probably going to deny Shelly as well. Although there is a back coming through from Lava. But no, still, it is effectively going to deny.
To be honest, this doesn't feel like the highest level of top lane play we've ever seen, if you know what I'm saying. A very easy bait from Smeb to get Dudu out of position. The second he dashes forward here, he's pretty much dead. And it doesn't matter if he's got flash. Bono, I don't even know if he had to flash, but just wanted to make sure.
It looked like he was trying to go for like the QE knockup with the flash. As this timing, I don't think could have been better from Cad, to be honest.
Perfect.
I think that was really, really, really nice.
Perfect timing.
And that is going to net them the Rift Herald as well. So Shelly's going to be the prize. KT ahead by about 400, something like that. That should change as some of these plates are going to be eaten by Helm Alive.
Yeah, we'll see where they want to use that. I think mid or bot is probably safe to go ahead with that, especially because a lot of these LCK teams are looking for a little bit more than just a couple of plates, maybe like a gank into chipping down 2 or 3 plates and then maybe getting the turret would be the most ideal.
Yep.
Doesn't always happen that way. As other than that little bit of a shenanigan in the top side, it's been a pretty, slower game. The bottom side is just farming. The mid lane is, of course, with Cull, Corki up against Galio. You're never really going to have too much action there. We've just been getting at it here.
Yeah, just hanging out. Serrated Dirk done here for Smeb finally, so he's going to be able to utilize that, leverage a bit of extra damage against Dudu, who's just wanting to create his cooldown reduction items. Certainly he's going to get some value out of the Ninja Tabi. As the Canadian dollar moving into the enemy jungle, Bono's not going to be deterred from this blue buff though, as Kuro's going to come over and take it away. Or he's not going to take it away. Or he's going to punch it. There we go.
Yeah.
Got there in the end. That's the main thing. Misses out on 3.
Let's see what let's see how much he misses here. He's not going to get that XP either, so 2 XP.
3 melee minions.
3 gold. Ooh, that's pretty awkward. He would have had all of that if he just hit his Winds of War.
Yep, or if Bono had have stood there and let him,
Yeah.
I don't know. We can play the blame game all we want, but let's just say that it was an unfortunate series of events.
Yeah. Either way, he got trolled out of it for sure. And he has fallen a little bit behind on the CS. Corki is usually pretty, it's usually pretty easy to land all your autos onto the minions. I think even with the Cull, you can kind of just sit there up against what should be a very passive lane against the Galio and just pretty much get all of them without too much pressure.
Speaking of pressure, Smeb continuing to win trades here up against Dudu, who's now just got out of the lane. North Rift Scuttler going to be spawning relatively soon, but it looks like our junglers are more concerned with what's happening around this Drake area. KT probably gunning for that one, wanting to augment their Mountain Drake that they've already picked up. Ocean or the Cloud going to be our sole opportunities. As I say it, Bono moves on over, but there is a ward in the back of the pit. Looks like Hanwha not looking to actually fight for this, as their positioning on the map not quite good enough.
Yeah. It's kind of a feels bad man for them. I mean, the Nautilus went back. He might die here, actually.
Yep. This is Smeb looking for that solo kill. Flashes on over. Q is avoided. World Ender, remember, is going to be very valuable as a Shock Blast is going to miss, and I think this is unfortunately the end of Smeb as he dives on in, almost able to get it back, but he's not. We saw shades of old Smeb, and then they were gone.
Yeah, he got a little bit too scared by the ability of the Aatrox to win a late trade there at the last second. Yeah, nice trade there from him as they, again, I was talking about maybe using the Rift Veil on the bottom side. He saved it until almost the end of the timer.
Yeah, as now, Lahens just walks over and kills a Gargoyle. Okay.
There have been a lot of very sudden attempts at people's lives in this game.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the setup was for that one, but that's a bit of a yikes. Is Bono, he's going to flag, he's going to drag, gets himself the knock up onto Cad. The flash has to be used to get out of the dazzle, and that means the Cad is stuck in there for the whole duration. Unfortunately, Bono without enough. And there it is, the double knock up, the double stun, and the flash forward for the Q, but not going to be able to find it there. But aiming, grabbing a kill is huge news here for KT.
Yeah, it's pretty massive, especially with that nice little lead he's garnered for himself in the bottom side. But he does have to roll it into something else because the rest of his team is struggling a bit, especially this top side. The Jace is not supposed to lose the lane, let alone lose his turret by 13 minutes into the game. All of those plates going to the top and jungle of the side of Hanwha Life. And you'll see that it's going to get the one. And all of this is going to go towards aiming instead of the Jace, which I guess at the end of the day is not so bad,
Be psyched about that one. Jace actually spending some time towards the bottom side of the map. Smeb going on an excursion with his newly completed Ghostblade. Surprised that he didn't prioritize getting an Executioner's Calling after what just happened. It was a flash, so I guess maybe that gives Kuro a little bit of a leg to stand on, but probably don't want to be just standing in the middle of the lane doing nothing. As this was played beautifully. Look at those dazzles. Yeah. Almost able to line it up there in the first one.
I feel like Bono could have, he had his flash, but he was playing it pretty slow. I think he should have flashed in the beginning. I think it would have just kept them in range for longer to allow the Aphelios to catch up. Here at the end, I mean, the flash looked nice, but I feel like it might have been a little bit too late to try to secure both. Just thinking about, you know, what is the higher percentage chance that you get both of the kills that, you know, you should be getting in that kind of a play when they stay that long to take down the turret.
Sadly, it's a Cloud Drake this game. A couple of minutes until that one is available. KT with an opportunity for Soul Point, but the Soul not feeling as valuable. Although 300 gold the lead here for Harmer Life, the stats that you're getting from Mountain Drake and Infernal Drake are going to equate to that and more. As Lahens may just die here as well, as Aiming's going to move on over. Grabbing him is armed. Not going to be able to stop the Nautilus just yet.
Yeah, looks like they want to make a play here at Shirley to Aiming after losing Shelly. And Harmer Life seemed totally fine with that, and I don't blame them. You know, get your Aatrox some solo XP, maybe even get a bit of damage done onto this turret while Aiming, or rather KT, have all of their players up on the top side trying to get this this objective that might chunk a turret to, you know, half health or something.
Yeah, or even take down the mid-outer turret, which is going to be very important for them. Smerm's going to get down here and even save this turret here, and it does have his teleport still available. Same can be said for Doodoo. That means that KT, they get the objective and don't get punished, really, especially with no turret plates available still. Lens Hex flashing out of the fountain. I love it.
Talking about min-maxing, you know, he's got to get that that tiny little bit of extra. Lava might just wait here until he can package up to the Cloud Drake fight.
Yep.
Delayed that for about 15 seconds. He didn't buy anything else.
No,
So it's all
about
he was waiting for an item.
Getting the value. And speaking of items, does have pretty good ones at the moment as well in the Manamune and the Trinity Force. He's ready to fight. Manamune done for Viper as well, but that pickaxe means that that first evolution is going to be up on the queue also, which is a good power spike for the Kai'Sa.
I feel kind of sad that we can't see exactly how far his tier is stacked. You know, I think that
that should be a buff thing, right?
Yeah, but for some reason it's not. If we could get that added to the UI, that would be nice.
Right now.
Yeah. Get on it, Riot.
Yep. Shock Blast heads towards Narnia. As our friend Ejim would say, if only he could make it to Korea.
Pepe hands.
Yeah, indeed. Bible thump. There's the package. That's what we waited for. Lava getting towards the bottom side. Kuro. He's the one that's able to be away from his team, as Shirley is going to pop down into this mid lane. This is what we were talking about, wanting to get some value here on the mid-outer turret. Doodoo comes over, pokes Shirley in the eye. The KT are going to be fine, especially with their Gargoyle making his way up the river. Smith finally finds himself a Shock Blast. There's the heroic entry very early. Not entirely sure why that went down so fast, but they were still able to get a lot of poke damage. But without that, the Jarvan combo is not going to feel as powerful. But Tucson still has Cosmic Radiance. KT looking for their opportunity. There it is. Oh my god, okay. Bono just explodes before the Cosmic Radiance can arm. And cue the yakety sax, Brendan.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this one. Imagine if they had a, you know, a Galio ultimate to to try to help out a little bit there with keeping him alive and getting an engage going even if Bono dies.
Oh, Lava made it in with the teleport. Okay. Wow. I was expecting that one not to work out, as Aiming does have Crescendum Calibrum. Does have a lot of damage potential as in goes Lahens. He's going to go golden before he dies. The Taric also going to fall. Lahens in trouble. Kuro not going to be able to do anything. Moonlight Vigil unable to find the damage as Cad wasn't tagged up. And Harmer Life steal away the team fight. KT basically handed to them, gift wrapped, along with the dragon.
That was just, my face was it was tightened up into some really weird face that you guys did not want to see. Thankfully, I'm not on camera during that entire fight. I mean, KT is just like, where is the communication? Like, everything is all over the place. He goes in, he gets bursted here, which I'm guessing they did not expect. And then after that, they're like, whoa, okay, I guess we still have to try to force this over a Cloud Drake when it's a Cloud Soul that we don't necessarily need, and we get really far forward. Lahan shows why Stopwatch is the best item. Imagine if their Jarvan had that one, and then Kuro's like, well, I'm dead, so I guess I'll just go in here. Extremely messy that time from the side of KT. Lahan just having a great game of Nautilus. I don't want to take that away from him. He's had multiple plays now where he's gotten some fantastic engages. As he's just saying, okay, I'm going in, let's go get Dragon. Some basic stuff there. But as you were saying, I mean, it's kind of like KT are giving them the underhanded softball and saying, you know, swing for the offensives. And Hama Life is like, well, hell yeah, man. I've got Corki, I've got Kaisa. We're already pretty far ahead, and I don't blame them. They must be feeling pretty good right now with their lead.
Yeah, precisely. And remember, this Jace was picked for lane. Still Smeb sitting at 0, 2, and 1. And it was his job at the start of that fight to soften up the members of Harmful Life, and unfortunately wasn't able to find the Empowered Shock Blasts that we'd need him to in order to make that one work, because the war of attrition will be won by KT every day of the week, right? They've got a Taric. They can sit Taric in a minion wave, allow him to recharge that heal as often as possible. But we'll have to see. I still think that in straight up 5v5s, KT do have an edge, right? They have so much wombo combo potential. And Cosmic Radiance is just so good against exactly what Harmor wants to do, assuming they can time it correctly and coordinate it with things like the heroic entrance and stuff like that. Like, it's just, it's not a comp that you can just auto-win with, although that is how I explained it when we were discussing the draft and how it was used by Gen G. In fact, used by Gen G against KT, might I add. I believe that was how that one worked. Yep.
Yeah, I think if you're a KT fan, you still have to pray for that, you know, a much cleaner fight in the mid to late game here. I mean, they still have the tools to make a very easy, you know, kind of click and engage comp where the Cosmic Radiance arms and the Jarvan goes in and you've got the Galio follow-up, and then you just got to say, okay, aiming, take it away. And hopefully he can do the dirty work once it does come to those fights. But every fight that they throw like that, it just gets harder and harder up against two pretty mega carries here that are already really fed in the Corki and the Kaisa. So it really does come down to how clean KT can engage. Who are they going to pick off? If they could get the Kaisa to start, that would be nice. But it's not going to be easy.
Yep. KT moving up towards the river. Baron's alive, but I don't know whether it's an objective that either team can really look for. So looks like the top outer turret is what KT are aiming for at this point in time. If Scuttle Vision is there, that is going to guarantee that outer. So KT rotating around, making sure that global gold is something that they can claim. As Void Seeker was fine too soon. And that's what you need to be doing, Smeb. Landing these Empowered Shock Blasts. Supercharge not quite enough there from Viper, as Dudu is going to head down towards the bottom side. And will, if he wants to, be able to take that turret, but he doesn't have the vision that we do. My hands over there, grabs some vision. So, Smeb clears out bottom wave. That is going to deny that turret. Only one has been taken so far from Harmor Life. However, they still have close to a 2,000 gold lead. And that just means there is standing gold on this map that Hanwha's scaling composition can happily pick up when they feel they need to. It's going to mean that when there is a turn in this game, especially if it's a fight that Hanwha wins, it's a lot of extra money that are able to pack on.
Yeah. There really hasn't been much else going on in this one. I mean, we had the top turret go down in between Cloud Drakes after that big team fight. And not much has changed. I mean, we can take a look at the items. Now Corki has 3 big ones as he does pick up the rapid fire cannon. And he is going to be just chunking people out. I think he's going to be the main guy to look at because he'll be really hard to lock down as well.
Yep.
For the side of KT. I think they have a chance to take down Viper, but Lava should have his way of the team fight.
Now Bono, you can see, desperate to try and find his way into this fight. We know that he loves it. As aiming, he's the Bastion at the moment. As okay, Kuro's not going to be able to get in there. Cloud Drake is what both of these teams are fighting for at the moment, as the Void Seeker somehow picks the gap between KT. There's the sentry. Okay, Smeb starting to land some pretty good ones here as the package was about to time out. And Lava's now going to look for a back timing. He can teleport back in like he did once before. A possible opportunity here for KT to get some positioning. You can see Smeb already with a fair bit of damage in this fight. There's the teleport from Lava. Skuro finds some Winds of War onto Cad. Subjugate will make him surprisingly tanky though in these instances. Skuro can always reposition. Just I'm waiting for Bono to make a good move. That's what I'm concerned about right now. KT sustain definitely strong, and Smeb continues to land these absolutely fantastic shock blasting. Goes Kuro, does get himself. There's the Cataclysm that we finally see. And Bono, this time, put a clock together for himself. Not going to find too much actual ender damage, though, as finally, 200 years later, we do manage to pick that one up. Lahens down to about 300 as Smeb dives on forward. Great knock-up is going to spell the end of Viper, is now aiming, looks for another Q-snipe. The KT, they've already managed to win this one as Lahens down to, yeah, still sitting there at 300 health, just trying to get himself out. Meanwhile, KT will be able to get themselves the Baron.
Yeah, that was a little bit I mean, it was pretty good from KT to chip down that damage. That's something we were talking about, their poke ability. Even in the face of Corki, they were able to do so much more. Just with only the Jace. I really like the idea of giving them blue to the Jace so that he can just non-stop harass you before the fight. And Hanwha Life never really decided, okay, we're just going to go for the Cloud Drake until they were like awkwardly in the spot where they're like, I guess we'll try to go for the steal. And then Cat gets caught, and then hence Dudu get caught. It's like just the dominoes start falling as this time Bono's got a stopwatch. Looks like Kuro was kind of pulled out of his heroic entrance there somehow, so there wasn't much of a follow-up. But it didn't matter because we got Caitlyn and Varus in one on the side of KT, and they are able to just blow them up as the engage does not fail when it is 4 versus 1 there as well. So they feed another kill over to the Aphelios, and now it looks like KT are handily in the lead after a pretty clean follow-up after taking down the Drake.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse as well. As Viper, you can see Split pushing on the top side of the map. It's going to be a little bit dangerous as he approaches this inner turret, but it looks like he ain't scared. Maybe should be. 3 minutes until Cloud Drake number 4 is available here for KT, or Drake number 4. As Viper says, no, well, I guess if no one's coming back, I'm just going to take this inner turret. KT said the same thing about the bottom lane. When it comes down, clears out vision. Hanwha Life do have a fair bit of wave clear in the form of the Corki. And finally, we do see the back coming in from Viper. Smeb moves over. Vision does tell Hanwha Life exactly what's going on. He's aiming. He is very scary. Let's look at him trying to get into position here. Big one is going to land onto Tucson and himself, though. That will deter them from pushing any further forward. Looks like the siege is not necessarily working out the bottom lane, but KT will be able to take down the inner turret in mid and maybe even transition towards the top side as that wave is going to reset. All right, goodbye, Bono.
Okay.
We'd say that we were surprised, but we've been watching Bono play for quite a few years now.
Oh, what a strange place to be caught, too. That's going to put an end to their Baron push. That's pretty unfortunate.
Isn't it strange that he got caught standing by himself just outside the front gate of the enemy base?
Yeah, and nah. he clears the ward and then he's like, yeah, I should be fine, but I don't know. I mean, they still have an Nautilus.
Where do you think they went?
They still have a Nautilus, right?
Oh, man.
They've got a ward. He can see it. It's like, okay. I think the second you see that ward, you gotta flag drag over the wall, or just not go there in the first place. Maybe a little bit too overconfident with his positioning, and immediately gets punished. And, you know, that's going to put an end to the Baron push. So the Baron push gets the 2 inner turrets in mid and bot, but
I mean, it's 1,000 gold Baron power play. That's not even power play.
It's really small. Really doesn't end up doing much. And eventually, if these hard carries from the side of Hanwha Life can get to the late game and they actually start engaging, instead of just, you know, letting KT engage onto them and then wondering why their Kaisa is dying immediately, they could definitely have some success once it does get into that later stage of the game, maybe around like an Elder Drake fight or something like that. We do, of course, have the Cloud Soul Drake coming up here in 40 seconds. And the package has been taken once again here by Lava.
Yep, he's got another one. Let's see whether he can make that one work. Still sitting on the teleport as well. As Bono's going to take a fair bit of damage from these rockets. Pillar is relatively wasted, and yeah, aiming, he almost has item number 4 in the Death Stance, and I think when that comes in, it's like almost surrender time, as we've learnt here in the LCK. I think maybe not in other regions, but here in the LCK, it certainly does spell the end. Yeah. For most of our teams, KT, 5 seconds, and that Cloud Drake is going to pop up. There he is.
You were talking about Aphelios items, but even
oh, he does. He has the Death Stance.
Yeah, he
Never
does.
mind. Okay, the game's over.
And LS is one who's been very vocal about how you can counter Aphelios. They haven't really done a very good job of that on the side of Hanwha Life. Lots of low range that is not going to do well against Aphelios with 4 items.
Oh my god, it was the steal! Cad just walks on over, but is it going to be enough? Moonlight Vigil hit absolutely nothing. I'm not sure what he was aiming for there, but his name's aiming, so he definitely knew. It was something.
Yeah.
Maybe he's still aiming now.
Yeah, perhaps. He's just desperate to use those items that he's taken, and the enemy team is not really giving him a shot.
That's a big deal, though.
Yeah. It's going to delay the Elder Drake, I think, most importantly. We talked about how the Cloud Drake Soul is kind of, you know, it's all right. I feel like it would be better for Hanwha Life, but they're still 2 Drakes away from picking that one up. So we'll see if it does get into that. The unfortunate thing that might happen here is we might enter another slight little lull state.
Yeah. I guess I get to ask you about whether you played Star Wars Racer. As we're going to see the flash in, and King's Tribute also did a lot of work. As this is where Cad says, nice. Perfect. There we go. I was waiting for the worth, but that's going to count.
The Cloud Drake is worth more than my Trundle's life in this game. And yeah, we do have the Baron coming up here in a couple of seconds. I feel like KT could have a really nice turn onto that, actually. And they have some pretty nice beefy boys and good sustain with the Taric, so they could just bait around Baron, look for the turn, and try to end off of that. We'll see what they try to do here. I think it's going to be much more difficult for Hanwha to push into the Baron. And KT just say, okay, well, actually, we're just going to push the top lane, as Hanwha Life was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, they've found them now. There's the Void Seeker. Bono avoids all of the CC until he decides to stand in amongst the enemy team. And then very late Cataclysm that actually just blocks aiming off. Depth Charge is going to come down as Viper goes for the execution. But this is Aphelios, so he's not going to be able to do so. There's the Cosmic Radiance as now the fight is on. And Lava just got baited. Smeb dives in on top of Viper, looking to see whether he can get the execution. Is now Aiming's looking for it. He's looking to do Aphelios things, and there's the taunt. It's going to land onto the Troll once again, and now it's a 4 versus 3, and KT have stolen away the team fight.
Yeah, imagine that dirty of a team fight that starts with Bono going for a little bit of a walk through the enemy blue buff and doing nothing before dying. And then still struggling against the Aphelios in the top side with 2 of your carries right on top of him, plus a tank. Still not able to do anything with this composition that Hanwha Life do have, and so it's going to be a pretty easy team fight win for KT, even after sacrificing their Jarvan. And we'll take another look at it here. Bono's like, oh, they're all here. Maybe I can get out. Misses his flag, flashes for no reason. You're like, okay, well, this is silly. And then KT get forced into the fight. You're thinking, oh, this is great for Hanwha Life, but that's not the case. Just watch aiming. Eventually, here we go.
Oh, Lava, that must feel so bad.
Imagine you've got Aphelios who's fed, but then you have invulnerable Aphelios who's fed. That's even better. It's so good for the late game. It's incredible, actually. We see so much Aphelios Nautilus, which is great for fighting front to back, forcing team fights, but maybe Taric was the even better option.
Well, I mean, I think Taric, especially when it's piloted by Tucson, is just fantastic. He's able to coordinate with Kuro and Bono very well, also with his dazzles that have been working out very, very well. I'm not sure whether it's Aiming or Tucson that are gunning towards a player of the game this game, but I find it very hard because you think about all of the mistakes, and it feels like every player on the Rift at the moment has made a few of them. Yeah. So every time you think about it, it's like, and I should give it to. But wait. I think one thing I know is Bono's not going to get it this game.
Yeah, I think we can kind of count him out. Sorry, Bono.
Not happening this time.
Yeah, Smeb, you know, he's doing really good with his poking in the mid game, but his laning phase was pretty messy. Yep, I don't know. Maybe Aphelios just gets it again.
Well, we'll see. They'll need to win this team fight, and Tucson has to use the Cosmic Radiance very early, and there's the heroic entrance as well, and that's a few years worth of damage, guys. As Empowered Shock Blast flies in and says goodbye to Lehens. He's going to get himself out. Speaking of a lot of damage, Smeb's going to take a bit, because Lava does need to be respected. But yeah, the Aphelios things are starting. Yeah. He's got 6 items, guys, so you can understand exactly why. In goes Kuro, looks for the taunt, doesn't get it. Teleport back here from Smeb. He's going to get 5 people bearing down onto these Nexus turrets. It's only Cad that's dead. I don't know whether 4 people are going to be enough to save them from this, as Aiming's looking to get in position, even if there are Nexus turrets, to try and die. It's a good knock up there from Bono. Finds Dudu, though, who's pretty tanky. Lahen's still in trouble as Viper's trying to be that one-man army. They do manage to get Aiming. Sorry, no, it's not Aiming into the Guardian Angel, as Aiming's just dodging everyone's abilities. And look at the Nexus. It just explodes. And Smeb says, I want the game to be over, as KT do take game 1.
I'm like looking at my POG sheet. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Do I change it from Aiming to Tucson? Was really my only thought there. And I'm just going to give it to Aiming. I think he had a good game on the Aphelios. I feel like at the same time, though, it was kind of handed to him in the draft.
I mean, if I get to make a choice, which I don't, I would have given it to Tucson. 100%.
Yeah.
I think it was
Tucson
really
did
good.
have a great game.
He's the only one that didn't make the big whoopsies.
Yeah.
And he was
True.
there just
Very
trying
clean.
to repair the rest of them. His Tarek has always been very, very good. But yeah, that game in general is going to require some VOD review on both sides.
Yeah, it was definitely messy. I think both teams struggled with communication, especially KT early on. But then they just hit this tipping point where Aphelios didn't get behind it all in the game, and he was going up against 5 members on the enemy team that all had to be within his range to do any damage.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing that LS talks about all the time, is that if you don't have the range to at least poke him out, or, you know,
I mean, that's why
hard engage onto him, it's like you're just going to struggle every single time. And that's exactly, it just eventually happened where it's like the first 20-25 minutes didn't matter, and it's like, oh, Aphelios against this comp, I guess we just win.
Yeah. And you saw Viper wasn't actually able to get too much done. Lava did what he could, did the best that he could, but in the end, it did come down to the Aphelios. And yeah, the one thing I was going to add is that it feels like inherently, Aphelios just is very happy to go against Kai'Sa.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you have Crescendo.
Feels
right?
great.
Kai'Sa like jumps in with a killer instinct, and Aiming's like, oh, well, thanks for the 300 gold. That was a very smart, a very quick delivery. And he thought it was Corky that was making those deliveries.
Yeah.
But look, Hammerlife were able to at least get themselves to a point where they were in some form of lead, and the game was very, very close throughout the mid game. And honestly, felt like at certain points it could have gone either way. It's just that KT managed to wrap things up. I think that first Baron was the beginning of the end, and then the second was the final nail in the coffin. But certainly some cleaning up to do for both of these teams. It's not feeling like a top-of-the-table clash.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I was actually thinking about that earlier. I'm like, should I say it or should I wait until Atlas says it?
Yeah.
There you go, guys. Perfect definition of the match tonight.
Exactly right. So let's see what happens in game number 2 and which kind of music we're going to be cueing. We'll see you then.
이쪽 박아줘라.
여기 걸리는 거 볼게.
타워부터 타워만. 타워.
나 가인이야.
여기.
다 죽여.
타운 칠게. 갈랐다. 나이스. 아 너무 많이 잘했다. 오우. 쏘리.
괜찮아.
안 죽었고 많이 죽었다.
와 슈퍼터 네잘 밀었어요. 마무리 와 리스트 어드라 다시 한번 펜타를 댄성 상태로 네 댄성 상태로 펜타 개막전에서 바로 그렇죠. 따라가서 마무리 한 번에 못했는데 엠본드 계속 때리고 있고 엠본드 자 올려포와 어머나 실패 쫓아가자 캐리어가 왔을 때와 진짜 캐리어가 나가네요 다 죽이고 있어요 더블킬 심지어 카사딘이 뭐 도움을 많이 주는 것도 아니야.
아 이거 위험한데? 용렙이 너무 빨리 됐다 얘. 죽은데?
오공이 요즘 쏠기 진짜
싸워den죠.
되거든요. 기다려서 6렙은 됐는데 너무 늦게 돼.
이기만 해.
W 쿨 한번 반대로 내가 반대로
와.
모델 옆에.
댐프 방향으로 클리드가 내려갑니다.
다이브 각을 보는데 그러니까 스페가 쓱 한번 내려오긴 하거든요. 스페가 내려오고 있긴 해요.
이거를 숙박하면서 뒤쪽으로 빠지는데요, 댐프. 결국 하나 더. 다시 가지. 버텼어요. 댐프가 됐다. 역습 다 죽어요. 아니 저게 멸망. 저게 왜안 죽어? 3대0.
선택지가 많아요. 테디가 또 밀어내면. 근데
그렇죠.
하나생명은 드래곤 포기하고 그냥 여기 밀겠다는 건데.
그러면 어디까지 갈 수 있을지 용은 챙겼고요.
그렇습니다. 지금 선택지가 많은 하나생명이
귀환을 막아라.
이거
아니
근데
제가 나가라. 아니 귀한들 어디까지 막을 수 있죠?
DYN이 가긴 갔어요.
네.
이게 그래서 좀 봐야 될 것 같은데요.
자, 상상기가 날렸고요.
DYN이 이겼어요. DYN이 있으면 일단.
그래도 상대 타고 내 상대 잡다. 내 파이퍼. 자, 밀어내고 내 상대 잡다. 제재.
야 게임 끝내도 되겠는데 이거? 야 끝내볼래 이거? 내가 막아볼게 얘들아.
밀어냈고요, 쌤을. 와, 얘네는 다인고. 다시 돌고. 이걸 잘 막았네. 돌고. 아지르가 이제 게이밍. 아지르가. 바다 영혼. 오션 드릭. 바다 영혼. 야, 진짜.
아 이제 잡았어. 이제 잡았어. 쉣.
We're back after the second series of tonight. Life Esports versus KT Roaster. Affiliates versus Kai'Sa. And a lot of people said it will be a hard game for Kai'Sa to put a lot of damage. So their master plan would have been Kai'Sa Nautilus hitting level 6 and 3-man dive with Corki, the package, but that was not the case that happened here. Aphelios had the lane priority and also T4 as well had a huge lead in jungle, so KT wasn't really having a hard time to roll their snowball. So Hana Life, they have a very distinct goal to accomplish, but as they failed on it, well, it means that they're gonna be having a hard one. And Pittori thinks that the best AD carry currently is maybe like Jackie Love, so we don't have the comp that kind of gear up with Aphelios, or rather Kai'Sa. Last time it was Lissandra and Wukong, other champions that can enable her to go in with her ultimate, but Hana Life didn't really have much of a teamfight angle for Kai'Sa. So at the end of the draft, well, KT compensated the poke damage from Hana Life Esports Corki with Jace. So at the end of the game, we could see that Kai'Sa did such a low damage. And here we have a highlight from Tusin doing such a great work on this champion, kind of shows his proficiency and understanding of Tark itself. So Hana Life players, they were being a little bit greedy, sieging that top lane with even Jace TP on. So first he landed his used his E, and then Tusin starts hitting the cannon minion because he wanted to utilize or activate that passive cooldown reduction. So with his skill, he had faster auto attack speed, and he also could reduce his E cooldown with his autos. So he landed another stun on Life players, so they were able to punish Dudu and Cad, pushing really hard with that Herald. That was the timing where KT Roaster had the priority to rotate to the top side with their bot and support, but Hana Life players, they weren't actually aware of this. But to be honest, this game was not looking really pretty for both sides, and this was the point where the game was decided. Well, Hana Life had the comp where Corki had a lot of burdens on his shoulder. So this teamfight actually started off with J4's mistake. He just straight walked into the enemy group, but even playing 4v5, KT was the one that winning this fight. Corki flash forward into Tarek ultimate and stun. Aphelios was the one-man carry role on the side of KT Roaster, so maybe Corki was going in before the Tarek ult activates and just pop him. But his master plan failed, so it was easy for KT Roaster to wipe out all the remaining Hana Life players. Let's find out who the POG for game number 1 would be. Tusin, who was the true guardian of that carry role of Aphelios. The way he activated and landed his skill was so brilliant. Tarek was already a top-tier champion in the Summer Split, but it actually depends on how the pilots use this champion, and Tusin was definitely the one that we can call a master of Tarek. Especially, it's really hard to kind of find the perfect timing for Tarek's ult. In addition, because Lee Hans was playing Nautilus, well, the Nautilus ultimate can also be the blocking of Tarek's ultimate, but that was not what Tusin had this time around. To be honest, J4 Galio combo was not on point, but Tarek was the one that kind of kept earning time and giving KT Roaster the space to win the game. Tusin sharing the votes with aiming, got game leading point for game number 1, and let's move on to game number 2.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as per usual, as Brendan Valdanalist Valdez made the wrong choice, but thankfully the right person got the player of the game. 150% deserved it. He was extraordinary, and I'm really glad that none of the votes went towards the top side of the map because there was a little bit of yakety sax being played. Some fun saxophone during that game, so hopefully in game number 2 the play will be tidied up, and the draft will also be tidied up. I think that, yeah, leaving up the Aphelios and leaving up Ezreal as well. I mean, both of these champions piloted very, very well by aiming. It might have been Hana Life going for some sort of bait aiming into picking Ezreal type situation so that they could get themselves the Aphelios, but I think the Trundle priority is very, very high, especially if you're not then going to use it alongside tanks. Because the reason you pick Trundle, right, and you can understand why LCK teams love it so much, it's because it cuts out all tank stacking champions. It takes them out of availability, basically, because Subjugate is so good at removing their ability to absorb damage. Unfortunately, if you then decide that you're just going to straight up pick squishy champions up against the obviously squishy opponent roster, you're not getting any advantage out of it, really. So I don't know.
Yeah,
that's my take on the whole situation. I think there are a lot of people rolling their eyes about the Trundle first pick.
Yeah, it was definitely, I think, a draft win to KT. Just looking at it, just objectively. And then once we got into the game, we got to see a little bit more of exactly why. And now it raises more questions. You know, I think that Smeb's Jace was a little bit iffy in the laning phase, but it looked great in the mid game. Do you want to let that one go? The Tucson's Tarek, can't exactly ban that one out. There's too many other things to ban away. And where does the Aphelios priority go after that last one? Do you try to ban it away, but then you just give Ezreal to aiming? It's not easy here for Hanwha Life.
Yeah.
And I think they're definitely on the back foot coming into this second game's draft.
And banning the Karma, I think, is actually really interesting because now KT get a free first pick Ezreal if they want it. Likely that they do. I think that with Aphelios and the Kalista banned away, you have to first pick the Ezreal. And now Hanwha Life will be able to get the Trundle yet again. I imagine that they are just going to lock that one in. But the Kai'Sa to be picked this time into the Ezreal. And that's where the Kai'Sa works, right? So let's hope that it's going to actually work out this time. I mean, I wouldn't mind if Tucson just went back to the Tarek.
Tarek, yeah.
It looked good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it either. I think they're definitely considering, do we want to give aiming essentially, you know, all of the ability to do whatever he wants in the mid game and hopefully carry just right from there. As another one of those junglers that Bono used to play a bunch was the Xin Zhao, but
anything that goes in and can't really get out is something that Bono really likes to play. Are they really? Okay, it's going to be Lee Sin. And Lee Sin can get out, so that might add something. As Lehen's once again going to be on the Nautilus, he did start some good fights in the mid-game. You saw that Hanwha Life were actually able to get themselves a lead.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that had to do with Lehen's being able to do well in that instance. So let's just see how this one pans out. The Lee Sin, often a trap card here in the LCK. We'll see whether Bono's going to be able to put behind what was probably one of the worst jungle performances that we've seen so far in Summer. That's objective. That's not us just being mean to Bono. He made so many mistakes in game one.
Yeah,
really needs to fix it for game two.
It was a difficult game one for sure. And now I think you might just want to target out Lava here. I was thinking Corki Azir, but they're actually going to take away the Zoe here. Can add an insane amount of pick to your lineup, as Hanwha Life are already looking like they want to just, you know, run it back, just do the same exact thing. And so you have to consider what they chose the last time, which was the Aatrox and Corki. Will they try to ban stuff like that away, or will they target other things? The Wukong is going to be taken away.
Speaking of taken away, the Galio going to be locked in here by Lava this time around. I really like it. You're able to activate the Kai'Sa pretty well. If a fight starts sort of away from you. As, all right, there's the Sylas. And this is something that KT can do on blue side, because they flex the Sylas between Kuro and Smeb. Both of them have been playing a hell of a lot of the champion. And I think even the Mordekaiser is something that Kuro can play, but likely that is going to be heading towards the top side of the map, as we do have a pretty eclectic draft at the moment coming out from KT. Certainly less team fight, more smoke and mirrors, and trying to single out the one member of the team that you really want to take out of the fight, and that is what Smeb's job is going to be. But it's a blind Mordekaiser, and now Dudu's going to pick the Camille into it.
Yeah, you were talking about Camille in game number one alongside of the Galio. This time, Hanwha Life, they were listening to the English broadcast during the break. They're like, hey, you know what? That Camille's great with that champion. Let's do that. And I do think they needed a bit more damage. The Sylas was a little bit of a blocker towards the Ornn, but I think if you're going Ornn alongside of that many beefy boys plus Kai'Sa, I don't know if you really have the damage to take out Ezreal there for the aiming. So I like that Camille offers you a little bit of isolation. Can be difficult against the Tahm Kench. I feel like Tucson's role in this one is going to be, once again, very important from the support side.
Yep, and he's a fantastic Tahm Kench player as well. Ezreal Tahm Kench is, in fact, the lane that Aiming and Tucson like to play together. As we've seen them up getting player of the game together after their performance on the Ezreal and the Tahm Kench, and I won't repeat what was said by the Korean commentators because I thought it was a little bit mean, but maybe you understand what that is, as aiming was represented as Ezreal in the opening video as the representative for KT. So we have a look over this roster, pretty standard Galio stuff here, as Viper is going to attempt to be that hyper carry as we move into the later stages, not having to deal with the extreme volume of years that KT had in game number 1. They're up against Aiming's Ezreal though, and especially with the Tahm Kench, you've already spoken about this, but Aiming's very aggressive. So utilizing the Tahm Kench's safety might help him when he's arcane shifting forward at every possible opportunity. Let's see how it goes, as we are onto Summoner's Rift for what could be the final game of the night, unless Harmful Life managed to turn things around.
Well, the last time you and I cast together, it went all 6 games, Atlas. So hopefully I can bring you another nice present and bring you the 6 games here. Although I do have faith in Aiming Tucson. I think that up against this comp, they are going to be so crucial up against what Harmful Life have brought in terms of that hard engage. They're going to take out that ward there, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on that guy right there. They're actually continuing with the engage here.
Yeah, moving all the way through. Is Aiming in Tucson not going to get into any trouble by the looks of things, as Lehens gets himself all the way into the brush. And yeah, this bottom side is well and truly warded. And Harmful Life are in full vision of their opposition. That's all right, Kura. You know that they're there. Let's be careful.
I thought that maybe Bono would just get in there and take the blue away, but he's just going to play it safe. Or not the blue, the red. He's just going to play it safe and go for his own blue. And just go for a bit of a normal clear. You can see a lot of pings on the red, as that's what Harmful Life was expecting. But maybe it's also a little bit of a mind game from Bono that he's not going to go in there. We got 4 Conqueror on the side of KT.
We are conquering. That's what we're looking to do.
Yeah, where's the Conqueror there, Tucson?
Yeah, what you think?
You're messing with the team spirit.
You need to have 4 Conquerors and a Guardian. That's how you win, based on the class system. As full knowledge, CAD going for some vertical jungling. I have a feeling Bono's just going to be able to go for the same thing as our supports do, trade some health bar. But it's not really working out super impactfully for either side. Smeb up here, let's see how he goes on the Mordekaiser. Lands that Obliterate, so he's got that one going for him.
Yeah, good start, although it's not going to be the easiest lane in the world, as Bono, he's not going to his red. I don't really...
He knows that he doesn't have a red buff.
I don't really get this. I mean, he's going to go clear his Raptors, and yeah, I mean, he'll get an earlier reset on that, but I mean, why is he playing so safe on the Lee Sin when he knew that CAD went into his red buff? He could have easily taken the blue or the red of the enemy team. Instead, he's like, okay, I guess I'll just I'll accept getting 3 buffed.
Yeah, and that's what he did. So I'm also perplexed. Might just go to a Rift Scuttler now on the south side. But yeah, that's very odd. Bono has, you know, he had a disaster of a game 1, so it might be a confidence issue out from this guy. He just doesn't want to have any issues, which, you know, you could possibly understand, but getting 3 buffed feels bad every single day of the week.
Yeah. I actually, I saw Hirai talking to him after the game. They were having a pretty in-depth conversation. I wonder what was exchanged in that conversation. Maybe Hirai said to him, hey man, you're not having a great day. I just want you to play safe, calm, collected, try to get yourself back, you know, on your feet here. And maybe that led to Bono being a little bit overly safe here, as now he's looking to perhaps overcompensate, gets in there, gets seen, and now he does have to back away. The odd pathing from CAD to try to get into the enemy jungle and take the red and a little bit of the Raptors does mean that actually they will be even on farm for now, but CAD does have a lot more of his jungleable left of available for him. And he'll be able to take that down real quick.
Yeah. At least Bono didn't die there, but wasn't able to take away the red side Gromp. But look, Aiming and Tucson is still in the game, as you can see. So that is what we're going to be hanging our hats on if you're looking for KT to find some success. Humble Life, they also do rely on their bottom lane, so this is going to be the most important point for both of these teams, as Kuro wins out in that trade quite nicely, but you can see mana bars are an issue for at least the KT mid laner.
Yeah. I really did like the Silas pick into this team, by the way. You already were looking at Subjugate, Hero's Entrance, and I think it was the Kaisa? Yeah, the Kaisa and the Nautilus. So he had 4 members already where it's like, okay, I mean, I've got some good ults to steal here. I can go ahead and take it, have a pretty free lane up against the Galio. Be all good with that.
All right, there's the hook shot. Tries to lock down Bono, who lands the Q. Needs one more auto, but Tempest will do it, and that guarantees Bono's life. Really well played by the KT jungler. That's a bounce back if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, finally gets his feet underneath him. He's able to stabilize here for a bit. It wasn't the cleanest dive, but they got the job done, as it looked like Smeb was able to pull him in and line it up after Dudu did go for the hook shot. So nicely played by the two of them. It does give up this early Mountain Drake, but that's not going to be too much of a big deal. Getting that Lee Sin and even the Mordekaiser ahead of this somewhat difficult lane early is going to be quite nice.
Yep, having a look at it one more time. Dudu flashes, but
He actually
lands
he
right
shot
on the
him
edge.
Back in, actually. I thought he got pulled.
I think he did get pulled, and then he hook shot.
And then he hooks in.
Back in again.
Yeah. And then flashes. I think he should have tried to hook
찌면
shot
줘야 돼,
and
찌면 줘야 돼.
then, dodge the Q with this flash. I don't think they would have had any ability to close the distance if he had gone for that line of play, but wanted to go for the stun and potentially lock him in under the turret, but it didn't look like he had turret aggro there just yet because it was onto Smeb instead of Bono, who was the guy he stunned. So you can see the line of thinking. Didn't pan out for Dudu. No Dududungas here to start off for him.
Nope. Not at this stage. Aiming and Tucson back together again. As they push this wave in very even farm as far as the bottom side of the map. So, nothing to really report as Lahen's going to be joined by Cad.
They're trying to make the Galio gank work here, I think.
Yeah, but the dredge line not going to land. Tucson knows that he just needs to stay a little bit further back. Ooh. As Aiming even gets that cannon creep. I was half expecting that one not to land, but I think you might have been expecting as well. Tongue Lash lands onto Viper as well.
Yeah, Tucson sniped that one. I was looking at Lahen's and Cad coming over. I'm like, you guys, even 3v2, you're not going to get a kill against Ezreal Tom Kens with double flash and exhaust. But with the Galio coming down, they were looking to kind of wombo combo and hopefully burst someone with level 6 Kaisa. Didn't pan out, though. You need that first hook to land. And so the dig was up. And that was it. Spano, he just hit level 6, actually, on the Krugs. Doesn't look like they're going to go for another dive this time. Maybe just take out the Rift Heralds early.
Yeah, and we're going to have Cad coming down again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. As KT, they're getting to work on Shelly. And Cad is going to be able to steal away yet another buff. There haven't been too many that Bono's been able to claim, but he might be able to collect the enemy red buff this time around, but hasn't really been his playstyle so far today, so instead, he's going to get to work on this red buff, and I believe Cad is just going to have a free ride back to his own jungle to grab yet another red buff for himself.
Yeah. It's very interesting. You think of Lee Sin, in pro play and in solo queue, you see him as quite aggressive early when he's really strong, especially once he hits level 6. But Bono is kind of, you know, he's flipping the script on that one, kind of being a little bit different, playing very safe, just going for the objectives and for the, you know, the easy kills essentially on the dives instead of, I mean, going for what looks like, from our view, a pretty free couple of buffs.
Yep, right now pulling out the enemy red though, so is able to get over there. No, I tell a lie. I thought I saw him doing that on the minimap. That wasn't the case. And he's just going to allow no red buffs to go over to Bono at all this game so far.
He's just like, I got caught too many times last game. That's you know, the maximum amount of times I'm allowed to be caught in this series. So unfortunately, I can't take any risks of getting caught all out by myself. If I die on a dive, that's fine, but can't die by myself.
Well, Smeb having a great time here towards the top side. Currently close to a couple of waves ahead, but with these minions moving in, it's more like one and a bit. And do remember, he was the one that picked the Camille into the Mordekaiser. Then dove, didn't quite find his opportunity. So, ooh, Smeb could have activated the passive there and does eventually get it with that last obliterate, but it was almost a much better trade than what we just saw.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice time for the Mordekaiser versus Camille. It feels you get that arm guard and you already got the Camille behind because of the little gank, so you're sitting pretty, you're not taking too much damage. Camille needs, you know, at least a couple items to really start getting in your face and doing enough damage to threaten your life, especially when you have the Death Realm available to just cut back some of the damage and do some of your own extra. And so it's actually Smeb after that first gank who's putting on a lot of pressure here early on. And Bono really hasn't had to revisit, although he is heading up towards the top side once again. This does mean he could give away the Infernal, though.
Yeah, that is another Drake that they're going to miss out on, so that is really bad news. You can see Bono, he decides to counter jungle when it's actually a really bad idea, to be honest. Giving away those two Drakes is real bad news, but
that ward.
looks like they should be able to grab this as the Q does connect once again. There's a Hextech ultimatum, and Smeb is going to survive in the end.
That ward was so sad. It's like it sees absolutely nothing. They've got full vision with their own control ward, and that is just the easiest alley-oop as well into the kill. They get the kill, they drop a couple of plates down, they put the HLE down. It's very cookie cutter, something you would teach a very new player to pro player, something like that. You know, just go for these kind of setup plays, as he might actually get caught here.
Yep, interrupted as he has to control ward. That was a flash somewhere. I don't know, I heard the flash button. As Bono, he's going to get knocked up. He's in the death room now, guys. Goodbye. Cat flashed. Maybe Lahens did as well. Oh, was it a Hex flash? That would have been completely fine.
Maybe like a little one? I don't know.
A little one? Little baby Hex flash?
Itty bitty Hex flash.
So, scary that now KT do need to stop the next few Drakes to avoid Humble Life getting to that soul point. The Mountain and Infernal, same Drakes that we got last game as far as the first two, but Ocean Soul is much scarier. You guys saw it in the Mad movie that we had in between our games.
Yeah.
BDD demonstrating that the way you win is to have Ocean Soul. And then you just auto-attack everyone as Azir, and you're absolutely fine.
Yeah.
He's also a phenomenal player, but that particular play illustrated exactly the power of Ocean Drake. And have a look at it once again.
Yeah. The ward, very sad. And then Dudu here, he does have flash, but he's like, yeah, I'm pretty dead. I think perhaps had he gone for the super outplay and maybe flash in for another auto, maybe he gets close, but I don't know. I think it's better to just save it and hope that you can lane safer. Although he should have known that if he dies, he's going to lose his turret anyway, so could have set up some kind of freeze or maybe played it safer from there. As there's the Hex flash from the side of Lahens. We'll be seeing more of that as this game does come along.
Absolutely. As Ingo's Koro, he gets taunted though, and then punched. But in the end wins the trade because he's Silas, spins around a whole bunch. Looks like he's not doing damage, but he actually is. His aiming moves out of the way. And the Q is going to kill the rest of the minions. Control ward there in the brush. One put down here as well as KT look to take control of the bottom lane, understanding that now is probably about time that they decide to prioritize some dragons. Tucson, though, Gonna get punished for it. Goes Golden. Does still have Flash and Exhaust available. And avoids the dredge line. Teleport's coming in. There's the heroic entrance as Lava tries to get himself out of the way. But he's in the death realm now as Smeb diving on top of the gargoyle, trying to get him out of this fight. We'll get him back in there though, as there's the huge kickback, and eventually Lava will fall. It's a catastrophe in this fight, but KT do come out ahead with a couple of kills. Minute and a half left on the Drake. Not exactly something worth fighting for at this current moment, but Bono will finally be able to get himself a few camps of the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they were kind of just all bunched up there. Hummelite perhaps panicking a little bit after they went for the bait that is the Tom Kench. I know the catfish is probably looking really delicious, and you're thinking you're going to have a really nice dinner today. Well, that was not the case. You get baited in hard. Lava gets baited in. Perfect teleport here from Smeb to force everybody to kind of stick around, because you're thinking, hey, maybe we can turn this one. But how about a 4-man knockup just casually? As I think that was the Silas that got in there. And
I think it was the depth charge.
Yeah, stole the depth charge, knocks everybody up, and that's why the Silas looks really good into this comp. You're looking at so many team fight, game-changing ultimates, and you're like, well, with just one ult like that, I'm going to change the game. And immediately from there, they were able to chase him down. As you know, you've got Ezreal, you've got Silas, Lee Sin. You're not getting away from this comp if they get ahead in a team fight, and so it's now miles ahead.
Yeah, I literally looked at the gold. What the hell?
Yeah.
What happened?
It's
like
top lane. It's top lane just getting super far ahead. Every other lane going even or slightly ahead for KT. And Tucson might be the bait again here.
Oh no, he fails the flash! It's a disaster. That's the blast cone. That's going to get Kuro out of there. But now, Soul Point should be pretty comfy for Hanwha Life as they pull out the Ocean Drake. Bono is taking a mid-outer turret. And yes, it is just Soul Point. It's not the actual Soul, but still. Cad should be taken down here. Smeb flashing in on top of him. Death Realm was there as the Drake is taken by Hanwha Life. But are they going to be able to stay alive in this fight as Lava? He goes Golden. And everyone's just going to wait for the Galio to get out. And now they're looking to try and get Dudu as well as Viper. Oh no, the top laner goes down. I mean, Viper is well and truly dead. He's going to try and take Kuro with him. There's the kick flash. Don't know whether that was necessary, but they are still able to grab that kill. And they're 8,000 gold ahead now. And maybe they're just going to win the game within 4.5 minutes, and then it doesn't matter that Dragon Soul was there for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, a bit of a catastrophe for the side of Hanwha. They get the pick this time as Tucson, I think he could have just blasted the pillar and taken the blast plant, but he wanted to get all the way over the wall. Did not work out. And I think they still could have won this 4v5 had Bono just stuck around. You Death Realm the enemy jungler. Your jungler comes in and smites it. And you're so far ahead that I think you can just win from there. I mean, Smeb is so fed right now.
Oh, yeah.
That there's no way that Cat's just going to survive in that one.
Well, now they're looking to try and kill Kuro, who gets himself a Hextech ultimatum. We'll see whether that actually helps them out there as he puts Cat in it. And gets haunted, and that's going to be an easy kill going over to Viper. Meanwhile, on the rest of the map, KT isn't doing anything. So that was just free. Yeah, Baron's not even on the map yet, guys. It's 18 minutes in. And it feels like this is just getting completely out of control. But getting a kill on Kuro certainly means something.
Yeah, not much to talk about here. I think KT were in this awkward spot where a lot of members were backing or clearing out jungles or pushing out lanes, and they were like, well, I guess Kuro was a little bit ahead of the curve on that one. He was like 30 seconds ahead of his team as he was way too far down the lane, and 5 members were easily able to get up there and take him out, so.
Ooh. Smeb going for the Build-A-Bear workshop, well and truly. I actually love it though. So sometimes people just go for the Zhonyas as like the second item because that's what you're supposed to do. Smeb didn't really want to complete that because he still has an unbroken stopwatch. So you may as well use it, get the value out of it, before you then build the Zhonyas. Because the Zhonyas is there for some stats, but the active of the stopwatch is part of the value. So you may as well sit on it, build yourself some extra stats.
Yeah.
Until you have no stopwatch available. and then you can put it together at that point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely the main part of his Sonya's, right? The active, and the only problem that you might run into is inventory space, but we'll see how he does handle that. Maybe he can just buy a straight-up item with his insane amount of gold that he must have in this one. He's 4-0-4, thanks to a nice focus from his own jungler and getting ahead there. And yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta be careful when you're on soul point, but I think especially with the fed Mordekaiser, who's 4 levels above the enemy jungler, you can probably just run at Trundle and deny any chance at a smite and take every Ocean Drake from here on out, if it even gets to that point. I think we'll probably see 1 or 2 more, and then KT will probably win a team fight, take Baron, and then eventually win the game. I'm not really sure how Harmful Life are going to get this one, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a toughie. You can see aiming, bullying Lehens away from that control ward as well. You can see he's playing with confidence. Kuro is winning by about 40 CS in the mid lane. And Bono, to his credit, really looks different to what we saw in game number 1. On a champion that he hasn't really played as much. I mean, he was the Olaf and Jarvan 2 trick. He played a heck of a lot of Lee Sin, of course, when he was playing for BBQ. To varying success, to be perfectly honest. But it does certainly fit into his wheelhouse. It's just good to see that it didn't really affect him. It shows that that conversation with Hiraya really did help him out. And you were talking about inventory space. Smeb's not too worried about that, as Dudu's going to have his back stopped, because aiming just feels like being a nuisance.
Yeah, Smeb casually picks up the plated Nashers. And they're just going to chill around the Ocean Drake. I think if Harmful Life play extremely passively from here, we might have this game delayed. But they do have to hope for a late game, like a late game, where they can get that
Bono
engaged.
just a straight up hint. That's going to be the result of that. Depth charge comes down once again as Smeb has the death drum. He's going to put Dudu in it and lands all the abilities as well. Now just trying to chase after him. Hextech Ultimatum comes in, but Smeb does get the solo kill. He's just so far ahead as Kuro is going to be taken down. Lava not going to be Justice punching his way out of this one, and Smeb is just gigantic. He's got so many extra stats as well as Viper doing what he can, but aiming's just bouncing around the fight, having the best time you can possibly have. And Harmful Life, it was a heroic effort, but unfortunately, it just was not enough. And KT will be able to deny the Drake and then continue to push, possibly even just grabbing a Baron.
Yeah, honestly, it didn't look like too bad of an engage after you find Bono, as Lehens is desperately trying to carry his team in 2 games in a row now on Nautilus, but it just wasn't meant to be in this one, as Camille looks so flimsy. I mean, I was just watching the Death Realm the whole time. It's like he couldn't do anything. As the follow-up engage from Lava was really good. Gotta hand it to him, but they're just too far behind. I mean, aiming is totally protected. Smeb is frontlining and doing insane amounts of damage, as is aiming just able to arcane shift forward and throw out
미드 봐줄게, 미드 봐줄게.
billions of damage.
빼면서 해봐, 빼면서
Watch him
살면서.
avoid the Justice Punch, by the way. Bye.
나 카밀
See ya.
들어갔고.
Yeah.
카밀 잡았어 일단.
I got Camille
천천히.
slowly, and then here we go.
Lehens, Cat, I don't know whether that's helping.
Nice filler.
Oh dear.
Well, they're just going to take the Baron here, I think.
Yeah.
Cat doesn't have flash. They are down 11,000 gold almost.
At 23 minutes, might I add. Smeb, he's gatekeeper. He's very scary looking, and that's for good reason.
Yeah. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, because the game does feel kind of over from here, to be honest, I'm like, who do we give player of the game to? I think it's got to be Bono, to be honest. It's not aiming. Thank you for crossing that out. I have that already checked from earlier.
I mean, Bono makes some sense, but also Smeb is straight hard carrying this game.
But
and I mean, it was
got
because of
fed,
Bono, you know, allowed him to get fed. But he did play some great team fighting Mordekaiser, which is something that we don't see a lot in the LCK. It's something that's started cropping up. I think Keen is another example of someone that has certainly figured it out after Zoom gave us the lesson at MSC. certainly looked very, very good.
Sat all of us down and kind of taught us what's what.
Either way, this is what's good about this champion.
Yeah, I mean,
5 levels ahead of Cad.
you can't really do what he was able to do in this game without getting really fed early on. But he did play it well from ahead, so it's kind of an interesting idea.
Well, Dudu's going to go for the engage. He dives onto aiming as the heroic entrance is going to be there, but Devour is one hell of an ability. It is going to cost Tucson his life, as now Kuro's looking for the depth charge. He wants to get it onto a priority target, as there's the Death Realm onto Cad. And he walks to the edge of it and now has to accept his fate. So it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Was the last-ditch attempted fight from Harmer Life, and honestly, it could have gone worse. They're still going to lose their inhibitor top lane, and probably bottom lane, and maybe their Nexus. But it could have been worse.
Yeah, they could have not gotten the Tahm Kench, but that does highlight why you go for the Tahm Kench in this kind of comp. There was so much hard engage available. Even though they only saw Kai'Sa Trundle, they had already played Kai'Sa Nautilus in the bottom lane, and Galio is available. So I think the Tahm Kench pick second behind the Ezreal was actually a very smart decision. Perhaps Hama Life could have changed up their draft after seeing the Tahm Kench, but they had an idea in mind and they went for it. It's kind of annoying that these Ocean Soul, these Ocean Rift bushes
탑
don't
봐줄게.
random
탑
properly.
텔 봐줘. 천천히 빼면서.
As you're backing, let's go back in. Slowly.
Oh, so sad.
트런들 일단 잡았거든.
Now we've
got Trundle.
오케이. 이번 거 깨자. 이번에 깝치면 그냥 다이브 압박 줄 거야.
Smeb is the only one talking, by the way. He has
Yeah.
taken this series by the horns.
If they get cocky, I'll just put dive pressure on them. And you can tell that production's loving it. Finally, Smeb's having a good game. They're like, hey, every Smeb highlight, get them rolling right now, like hotcakes. We're selling them.
Yep. But 13,000 is the lead now. It's looking like Valdez, you're not going to be able to stay true to your promise of maximum games.
Yeah. That's a shame.
Yeah, not going to get you value. Not going to get your money's worth, you know? I should be the one to pull.
Not value Valdez today.
Oh my god, 4.3k gold
Yeah.
in the lead. As Cad's just going to die to aiming here, who's 4 levels ahead of him. True Shot Barrage, Flash does come out. That would have been a style points ult for the kill. But still gets the Flash. Would have died had that Flash not been there. As, yep, this mid inhibitor turret is going to die. Smeb down here towards the bottom side. He has a blasting wand and a ruby crystal. Okay, I'm going to hold that thought. Good arcane shift there from aiming. Gets himself out of the way of Dudu's engage. And that's inhibitor number 2 going down. Inhibitor number 3 coming up immediately afterwards, as that's a real deep teleport. Don't know where Bono is. Saw him down towards that Ocean Drake. As in goes Galio. And that is going to be the Hextech Ultimatum. Dudu does get a really big shield after the heroic entrance, but Smeb, he's put him into the Death Realm, and then he's ran through the base gate. That was rude. The Nautilus is going to go down, though, as the Death Realm finishes, and aiming's going to be there to try and tidy up. Meanwhile, it was 4v5, because Bono was randomly getting a dragon.
Yeah, why not at this point? Might as well min-max and get the maximum amount of points. Maybe we can hit a high score, is what Bono's saying.
Yep.
They didn't need him. He had already done his job in the early game. And
Kuro, that was a sacrificial play right there as aiming. Trying to get the kill onto Dudu. He does go golden for a moment. Viper does the same thing. You may as well put it on cooldown as Smeb. He's not going to be dying this game, Viper. He is! He walked back into turret range.
I'm giving my vote to Bono.
All right, for that dragon. He got the dragon. He was focusing on what you're supposed to focus on. The game isn't over yet, though, guys. It should be, but it's not. His aiming, he can arcane shift out if he wants to, as there's the flash forward. And Lava is going to get the arcane shift here as Bono just going to die. And, okay, in goes the Tahm Kench. Tucson trying to go 1 versus 2. Thought maybe he'd have someone that he'd brought with him as, cue the yakety sax. That's going to go down. Aiming's going for the hero play as the Nexus is dying, guys. Another Arcane Shift will be available relatively soon, but the Void Seeker finds him. The invisible one, of course, just to make us very confused. As, Super Creeps, they are going to deal with this one. KT couldn't quite aim for it. They have managed to pick up the aggro as there we go. Kuro comes in and says, stop the funny business, we're taking the 2-0, and they do it. What a way to end this.
There you go. What a game, number 2. That was, let's just make that the background video for Yakety Sax. That was actually a lot of fun. A lot of that action in the mid to late game was quite entertaining. And it all stemmed from the early lead that they got in the top side. It really should be, I think, a dual player of the game to both Smeb and Bono. Bono got it going, and then Smeb kept it rolling and had a great game of Mordekaiser. Finally, kind of getting into his own here.
And also Bono saving the dragon stats, I think, is really important as well, because we do show those stats at the start of the game. And, and KT had terrible dragon stats. They were 10th. And so now they might be 8th. Potentially.
Yeah. And if you're Hanwha Life, I think can we scrap the Kaisa now? I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem great. It's not good into Aphelios. I suppose if you're ahead and you can hard engage, it can be good into Ezreal, but that kind of hard engage Kaisa comp is what Ezreal players are good at playing into. And Ezreal as a champion is good at playing into, so I'm not really sure about that priority on that pick.
Yeah, I think both of these teams need to work on a lot of things. I think CAD was definitely a bit of a loony in game number 2. Wasn't exactly what you were expecting out of a pretty strong dollar, to be perfectly honest. As an Australian, certainly appreciate the Canadian dollar, but yeah, CAD, that one pillar that sort of trapped Lehens to his death. Sort of explained how game 2 kind of went for him. Yeah. But Bono did play the early game quite well, although he was sacrificing a lot of his buffs, things like that. CAD was getting around the map there, but as far as actually having any impact was concerned, he spent a lot of time bottom lane where KT picked a bottom lane that did not need their jungler there at all. That was why they picked it, and they demonstrated that that's exactly why, right? Because it's very, very difficult to actually gank it. They had appropriate vision, and they were able to play it out pretty well, and I actually felt strategically things went better. KT still had their whoopsie moments at the end, but at that point their wallets were so heavy, it doesn't even really matter if you miss hitting someone with one of them, because one of the others is going to knock them all out.
Yeah, it kind of just turned into Aiming's playground, where he's like, let's make the fight as difficult as possible and see if I can outplay it. It's like, let me limit tests here at the end, guys. Let me just have a little bit of fun. As Aiming once again proves that I don't think you should leave Ezreal available for this player. Shows that he can play Aphelios into, comps that are not so great into Aphelios, but he had a good game of Aphelios too.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Aiming just every day, bit by bit, split by split, is getting to be one of the better 80 carries here in the LCK.
He was the biggest surprise of spring, I think, in the LCK for 2020. Definitely played fantastically well. I think alongside Tucson, they've had experience together before, but I think Aiming did a lot of growing up, and then Tucson comes back, and he's just very happy to be there. And this fight, this was all Tucson just baiting all of them in. Smeb, death round to Gargoyle, and then proceeds to be way too large for the rest of the game, actually.
Kuro steals it, waits, casually gets all 5 members, actually. Not even the 4, as I think Lehen's got knocked up there as well. And
knocked up by his own depth charge. Stolen away from him. Feels bad.
I think Bono should have been here for this fight. I'll just say that again.
Yeah.
Because you can just death realm the enemy jungler. Then you have 1 smite to 0, and then you click on the dragon and take the dragon. But that was not the way that Bono wanted to play it. He wanted to try to force down the mid turret a little bit faster. Didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, that flash of Stun is actually fantastic there for Kuro as well. It was a bit of a silent warrior this game. We were spending a lot of time talking about top lane. This is another example of some fantastic play out of Smeb. Gets in here, avoids that death roam really beautifully, and stops Dudu from being able to ruin Aiming's life. You can see Aiming playing so far up, knowing that there is no way in heck that that Camille is coming out of that death row. That's just not a thing.
Yeah, and every single fight after the first couple was Smeb in the front line, aiming with miles and miles of room. Here's why you pick Tahm Kench. If it were a more even game, we could have seen more opportunities for value from that Tahm Kench pick. Still looked pretty good into this composition.
Yeah. And Cad, another really sad moment for him. As Lava, I mean, this was 4v5, remember, guys. That's why it looked a little bit more even. But honestly, the wallets were heavy at this point, so it didn't even really matter. Yeah.
이거 많이 나오면 내가 때려줄게.
We're gonna listen.
아
in.
여건 빼야 돼. 무조건
여기까지.
빼야 돼. 갈리오 텔이
아 갈료텔 빠졌어. 갈료텔 빠졌어.
오케이 오케이.
네, 봐줘라. 여기 봐줘라.
하람이 할만하다 이거.
6일만 더 해보기가 나거든.
We can probably
갈료
win this
너플?
actually.
잘해봐라.
알았어 해봐.
Let's
앞으로는
try
안
it.
갔으면 좋겠어. 일단 리시는 죽었어.
나 여기까지 궁대고. 왼쪽 봐야 될까?
웬만하면 빼줘라. 웬만.
하람이
노공,
이긴 거
노공.
같은데? 졌다.
공 찼네.
앞비전을 막네.
야 이거 바론
Nice
바론
play.
봐야 돼 바론.
하람은
Cad
텔
just
받을까?
waited there to
아,
die.
어 봐줘라.
텔 10초야 근데 없어. 카민이
like-
먼저
야
나와.
끝나
아,
이거
좋았다 좋았다.
그냥
It
끝내던지.
said,
텔 타서.
그러게.
yeah, okay, that
Ah,
confused me
텔
because
타자.
when the
끝낼만
Ezreal
하겠다.
died, it showed
나
that Lava
혼자
got a
텔 타서
kill.
끝내 이거.
But it was
그냥.
actually
아,
Lava
텔
killing the
타, 타,
Tahm
타.
Kench.
Ah,
안
God,
내려가
I was
내려가.
like, what?
야, 도발 조심해라 도발.
It was a bit confusing.
나이스.
He said
나이스
next.
떴어. 야.
Feels like everybody else that was running on over was excited about that game, the rest of KT. You can see that little bit of a dip down towards the end where maybe the concentration faltered just a little bit. But that's okay. Aiming still had control of that one. 33.3k damage. I like the number, as I think that this game had a lot more to do with the top side. Bono sort of repairing what was a terrible game 1 and moving it into a better game 2. That, you know, some of the macro decisions maybe need to be adjusted. However, the mechanical play
Yeah.
was much better. And Smeb was just a monstrous suit of armor, wandering around.
Mordekaiser's scary when he gets that far ahead. That's for sure. When he goes 2-0-2 and he gets all the turret plates, he is going to pick up the player of the game here.
That's 2 that you got wrong, by the way.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. That's, yeah.
Well, and it's not that you got them wrong. It's not like they were robbed. You just got it wrong, though.
Yeah, true.
It's okay. You didn't need
Very, very wrong. And, I mean, Smeb played well from ahead. I just wonder how the game would have looked if he didn't get ahead. I think Bono had a great early game in this one. But either way, Mordekaiser was nice. He just had so many items at this in all of these replays where it's like he can click on anyone and pretty much kill.
Yeah, no, exactly. But I mean, he did the right thing. It would have been great if the jungler was there to smite the dragon.
That's
right?
something we call for all the time. You
Yeah.
play Mordekaiser, Death Realm the enemy jungler, and win the smite fight. You
We've
just
seen a lot
gotta
of-
time it right, and you can get it easily.
Yeah, true. We've seen a lot of Mordekaisers sort of get it wrong, though, in a lot of these team fights.
Yes.
Look a little bit forgettable. I feel like his Death's Grasp were on point. I feel like he was landing all of his skills, you know, getting in there, utilizing the passive. It was chaotic, to say the least, but this is going to mean that we'll be able to chat with both Tucson and Smeb as well. So
Great.
That's cool.
It's a cool combo.
First time that we've spoken to KT as well, because this is going to be their first victory. So let's throw it over to G-Sun for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Tucson, Smeb from KT, who got their first win of the split. How do you feel, Tucson? Yeah, it was not easy for us to get this win, but I hope we can stack it up to 2 wins, 3 wins, and keep going up. Smeb, you looked really happy and sounded super happy. The mic check, how do you feel? Well, after my return, I'm playing as a mindset of a rookie player, so this first win means a lot to me. I guess you guys needed some time to tidy up. So, how was your return? Did you adapt soon enough, or do you still need some time? Well, the scrims, practice, and even the competitive games, I just loved it. It was so fun, so I'm enjoying everything. I'm doing my best as a comeback player,
맞죠.
네, 그래서 이제 어떻게 보면 반년
Susan,
만에 또 다시
their performance on Taric was on point, and it's been about 6 months since she played against Blue Hands and Viper. I mean, those two used to be such a great players. So I thought that it's gonna be a very intense competition going on in the bot side, but actually our top side was just winning games so easily in the early phase. Well, but the game was getting back and forth, and it was a little bit extended in game 1. So how did you see the whole situation?
1세트가 굉장히 길게 갔잖아요. 네, 무리하다고 생각하고
The game was quite long in game number 1. Did you guys think that you guys are having the lead? We weren't worried about late games, and also Smap was a great chase player, so we were able to pick up that easy win. Smith is overreacting every comment about the top lane, so in the analyst task they were focusing on your dazzle, your E skill, because you were utilizing that passive skill great. Did you practice that?
저희 팀원들한테 달아줬을 때도
Well, when I put my E on my teammates, well, it's up to them at the same time. So I can also say that our teammates were doing a great job as well, lending those stuns on the enemy players. Smap, you are playing up against the rookie player Dudu. Well, you did mention you're playing as a rookie player, but he's a real rookie. As he is a rookie player, I can kind of tell that he was nervous based on his performance. So even though me myself is a rookie as well, yeah, I can definitely tell he was having a little bit of a stage jitters. And tell us about the Mordekaiser pick. Well, based on the enemy comp, Mordekaiser could be a huge pressure to them. And during my downtime, I also played against Cloud Templar 1v1, and I was really impressed by his Mordekaiser performance, so I consider playing it today. Smap is the best from Cloud Templar. So, you were almost there to have a zero-death game, but in the end you died to a lot of turret shots. Because like the victory was so close to us, I kind of let my guards down, so I was just walking forward. I think I was really comfortable, and at the same time kind of losing my grasp. And I heard the KT Sports CEO is here with you guys. And he was like worried the player might feel a little bit of pressure, but what about you as a player? Did that help? To be honest, I didn't really notice, so that was like no pressure at all. The fact that the CEO is here, and I'm just happy that we were able to give him this victory. Susan, any message for the KT Sports CEO? Well, I mean, we took 2 steps backwards to take a step forward, so please look forward to our performance. I hope KT can take 2, 3, 4 steps forward throughout the Summer Split. To wrap up, your next opponent will be Damwon, and you have to face Nuguri. Well, I think Nuguri is the best top laner in the current meta. So I guess I have to kind of hold on and absorb his pressure. So I think our team as a whole should discuss whether we have to face him with the same amount of power or whether we should go passively. And Tuzin, any last message for your fans? To start off, we got this first win, so we will do our best to keep this forward. And also, we have a star player rookie right here, Smap, so we all together will do our best to keep this good performance. So this will be the end of the interview with Tuzin Smap from KT Rollstar, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Sun, as per usual. Fantastic to hear from both Smeb, the rookie, and Tucson. Always
the veteran.
I actually love having veterans on interviews like this because you actually get the interesting questions and the interesting answers.
Yes.
And Smeb was definitely being a little bit overly PC, but you could see it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek. So really good to hear from those guys. Also great to hear about his matchup against Cloud Templar, which was a lot of fun. KT do save themselves from the very bottom of the pack with their first victory here today. They'll go up with Solo and Prince at 1 and 2. And with that one extra victory, they will be able to get themselves over the line as far as that 8th spot is concerned. Humble Life, though, it's a little bit of a yikes down there with Sandbox.
They're really struggling. The move over of Viper over isn't helping enough as their top lane has, or top side of the map, I should say, has kind of gone boom. But the next matchup, guys, DRX up against Sandbox. That should be a pretty one-sided matchup, actually, unless Sandbox pulls something out. And then Gen G up against Damwon is an awesome game.
That is super hype. That should theoretically be UNLS, but, you know, we don't know about how LS is feeling. If you guys forgot, he had a few issues, so had to leave the broadcast here today. We're hoping he's feeling okay. Of course, nothing life-threatening. He is going to be okay. But whether he's going to be here tomorrow or not is something that we're going to have to find out. But either way, that is going to be super sweet. Even the DRX game, because the consistency check needs to be done for those guys as well. But the check that's happening now is the one that we have to go. So good night, guys. We'll see you back here for tomorrow for some more LCK.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever